Welcome and thank you for tuning in. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Theatre studio. I'm Alfie Pannell of the Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society, and the Grater have come together to put on today's sessions. Thank you to all the volunteers for making this happen. Also, make sure to tune in to the Grater and Pi's commentary after each session, in which they'll break down the candidates' promises and performances for voters and offer their journalistic insight into the topics at hand. Now, over the next hour or so, you're going to hear from two of the candidates who want to be your next Union Affairs officer, Anushka and Denis. Emma and Ziad on the screen behind me, or not on the screen behind me, unable to join, but you can find information on all candidates running for this position on the Students' Union website. These candidates have put themselves forward to make things happen at UCL, and during vote week, you'll choose who gets to do it. Hopefully, these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates will be. So, here's how it's going to work. We've got 5 main questions to cover. Each candidate will kick off the discussion on one of the questions, and then, once the ball is rolling, we'll invite the other candidate to respond to what they've heard. We're going to keep this informal, and we want to give everyone the space to get their point across. If they haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So to the candidates, let's try to keep this discussion positive, and remember we're all here for the benefit of the students at UCL. So before we kick off, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up why they should get your vote. They'll have up to a minute to make their case, and Emma, who couldn't make it today, has sent in a video introduction. So first up, we have Anushka.
Hi there, I'm Anushka. I'm a second year sociology student. And yes, I'm running for Union Affairs Officer. I'm also running as part of a leftist slate with some other candidates. I am running because I really feel the need to transform the Students' Union. Last year I was quite dissatisfied with the way that it was run. And I decided that the best way for me to kind of channel that energy was to run for a sabbatical officer role. I'm running on a campaign that is very pro-supportive of workers' disputes, pro-industrial action of staff. I want the union to take also a very pro-Palestine stance. And the third kind of postulate is that we want to try our best to make UCL rejoin the Stonewall scheme. I come from a strong student organizing background. I was very active in organizing and mobilizing student support for the UCU strikes in the last month and also in December. And yeah, I really want to put the union back into Students' Union.
Thank you, Anushka. And now, Denis.
Well, I want to start by asking actually everyone here a question. Did you guys know that 2 weeks ago, for example, in the policy zone, there was a discussion regarding whether to turn all of the union cafeterias completely vegan? So, Alfie, did you know about that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Yes, so a lot of people are not aware of that, both vegan and who will, support this decision, people who are against it. And I think that is why I'm actually running for this union. I want people to be aware of what's going on, and I think this is a union for the students, each and every one of the students. I want to make sure that if I'm elected, people, every single one of them can come to me without, out of fear of my, prior convictions about an issue. I want people to be, come to me, ask me, their advice on an issue, tell me, oh, like we're facing this, can I ask your help on this? Like, I want to finally be someone that is here for everyone, that, and I want to raise the awareness around the agenda of the union and what actually is going on, so that people actually care and we have a high voter turnout for once, rather than 3 to 5% for all the sabbatical officers, which affect every single student's life here, like from the water you drink to all the cafeterias you go, all the discussions and the meetings that are being held with UCL about where they're going to spend their money on, whether it's a new union building or a new student center or UCL East. Actually, the student union has an input in each and every single one of these issues, when students actually provide an input. But for the students to be able to provide an input, they need to feel part of this community, every single one of them. And I want to be able to create that community and actually give voice to every single individual to come and see what's going on and to raise their voice.
Thank you, Dennis. And now we're going to hear from Emma, who's sent a video introduction.
For Union Affairs Officer this year. I'm really, really sorry that I couldn't be at the hustings, but I am currently, at the time of the hustings, at the graduation ceremony at UCL. But if you look at my Instagram, Emma for Union Affairs, I will be posting my responses to all of the questions and issues raised at the hustings, so you can still make an informed decision on whether I am the right candidate for you. I am currently a fourth year astrophysics student and also the president of UCL Pole Fitness Club, and I've been working at Phineas for the last 3 years. So I'm already heavily involved in the student union, and I've been lucky enough to be a student in clubs and societies demanding action from the union and seeing how it's being responded to and acted upon as a student staff member. After seeing this, I think that there's a lot of room to make the responses from the union faster on the issues that we care about most. This past year, I've been working heavily on women's safety on campus, and I think that the response was way too slow given the gravity of the situation. And I really want to continue my work on this and make sure that the union acts in a way that's fast enough and with the severity that we need. Another issue I really care about is access to student support from the union. I don't think it's advertised clearly enough. I think students only seek it out when they're at their lowest point, and by that point it's often too late. So someone who's been through it and knows exactly what support is available needs to be in the student union, encouraging students to find the specialists they need before they even need them, to make sure that no student ever has to reach the point that I've reached when I personally reached out to student support, and the point that my friend who I lost to suicide reached when she felt like the support wasn't enough for her. Another thing I care about is the bar nights we host, because obviously I've been working there for so long. I think that there's a lot of room for more societies to be given regular opportunities to perform and host bar nights like Jazz Night. That's not everything I'm running for, but that's all I can fit in this video. So if you're interested to hear more about what I stand for, please do follow my Instagram and Union Affairs, and I hope that you think I'm worth your votes. Bye bye, enjoy the hustings.
Just to our viewers, we're having some technical issues right now, so we're going to cut for a minute, but we'll be back shortly. Thank you for your patience. Sorry about that slight issue. It should all be sorted now. And thank you to the candidates for their introductions. If you're watching on YouTube, we're going to put the questions as chapters so that you can find anything that you're interested in more easily. So now we're going to head to the questions, and we have some big topics to discuss. So each candidate is going to take a turn kicking off the discussion on each question. So we're going to start with Anushka with the question, what can the union do to improve how students engage with its democracy? And how would you take this forward through your role?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Actually, I think it's a really good one and a really relevant one because last term we saw this this massive kind of lack of democracy in our so-called students' union when the sabbatical officers voted unanimously amongst themselves to not support the UCU industrial action without taking into account any student input, really. And so we obviously campaigned for a referenda which passed quorum, and the majority of students did vote to support strike action. So yeah, that was kind of an example of a democratic process which should have been handled better but wasn't. So yeah, I mean, as a union affairs officer, democracy is at the heart of what we do. It's really ensuring that those processes happen smoothly and that something like that does not happen again, you know? That these big decisions are not made by like one or two loud sabs at the top, and we are really taking into account what students are saying and not just assuming what they want, but rather listening to them for sure. Yeah, that's what comes to mind, I think.
And do you believe in a greater use of referendums next year? Like they had one with the strikes referendum. Do you think that's the best, the most democratic way to sort of solve these issues?
Well, I also think that it goes hand in hand with the issue of communication, because I think there was a lack of communication about the strikes and the reasons that they were happening, and that also was like part of the problem, if you know what I mean. So it's not just about having these referenda when these issues pop up, it's also about sustaining that like communications channels and making sure that people are actively aware of what is really going on, rather than just hearing it from one perspective. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, would you like to respond?
I have a few key proposals I have in mind to improve the democracy and transparency of the union. The first one is, I think, should have been done like a long time ago, since it's done in every single parliament and even, you know, councils around the world. Every policy discussion of the policy zones, each of them should be recorded and live streamed, because technically they're open discussions. If you knew what is going on, you can technically just walk into the room, attend the discussion, but with the student's schedule, it's not possible to attend every single discussion. Also, you might not know what is going on, as we've talked about in my introductory speech, and you might want to, watch it later on, and you might have trouble just going into the, policy zone website and trying to figure out, each time like what is going to be discussed when. I'm still having trouble finding it, to be honest with you, even though I'm running. Like, it's a really complicated system. That should be streamlined so that everyone can just watch and record the discussions. Second, we need greater awareness around what is going to be discussed. Now, there needs to be a balance. Not announcing what is going to be discussed, that doesn't raise awareness. Telling the students each time, like bombarding them with emails, on Monday this will be discussed, Tuesday this will be discussed, that is also not effective. What needs to be done? First of all, there needs to be an effective website, either updating the SU, relevant part of the SU website, or even using an external platform. I think even Unity does a job better than this, to be honest with you. There needs to be a list of the policy discussions pending. And let's say you're a student, or you have an email account for a society. For example, I'm the president of the Turkish Society, and I would want to know if anything came up in the policy discussions that used the words Turkish, for example, because I would want to be there, I would want to listen what's going on, I would want to provide my input. So what I would be able to do is just take my account, write down, Turkish, etc., some keywords or maybe some categories, and the union would automatically send me these emails as, like this will be discussed, and I know what is going on. So let's say, as it comes to the first, discussion we've had regarding the vegan policy of the cafeterias. If you're a strong advent of vegan food, you can just write, for example, vegan right there, and you would know when that discussion is taking place. I think this is one of the most crucial things that we should do to improve democracy and transparency. And beyond that, in terms of culture, I think we need to have a culture of inclusivity. I think as an officer, I personally would not be one that is, pushing my own agenda on the union and just running for that agenda. My job is to empower each and every student to be able to fight for their agenda, no matter what my political view is or what stance on my issue is, my religion, it doesn't matter. I'm there for everyone. As I don't want to represent just a certain group. I want to know that everyone can raise their voice and do something within the union, because I see there are lots of people, students within the union, within our student body, that has given up on union representing their views because they haven't been able to find a voice, and they've just given up on it, and they have no input in the voting mechanism afterwards. Like they're not that involved, but they should be, because it affects them as much as it affects everyone. It is their union as well, and like it affects a big part of their life. So I think that is what how I would approach the issue.
Okay, thank you both. Now we're going to give you a chance to respond to the next question first. How would you want finances to be used at UCL to make it as sustainable as possible as a university?
Do you mean the union's own finances, or do you mean the UCL's finances?
Because that's one of the responsibilities of the Union Affairs Officer, is to sort of lobby the university on its use of finances. So in terms of sustainability, what specifically?
I think smarter investments could be made, as we see even with the evil guy, hedge funds, private equity, even them going into the direction of ESG investments, because like that is a crucial issue, and the public will not accept anything less from now on. So I think there needs to be a push for ESG investment, definitely. And beyond that, for example, just one of my policy items is slightly related to this as well. So, for example, the Student Center building, which was, designed to be one of the greenest buildings in the world, actually, and I think around £70 million was spent on building that building, but it has one water fountain which malfunctions all the time, and I see loads of plastic laying around, for example, in that building. I think that's just not a smart decision to make. And I think if a student actually also had an input, not just UCL's decision makers at top that just want to read the articles, oh, we have the greenest building in the world, like this is heated up this way, this way, this way. If an actual student was able to provide an input, oh, by the way, like we drink water, we would appreciate the water fountain or two rather than just buying plastic bottles each time. That would have been a smarter decision. So I think I would be able to represent that perspective, and tying into the democracy point, I wouldn't just try to come up with a sustainability agenda on my own. I would ask the students, the students who are really knowledgeable about this, who have spent most of their they have campaigned for this. They would know much better than me. I wouldn't pretend to know, oh, I know this better than you. I would ask them. I tried to do my best. I took an environmental law special seminar in my second year. I'm still not a professional at this. I would ask the students, and I would ask for their input, and I would be able to raise their voice against the UCL.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Anushka, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thanks for that. I have a lot of thoughts about UCL finances, because to be honest, UCL is an incredibly rich institution. Actually, the university sector as a whole is not a cash-strapped sector at all, especially UCL. We have a ton of students, we have a ton of international students. And I think that we need to be much more critical about where, for example, student fees are going. International students pay an incredibly large amount of money. And I really think that we need to be questioning, where is our money actually going? For example, if staff are not being paid properly, if their pensions are being slashed, and if there are massive gender and ethnic and disability wage gaps, we need to be thinking, we as students are being placed as kind of consumers, and we're paying fees for university, but where are these fees actually going if they're not to kind of make sure that staff are being paid equitably and enough, and that their pensions aren't being absolutely slashed? I think that would be a major initiative for me if I was elected. We'll be thinking about that much more and making sure that that was of utmost priority. Also, another thing is really questioning kind of UCL's financial relationships with arms companies and other kind of financial institutions and other companies which are connected very deeply to the Israeli government and therefore complicit in Israeli apartheid. I think that is a really important one. It's already, there have been initiatives going on about last year. There have been some student union kind of policies trying to kind of implement that kind of thing, or question it rather, but I don't think they've been very successful, and that would also be a big priority in terms of investigating the financial culture of UCL as a rich institution.
Okay, but in terms of sustainability, what specific sort of investments would you like to see?
In terms of environmental sustainability, I think I would work very closely with the sustainability officer. And yeah, I don't have any very big ideas about that yet, but yeah.
Okay.
But I think, sorry to interrupt, but this also does go back to sustainability in a different way. It's not, I don't think it's sustainable to not be paying your staff correctly. Clearly, we've seen that it's not a sustainable way of managing finances, given that staff continue to strike because of how finances are managed in the institution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've kind of already touched on this in your answer, but where do you think the union should prioritize its funding? This is our next question, actually.
Why do I think it should prioritize?
Where do you think the union should prioritize its funding?
I think that the union should prioritize its funding on student initiatives and campaigns that are going towards issues that affect marginalized students most. For example, there has been a lot of talk about transgender students and how they've been absolutely neglected by UCL as well as the students' union. I think that finances can be funneled for like equity campaigns and stuff like that, gender inclusive bathrooms, and yeah, really looking at where we're lacking, not just random stuff, you know. This is a little bit of a petty thing, but I saw that there's been a new cafe that's been put up above Mully's, and I don't know, that just pissed me off a little, you know? I was like, do we really need a new cafe? In my opinion, I really don't think we do. I think that there are much more pressing issues that we could be thinking about, that we could be funneling our funds into, that will improve the lives and the student experience of the most marginalized students.
Great. And Dennis, would you like to respond to the question of where the union should prioritize its funding?
I will. I would also actually want to show you something before I do that.
Okay.
So this is the student union's student financial support page.
Okay.
There are 3 items. A loan you can get from the government.
Maintenance loan, yeah.
Exactly. Another one from Student Finance England.
Mm-hmm.
And again a maintenance grant.
Okay.
And it also says UCL offers a bursary for students from low-income families, right?
Mm-hmm.
I click on that link,
on
page
link.
not found.
Right.
So one of the things I would really want to do if I'm elected is something that our president, Al, actually did in our departmental law society, where I'm also a part of, which I was actually really inspired from her idea, and I would actually expand it to the union in general. So I would like to introduce student union bursaries set up for different various amounts that you can instantaneously access if you're left in a troubled situation. So let's say you're living in London, you've been kicked out of your flat, you cannot find a place to live. You know, you have to stay somewhere for a few days at least until, you know, you can get your life together and you can figure this out. You cannot you're a first year and you cannot maybe stay with your friends in the accommodation because, you know, UCL accommodation only allows up to 2-3 days for a friend to stay over, which I also would like to change and I can explain later on. But you need a place to stay. if you want to apply for a grant or a financial aid from UCL, you have to provide bank document. Like it takes such a long time to even get it. You don't need it in that period anymore. So what I would like to do is create a much more efficient system where you could just apply with a short form saying you're in need, this happened to me. Like you can self-certify as to what is happening. I'm in immediate need of these funds. You can get it. By the way, it doesn't only have to be for emergency circumstances, but I'm explaining that it should cover those circumstances as well. So you apply. After you apply and you get your life back on track, and for example, the problem is solved. Let's say you need money for some official purpose with the government, you need money for accommodation, etc. After that is solved, you can then later on prove to the union that, oh, by the way, yes, these are the proofs that this happened to me and this was the issue, while you're calmly sitting in your place and everything is solved. And we wouldn't be putting the students who are actually in need of immediate financial aid through even much more distress and through the efforts of trying to explain what is going through their lives to detail and make them relive what is going on, which is super detrimental to their mental health. And in the meantime, just wait for your bank to open tomorrow to get some statements and all that. Yeah. So I think that would be one of the main things I do. Another thing I would like to do, although I'm not sure as to how funds would be allocated for this, I realize that the union offers employment opportunities, which I think is a great thing. But I think, especially for underprivileged students, it can offer internship opportunities. Now, student union is a charity organization, so they could be paid or not paid. I can't promise anything before I'm there, and also I can't promise anything with regards to if it was paid, would it be fair to the employed workers? So that's the best balance. So I can't do that. But what I can say is the union, I believe, has a budget of over £10 million per annum. I checked it recently as a charity. So it has
verify that.
It has a legal department. It has people working on its finances. It has people working on its management, etc. We could get students who are having trouble break into their respective industries, especially if they're from an underprivileged background but trying to break into a competitive industry. They could do unpaid internships in this charity organization, help the union out, be more involved, get the experience, get their CVs, get referrals from us, and I think that would be something great as well to do.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And a follow-up question for Anushka. Do you think it should be the responsibility of the union, because we're discussing a lot of how the student union can support students financially, because obviously a lot of students struggle from low-income backgrounds. But do you think it should be the union's responsibility, or do you think it should rather be UCL and the government's responsibility?
If we're talking in an abstract, ideological way, I think ultimately, universities should not be run as a business, and it should be a service, should be a public service, it should be free. So,
But in the situation we're in, which is quite...
In the situation, I think it is both UCL's responsibility as well as the students' union. I think UCL has a responsibility of care towards all of its students. And that extends obviously to students who are going through financial hardship. I think there should be more to be done for lower income students, as well as students who are going through crisis or have just gone through a financial crisis. So I think that the students' union, we are also dependent on UCL's finances for that, and I think that there needs to be a much more streamlined process for making sure that students who are going through a difficult time financially don't have to jump through a million hoops to be alleviated of their circumstances.
Okay, thank you both for that. And now the next question is, what commercial services, such as bars, cafes and shops, do you think the union should be developing or changing? You've suggested that they shouldn't be developing anymore in order to support the next generation of students. How do you think? Because that's an essential part of the finances. A lot of that is funneled into these sort of commercial services, but they also do raise money. So what do you think about that, Dennis?
Should I start?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in terms of new, cafeterias or bars or services, I honestly, don't know. I will need to ask if the students actually have a need for, more cafes or bars. But in terms of changing them, I also have a policy item on this, And I've been talking to some students and I've been talking to some cafeteria workers within the UCR refectory, but also the union cafeterias. And I would want to ensure that in a subsidized manner that would make it cost the same amount with any other food, I would want to make sure that there are more halal, kosher, and vegan alternatives in the cafeterias. So that is, I think, an important issue. Much like now when you go to a cafeteria and you order, let's say, a coffee, but you don't want to use a cow's milk and you want to use an alternative, it costs the same, so as to not incentivize you to not follow what you believe in, but help you out in that regard. So I would think that could also be a really good item for our Muslim and Jewish students, and especially in London with the current economic situation, I think it will get even more expensive, the cost of living, and I think the cafeterias will be even more in demand, student union cafeterias, because of their prices. And I think since it is already even more expensive to find, halal and kosher food, for example, that could be a way to incentivize and equal that. And also I think it would, again, help out all of the students and, help them find a selection in the cafeterias.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But all of the profits made from the cafes and cafeterias, they go back into the Students' Union,
Yes.
go to support clubs, societies, etc. So if we're reducing the cost and subsidizing the cost of this food more, that's increasing the costs for the union and reducing the profit that can go into other sections, such as the bursaries you suggested.
Yeah, I think there needs to be careful, financial planning around this, and I think most importantly, it needs to be transparent. So let's say we're having this discussion, right? Whether to, have more expanded selection of halal, kosher, and vegan food in the policy zone. So what I would try to ensure is that there are, people who care about both each of these items, and also people who are, really worried about what how this will impact the other finances of the union. I would want them to, openly see, okay, guys, if we do this, we will lose this much amount of money, and this much amount of money we lose from here, we'll cut back from here. Your choice. If you want to do this, if you're willing to do this, let's have a discussion, maybe pass it on. If you don't, let's not do this. Like sitting here right now, not even taking the sabbatical training, not looking through, student union's books in detail. I can't, promise you that, oh, I'll just do that with no issue. But I can at least promise you that these are some ideas I have in mind that I would like to work with fellow students on in a transparent manner, so we can see if we can actually do something together.
Thank you. Anushka, would you like to talk about some of your ideas related to this?
Yeah, sure. I'm a big enjoyer of the Students' Union cafes, and especially the bars. And I work in the bars as well. I can't say I believe that they should be subsidized. I think our drinks are already probably some of the cheapest in London, and I think that's why students love the bars, as well as the cafes. I think are also quite well priced, at least in terms of their drinks. However, I do think that the Students' Union bars, and not just in the bars, but also some of the events that we hold outside, for example, the club nights at Scala, for example, I think we can do much more to ensure that these spaces are safer. And we have started doing this, but I think that there can be more, that there is definitely more to be done. We need more comprehensive anti-spiking training for staff, first of all, and measures put in place to ensure that that kind of stuff doesn't happen, because it has happened. And this kind of thing can't be just swept under the carpet. We need to make these spaces safer for vulnerable students and women. And as well as sexual harassment training and more measures put in place to make sure that, we're doing enough to absolutely prevent sexual harassment from taking place in these venues, as well as accountability for if it does take place. I think that should be an absolute priority.
And you mentioned that you were against the new cafe being built. Do you think that UCL should stop building new bars, cafes, shops, especially in the new campus?
To be honest, here, at least in this campus, I'm of the opinion that we have enough cafes and that we have enough bars as well. I don't see the need to build the other ones. Rather, let's focus on the ones that we have and make sure that they are the safest and most inclusive place for all students.
Okay. And Dennis?
Can I just make one little clarification regarding the subsidy point?
Very briefly.
Really briefly,
Yeah.
what I basically mean by subsidy essentially in this part is if you have, let's say, a wrap, like a chicken wrap, and also if you have made in like halal, kosher, or vegan way, one shouldn't cost more than the other.
Okay.
It should be given in equal prices to students. That's what I mean by subsidy.
Great. And in terms of expanding the number of bars, cafes, do you think that should be something that the union should be looking into?
Honest answer is I don't know. I would need to have a talk with people and learn their opinion. Right now, personally, I've had times where it is really hard to find a place in the cafeterias, but there are other times when they're just all empty and it seems to be really cost inefficient. I don't know if there can be a way to maybe there's a way to expand the number of cafeterias, but with certain times and making it in a cost efficient manner, but then again there will be the property cost. So my honest answer is I don't know. I would need to talk with people.
Great. So that's all the time we have today. Thank you so much to both of you for taking part, and to the audience, there are 2 other candidates who you can look into more online. So I've certainly learned something about each one of you, and I do hope that our audience has too. We've covered some huge issues, and hopefully this gives an insight into the kind of challenges that you or whoever wins the election will face next year as Union Affairs Officer. So now it's extremely important that you, the viewer, votes. It will make a difference to your student experience and to UCL. So voting's open from Monday, 14th of March to Friday, the 18th of March. And you can vote online now, but don't worry, you'll be sent plenty of reminders throughout the week to vote. So that's all from me. And now we're going to go live to Rasheen and Gabby from Student Media for some post-match analysis. Thank you very much.
Grater magazine. And this is Hustings Breakdown, where we basically break down the discussion that just took place in the room.
So we're going to analyse the first round of discussion that happened between the 2 candidates contesting for the Union Affairs position. Just to give you a little background, the Union Affairs position is responsible for 3 main aspects. Number 1, liaising with the Students' Union and UCL regarding finances and logistical matters. Number 2, maintaining the democratic processes of the SU in terms of referendum, policy zone meetings, etc. And thirdly, ensuring sustainability externally and internally at UCL. So it was a very riveting discussion, and the tension was sort of felt. So what do you think the overall vibe was?
I thought it was interesting because when we started, the whole thing kind of broke down for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So it definitely cooled off the discussion a little bit. It kind of made it more, I guess, lively and like it was really funny. But the candidates were really action oriented, which really I thought it really like brightened up the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Like it made me think like, oh, that can be changed, like for sure. What did you think?
And I loved how innovative their ideas were. Like instead of being vague and we're like, oh, we're going to represent students, we're going to ensure sustainability, they had actual ideas and they were like, oh, we're going to do 1, 2, 3 things and ensure water fountains. That was really funny.
Yeah, that really hit home. One of the candidates mentioned the lack of water fountains and in the student center, which really hit home. I don't know about you. I was just sitting there, I was thinking.
Yeah. And then Anushka, if you look at like specific stances, Anushka seemed very concerned with the systemic representation of the students and the candidates and sort of how the processes work, whereas Denise seemed more concerned with the everyday, day-to-day lives and experiences of students and their interactions with the SU.
Yeah, like they were both really social oriented, you know, which I really loved. It was very the whole discussion. It was like, how can we involve students in bringing action at the SU, which I thought was really, really good. I don't know. What do you think are kind of like the main themes that stood out for you?
For me, there were two main themes, I think. One was student input and union discussions. That was really discussed at length. And secondly was the usage of finances and funding, and where funding should be directed, whether it should be towards cafes or towards actual sustainable investments, etc. So I know that strikes were discussed, and I'll give a little background on the strikes for those of you who don't know. So since 2018, staff at UCL and multiple universities across the UK have been striking over multiple causes. For example, the persisting gender and ethnicity wage gap, the pay cuts that they've experienced over the past decade, the change in the pension scheme, the inadequate working conditions, the casualization of contracts, and so much more. And there have been 3 bouts of strike action in the past 4 years now. And this year was the 4th. As we all know, next week is also strike action. And while these are all very valid issues for staff to be striking over, it is important to note that students are the collateral damage in this tussle between the management and the staff. So it was really interesting and really inspiring to see these guys give that much weightage to the students' experience and how students can be compensated for their losses.
I mean, these are like the, you know, you just mentioned we have strikes next week. I mean, it's definitely those the things that were brought up. It's the things that we actually experiencing right now.
Yeah.
You know, which makes the whole thing so real, and then so I don't know. I'm just sitting there thinking like, yeah, like exactly.
I'd like to see some change.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And we spoke to Osman before before this was happening, and he definitely mentioned that the big role that plays in this particular position is involving students, like directly with change. You know, he was talking a lot about sustainability, but it's a lot about how can we make sure that students have a say in what's happening in internal affairs. I think both candidates did a great job in terms of kind of ensuring that students really have a role in it.
Yeah, and I especially like the idea of live streaming policies on discussions.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like that was really unique. I don't think anyone's come up with that before. But and although like minutes of meetings are available online, I feel like recordings would be, especially because of the pandemic, we're so used to watching recordings all the time.
Exactly.
This I think students would really tune in and really value.
The one interesting part was one of the candidates mentioned introducing more work experience opportunities for underprivileged students want to break into competitive industries, which I thought was really good because I come from a lower income background, and I think that's definitely something that the SU should be focusing on. And
and especially as an international student, like I would love the opportunities to experience working in a charity even, because I'm really passionate about human development and stuff. So that would be interesting.
Yeah, because not all students are in the same position. I think we need to acknowledge that. I think that was done really well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and if you look at the second theme, which was the funding and finances, I think there was a stark difference in the stances of the two candidates. I feel like Denise focused on investments in sustainability and sustainable practices, whereas Anushka focused more on investing in the human capital at UCL, ensuring pay is equal, pay is given to PGTAs and staff, and really these demands of the strikes are met.
Yeah. Social justice was definitely at the center of all of it, you know. It wasn't just like how can we redirect finance somewhere, you know, like, and where is somewhere, like we don't know where the somewhere is. It was very like socially kind of focused, like let's do this and let's do that, like let's acknowledge that there are gaps.
And I feel like that's the overall vibe of the student community at UCL. I feel like everyone is very socially involved and politically motivated in all their discussions that we have even in classes or societies.
Yeah, considering like the discussions that we have right now as students, I mean, every day we have discussions on inequality, things like that. Students at UCL are really, really passionate about it. I think both candidates did a great job acknowledging these things.
But do you think there were any issues that were sort of missed out on or not touched upon enough in the whole discussion?
I mean, I remember we spoke to Osman before, and he mentioned that sustainability was a big role of
the union affairs
position. And I just think maybe it could have been kind of explained, because I mean there was a whole discussion as in where we can direct the finances, but I think that wasn't very kind of linked with sustainability.
No, I agree, because I feel like the sustainability discussion was linked to either food stuff like how to improve cafeterias, or to like UCL's partnerships with certain companies.
And the water taps, of course.
Yeah.
the not working water taps at the student center.
But our discussion with Osman revealed that sustainability actually, there's a lot of unsustainable practices in the supply chains that UCL has.
Yeah.
In terms of where they're getting all the stuff from, all the equipment, all the stuff for the cafeteria, etc. So I think that's something we should focus on more.
Yeah, but these are definitely, you know, things that you learn, you know, as you get in the position. You know, but I think there was it was a great discussion. I really yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I was sitting there thinking, like, you know, everything you mentioned, it just hits home, you know.
Yeah, and I could really feel the passion of the two candidates.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. They were so different, and like they were so passionate and very and they expressed it very differently, you know.
And although there was like some tension, you could feel it.
Yeah.
But their
passion, healthy tension. It was healthy tension.
Like their passion sort of like united them.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like, oh, like we're actually on the same side.
Yeah. No, they were completely on the same side.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just the way they presented it. It's just like two very valuable, you know, perspectives. You know.
Exactly.
It was great. It was great.
It's like cheesepaper and pie working together.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we're competitors, but like technically we're on the same side.
Exactly. We're completely different styles, but at the end of the day, all we care is social justice.
Yeah,
we care about our student
community,
you know. And I think that's really important.
Yeah. So
and now
back to Alfie.
Yeah, back to Alfie at the Bloomsbury studio
for the next round of questions for the activities and engagement position. I think. Don't forget, voting is open Monday to Friday of this week.
Please vote. We want a really huge voter turnout. You know, guys, these are great discussions. I really hope you tune in the next round, because we're gonna be here sitting in these beautiful orange seats.
Thank you.
Welcome and thank you for tuning in. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Theatre studio. I'm Alfie Pannell of the Cheese Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society, and the Cheese Grater have come together to put on today's sessions. Thank you to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Also, make sure to tune in to the Cheese Grater and Pi's commentary after each session, in which they'll break down the candidates' performances and promises for voters and offer their journalistic insight into the topics at hand. Now, over the next hour or so, you're going to hear the 7 candidates who want to be your next Activities and Engagement Officer. You can also find information on all the candidates running for this position on the Students' Union website. These candidates have put themselves forwards to make good things happen at UCL, and during Vote Week, you'll choose who gets to do it. Hopefully, these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates want to be. So here's how it's going to work. We've got 5 main questions to cover, and each candidate will kick off the discussion on one of the questions. Then, once the ball is rolling, we'll invite the other candidates to respond to what they've heard. We're going to keep this informal, and we want to give everyone the space to get their points across. And if they haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So, to the candidates, let's try to keep this discussion positive, and remember, we're all here for the benefit of the students at UCL. So, before we kick off, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up why they should get your vote. You'll have a minute to make your case. So first up, let's have Mirabelle.
Hi, I'm Mirabelle. I am a final year chemistry student, a massive nerd, massively into art, president of Art Society. And I'm running for this position because I've really enjoyed everything I've done to give back to the UCL community. And most of all, I just think I really enjoy the job. So that's kind of my motivation, and my manifesto has my kind of strategy and what I would like to achieve in the role, but mostly I just want to bring my passion and to do more in the role.
Next, Thomas.
Yep, hi, I'm Thomas. I'm final year BAS student. I've been here with the Students' Union through reps and also as president of ELSA currently. And I think what we have right now is a vibrant society. We have a lot of different clubs and societies going on, and we've been doing great, but then participation has been a bit lacking, and we think representation is also a bit lacking. And so what I want to do is to bring everybody a good time, regardless of your socioeconomic background, regardless of your disability, regardless of anything. We want everybody to come together, postgrads and undergrads, everybody. And we want the union to reflect what you believe, and that's why I'm standing here.
Great. Dimitri?
Hi, I'm Dimitri. I'm a 4th year math student, but I've actually been at UCL for 5 years. And during my time, I've been very involved in many societies, including being president of the Harry Potter Society for the last 3 years. And one thing I've learned is that clubs and societies are one of, if not the most important aspect of a student's life at UCL. And I just want to continue making sure that all students can have the opportunities to join any club and society they want without any restrictions, and just continue getting these experiences and making new friends. And yeah.
Thanks, Dimitri. Mary?
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm the current president and former events officer for Sci-Fi and Fantasy Society. Big nerd. I'm running for this position mainly because I want to kind of fight for more inclusive and accessible events just across the university in general. As a president of Sci-Fi and Fantasy Society, I've helped continue our legacy of Space at the Table events, which are events specifically for women, trans, and non-binary members. And I hope that as Activities and Engagement Officer, I can kind of continue this legacy of really inclusive, accessible events for all.
Lovely. Asher?
Hi, I'm Asher, and I'm a Year 3 Biomedical Sciences student. The reason I'm running for this role is after the as we walk out of the pandemic itself, I feel like UCL and the Student Union can do a lot more to get students engaged and be in campus once again. After being for president, 2 society presidents and 5 committee positions, I feel like I have the experience and the motivation to get a very energetic and very fun year for next year's students to organize different events such as term 2 refreshers, etc., etc. And I feel like also we need to include to ensure that the inclusive for all students are we didn't ensure that the inclusiveness for students have to be in different societies so everyone could participate openly and freely and while creating a safe environment.
Thanks, Asher. Arjun?
Hi, I'm Arjun. I'm a fourth year Earth Science student. I'm currently on committee for UCL Cheerleading Club and UCL Live Music Society. I'm running for activities and engagement because at my time at UCL, activities, clubs and societies, be it whether in the arts, the sports, or the cultural and academic sides, have been a huge part of my time as a student. And I really have found that they have given me a space to grow and to develop into my own character, my own personality that I now possess. And I really just want to give all students the opportunity to have that, regardless of their, any mental, physical, or financial difficulties they may be facing, or whether they're of any, race, religion, gender, sexual identity. I want them to have a space where they can feel comfortable and find the community that will really embrace them and allow them to develop as an individual.
Okay, and last but not least, Seth.
Hi, I'm Seth. I'm a fourth year physics student. I'm currently the president of the hockey club and also I'm your sports officer for this year, and I sit on the union exec. I've also previously been the treasurer of Electronic Music Society, and I'm sure like everyone else here, the activities at UCL have been the highlight of my time here. And again, I wouldn't say I'd be the person I am today without them. So the reason that I'm running for this role is because I want other students in the future to experience all the great things that I've had during my time here. And the reason that I think you should vote for me is because throughout the roles that I mentioned before, I've learned a lot about running activities and also being part of them, and I feel like I'm best equipped to overcome the problems that students face now. Those being quality, diversity and inclusion within getting involved in activities, and also feeling safe on campus, the facilities that we have, and issues with union processes.
Okay, well thank you to all the candidates. Now we're going to proceed to the questions, and for our viewers we're going to put the questions as chapters on YouTube so you can easily navigate to the topics that interest you. And we have some big topics to discuss today, so every candidate is going to have the ability to respond to each of the questions, and we're going to try to get as many of you to have the first response. So starting with Mirabelle. Around 19,000 students have joined clubs and societies this year. How important is it that we expand this to reach the other 30,000 or more students at UCL?
Oh, I mean, it goes without saying, it's so important. I've had some friends who've graduated and said, oh, you're talking about all this stuff you're doing with Arts Society still. Like, I didn't do much at uni, like, I kind of miss that. And it's such a huge part of the student experience. It's just so key, and I think a lot of people worry about being shy, or they worry about how it fits with their timetable. So like that's why in Arts Society I've really taken on a lot of feedback over the last couple of years, and we've been running more events in the evenings and weekends so that those students who are postgrads or perhaps have family commitments have more flexible ways of taking part. So we're a very low commitment society, and I've been really trying to like get down those barriers so that people can just join in any way. It doesn't have to be a minimum commitment. And yeah, I think it would be great if we could have more spaces where people felt comfortable to just go up and talk to people, because I've met so many wonderful people through my society's activities. Through my time here, it's my 5th year at UCL, I've met some brilliant people from all walks of life, and that just wouldn't be possible without the union activity I've participated in.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned some barriers to entry in these activities. Have you faced any yourself?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had my own mental health issues. I interrupted my studies, and when I was on interruption, I was lucky because I had fallen through the kind of union structure at the time where my Art Society membership was actually still active. Under the current system, my membership would have been suspended. And I know a lot of students who've interrupted their studies who have found it really difficult to get associate membership of the union and then have felt quite ostracized and left out. So one of the things that I'm quite passionate about is making sure that we don't lose those students, because you're already going through a tough time if you've interrupted your studies. But then of course there's the postgraduates who I've talked about who would like some more summer activity. There are the students who have part-time work. One of my close friends is a part-time student and works during the day, so evening events are really important, but it's hard to book evening spaces. So yeah, there's a lot of things that could be done to improve this.
Great. And Thomas, how much impact do you think a lack of student-owned spaces has on this accessibility for clubs and societies? Do you think that's a problem?
I think that's a really big issue, actually, because we all know that the bookable spaces at the moment usually last till 9 p.m. And as Mirabel said, a lot of our student body is actually postgraduate, and they have work and other commitments, and therefore it's just not practical for them sometimes to come to campus by then, or if they come at 8 and have an hour, it's really not worth it for them. And so we need more spaces for the student union to actually take control of, and then also open up the times, because the student union also currently mostly offers times until 9 p.m. and we think that should be expanded so that postgraduates and people who might have more non-flexible schedules would have an opportunity to take part in activities, and I think that's a very important thing. Especially also with sports, I think sports grounds, they have earlier closing times, and we have to work around that because currently the grounds that we have are really far away, but also they don't have that long hours. And so if we do not improve on that by having student-owned spaces, we will never have the amount of participation that we want. And what I believe is that everybody should be able to participate regardless of what they're doing elsewhere in life.
Thanks, Thomas. Dimitri, back to the question at hand, how do you think we should expand membership of clubs and societies at UCL?
Well, I mean, I think it's basically just an issue of making, the vast variety of clubs and societies more known, I guess, because like we do have, I think, over 300 clubs and societies, so in theory there could be something for everyone, and I think a lot of the smaller societies, which might be a bit more niche, don't necessarily have the reach or the viewership that's necessary to attract some people who would be interested in that activity. So I think, something like making a larger welcome fair or a second freshers event in the second term, just to make sure that all students can properly see all the societies that are available, because just clicking through the list on the Students' Union website isn't necessarily something you want to be doing, especially if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. So yeah.
Great. Would you like to comment, Mary?
Yeah, no, just building off of Dimitri's point, I think it's really, really important that smaller societies especially are really supported. So just as like an anecdote, Board Game Society is pretty new and I have quite a few friends over there. And they've been really struggling recently in terms of like finding storage spaces. There is not nearly enough for all of the societies we have. I'm sure you guys are all like experienced committee and being presidents. I'm sure you've all seen the state of the archery range. It's a tip down there. I genuinely don't know how it's gone like so just not looked after for so long. Investing in more storage spaces and investing in more like just general like bookable spaces for both clubs and societies is so important. And also I think making the union processes regarding like allocations of storage spaces and allocations of room bookings more transparent is really important, because like at the moment you kind of fill in a form and then you wait for a response and it's either a yes or a no, but there's no real reasoning behind it. I know that for quite a few clubs they kind of say that, oh, it's based on development awards, kind of the allocation of things like pitches or training rooms. But the development awards themselves are very qualitative. So really, how do you rank individual clubs against one another? Does the bigger club get it every time? Like, what about the smaller clubs that are really trying to build community? So yeah, I think it's a really big thing to try and help build transparency. Yeah, sure. Build transparency in the union's processes, but also like just offer more storage spaces, more pitches, more rooms available for all societies, and that will actually help student engagement go up.
Would anyone else here like to comment on what we discussed, or ready to move on to the next question?
Just a little bit to add on. I agree with Dimitri's view on having a term to kind of refreshers, a freshers fair. So, I mean, freshers, we've all been through a quite normal freshers week. We know how overwhelming is that, especially this year when we've got over 5,000 people coming into freshers fair every day on Saturday and Sunday itself. So it's kind of very overwhelming for students to discover, like, walk through each store for like 2 or 3 minutes to know what they're really for. So that's one thing that I want to do, a term to refresher, as well as maybe something like each society has to pay. You have to pay a fee to go into a society, but other universities actually don't do that. Some universities might be a little bit lower cost, so might be removing or trying to lower the membership fee might attract more students to come to activity, trying to join your activity. So it's for maybe some people who was on a difficult financial situation, so that they could join societies freely. And about the spaces as well, we know that UCL is opening a new campus in Stratford called UCL East. So I feel like this is one of the important aspects that we need to ensure that students can be very accessible to those places, more study spaces for them as well. In campus itself, I'd say student union room booking is really bad, but there's always the central booking system where we could use other lecture rooms, other seminar rooms, which is kind of freer in a way, but still it's hard to get spaces. So I do agree with the longer booking hours as well.
Great.
I think also on Dimitri's point, in terms of increasing engagement, a lot of clubs and societies can be very daunting, especially for new members or for people that feel they're underrepresented in those environments. So I think it's really important that we also, when we're discussing increasing engagement, discuss how our clubs can become more diverse and more safe spaces for people that are underrepresented in those environments. I think by doing so, we will see an influx of those who may not be as willing to embrace those clubs and societies, follow through and actually try things out.
Great. Seth, do you have anything to add, or can I ask the next question?
No, yeah, definitely. I think I've just got 3 quick points on the question specifically. So only 19,000 students got involved in club societies this year. I think, firstly, one of the main barriers in getting involved is definitely money, as Asha said before. So the union already does have a participation fund, so if someone can't afford membership, then the union will pay for it. But I think that's a good first step, but I think we should be offering a bit more on top of that. So like the union has a grant called the Friends Trust Grant where you can apply for equipment, but most clubs and societies don't actually know that exists. Every time application round goes through, it's extremely undersubscribed. So firstly, I think we should be promoting that to presidents more so that they apply for that fund, and also encouraging clubs to put aside some of their sponsorship money so that if there's any equipment needed in getting involved in their club, then that can be paid for by the club. So that's like something that I've done with hockey this year, is that if anyone wanted to join, we've got money set aside so there's actually no barriers in getting involved. The second point I'd say is, so that stat of 19,000, actually the majority of those students are undergraduates. So I think the split is almost 50-50 between postgrads and undergrads at UCL, but there's way more undergrads involved in clubs and societies. So I think one of the main job of like anyone who gets elected as activity officer is working a lot closer with the postgrad officer and getting them more involved. And there's a lot of good ways to do that, but I'm not going to go into all of them. I think the third thing is, as Arjun said, making like training committees and being more inclusive so that it's less daunting for people to get involved. And like the UCL currently have a really good, sorry, what's it called? Like, I forgot the name of the type of training, but never mind. But yeah, I think there's a lot of other trainings that are really good. Like one policy that I want to take to activity zone in the next one is making it mandatory for committees to do online sexual consent training, active bystander training, and the tackling sexual violence training, because currently it's not mandatory for any committee or any leaders to do that besides people who work at UCL. I think those are all things that are essential for club leaders to undergo, just so that they're more aware of creating safe spaces for people who want to get involved. Obviously, the safer spaces that the committee creates, the more people will want to get involved in them and feel comfortable taking part.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Well, thanks everyone. There's some thorough answers, but we do need to try to keep it a little brief because we have a lot of questions to get through, a lot of big issues, but I can tell everyone's very passionate, so that's great. So we're going to start on this end for the next question. Have a sip of water, maybe. Do you feel that sports at UCL are inclusive? You are president of cricket.
Hockey, yeah, sorry.
Hockey, sorry. So if not, what can we do to make sports club societies more accessible, more inclusive?
Definitely, yeah. I think obviously you can't make a sweeping statement saying like clubs overall are inclusive or they're not. I think it's different for every club and society. I think overall Team UCL is actually quite an inclusive space. And so one thing that I've introduced as sports officer this year is the Team UCL Against Hate campaign, which I don't know if many of you have heard about it, but we keep on banging on about it within Team UCL. But essentially, it's kind of like a tool that we've used to make clubs more inclusive. So it's got 3 different pledges within it that clubs sign up to. One of them's a diversity in sport pledge, one of them's a zero tolerance in Team UCL pledge, and another one's a pride in Team UCL pledge. And so basically those 3 pledges are used as a tool to make clubs actually be more inclusive. So like a lot of problems that we had before is like people would sign up to like Pride in Sport and they wouldn't actually do anything in the year. So we've created this campaign to make clubs actually action on the pledges they sign up to. So next year, if I was elected activities officer, I would expand that campaign to all other sports clubs to make them more inclusive overall. But I think there's still a lot more work that can be done. And I think definitely the thing I said before about money and getting involved with sports, I'd say money is probably the biggest barrier of any activity at UCL and getting involved in. So I think more specifically, we should be encouraging those presidents to like reduce the barriers in getting involved in sport, whether it is paying for equipment or reducing their membership as well, and like having social membership as well, and offering more for beginners.
Okay, thank you. Arjun?
Yeah, I think so there is definitely a lot we can do in terms of inclusivity. Both me and Saif were recently on the Women's in Sports panel. Saif was chairing, I was one of the speakers, discussing how there are still cultures within a lot of our sport clubs of kind of, these kind of patriarchal ideas and, like casual rape culture, that those kind of things still exist, and they're things that we really need to tackle. And by kind of tackling these preconceived biases in our sports clubs, I think they will become places that are a lot more inclusive and involved. And I also think that the union sometimes does it has a hard task because it only recognises the president, treasurer, and welfare officer, but a lot of the times other committee members are a lot more involved and a lot more directly involved with the actual members themselves, and they don't receive that kind of training. So like, for example, as a social sec, I'm the one that's going to Scala with my clubs and societies every week. So I'm the one that's seeing, like all these kind of casual misogynistic views, or like guys coming over and being inappropriate. But I can only do what I know. I've not had any official training from the union on how to deal with those kind of things. I think really recognising the role of the whole committee within clubs and societies would be something really important that I do as activities officer to ensure that everyone has the proper training to do their job as they're elected to.
Ash, do you want to respond to anything that's been said, or just to the question on increasing inclusivity?
Just a little bit respond. I'd say these are very good points, of course, when especially when staff said that when you're trying to be beginners in sports, like what I did in year 1 when I was quite interested in fencing society, so I went for like kind of a social thing, kind of beginner thing. Didn't really like it because it seems that people are kind of advanced, so it kind of feels like lack out. There's a lack between levels, so it's not very accessible to people who doesn't know being really advanced in some sports. I'm a good swimmer myself, but I don't make it into competitive teams. So it feels like that it's kind of not inclusive enough, I'd say. So I'd say that maybe a little bit more social sessions in different sports teams would be a good approach to different students to join a sports team. This is like, and then equipment-wise, yeah, it's a bit more expensive in sports teams. It's like, I remember fencing team was like £40 per year, compared to like when you're doing other club societies like £3, £5. But then, yes, I'd just say the grants where it's quite helpful in a way for societies as well. And just to add on the grant bit itself, I mean, the friendship grant that Saf mentioned, it might be very useful to smaller societies as well, especially when they're newly formed, because they don't get much money from the union itself. So that might be a helpful bit that they could organize more activities to open up to more members, to be honest.
Great. And this side of the room, have you found societies, sports clubs to be inclusive? And what do you think as sabbatical officer? What would you do as sabbatical officer to increase that?
Yeah, so I think I've had kind of a mixed kind of bag in terms of like inclusivity in different societies. So taking my own example, I'm now president of Sci-Fi and Fantasy, but back in first year I was just a little fresher. And back then it was a lot more male-led, very white, very kind of how you'd say like stereotypical nerd, and it wasn't really as much of a inclusive culture as it is now. And I think one of the main reasons we've managed to kind of flip our kind of stereotype, and now we have women and non-binary people in committee, I think one of the reasons we've managed to really do that is by really highlighting and empowering people within the society to kind of step up and do more. So I mentioned earlier, we run our Space at the Table events, and whenever we have like events such as like at the Freshers' Fair, I always kind of want to really put forward to people who may or may not be as confident or may not feel as welcoming in a space that is so predominantly male-led, and say, hey, look, I've done this. Like, look at all of these people who have been able to thrive in this space. You can thrive here too. So really, like, having people in power who are like BME, who are LGBTQ+, is so important, and that kind of leads on. I think it's really important for societies and clubs both to really work more with the networks, so the BME network, the trans network, the LGBTQ+ network. The networks have quite a large scope within UCL, but I don't think they are utilised enough by societies or clubs. The communication there is like non-existent. So yeah, just fostering that communication, fostering relationships between clubs, societies and networks, I think is so important in terms of making them much more inclusive and accessible, and also just like welcoming to new people, because like you said, it's so intimidating when you're a first year and you're joining uni for the first time, you know. So yeah.
Thanks, Mary. Would anyone like to add anything, or are we ready to move on?
Okay, I think what they've said already is very valid, and of course we really need inclusion and representation of women and LGBTQ. And I think what I would like to add to the conversation is inclusion of postgrads, because as we've noticed, a lot of the activities are participated by undergrad, and the societies themselves are undergrad-led. And I think by making the events more postgrad friendly, we can perhaps have postgrads on the committee, or even have a postgrad representative, so that these concerns can be taken care of, so that we don't just have 19,000 next year, we'll have 40,000, 50,000, and everybody could just somehow engage, right? I think UCL is a very diverse place, and I think clubs and societies should reflect that. Also, same thing with economic needs. I think one thing that I would add is that I think clubs and societies should be given the money to support these members, and so they could run events that could perhaps be a one-off payment, and so the barrier to entry would be lower, and they don't have to commit right away. And so this would encourage a lot more people to just give it a go, just like how the Give It a Go spirit should be.
Would you be behind a postgrad only club or society? Do you think that's a good idea?
I think these spaces should exist. It shouldn't be exclusive to like every club. So you shouldn't have a tennis club and then a postgrad tennis club. I think that's a bit too, I guess, much at the moment, and I think what the implications would be that you'd separate undergrads and postgrad even more. And then I think one of the very valuable places about clubs and societies is that you could mingle with people who are not exactly your age, not exactly from the same background that you are from, and having the opportunity to mix between undergrads and postgrads would be great. But I think to have some spaces like that, to have some clubs and societies just for postgrads would also be a good idea.
Okay, great.
May I add one comment?
Of course you can.
So I think the key with sport and skill-based societies is there's a real problem with the barrier of, am I good enough to participate? So with sports, I think if we could introduce more like one-off events, like if we had a society's sports league for charity or something, a charity match, like Art Society go against Sci-Fi and Fantasy or something, you know, and it's kind of coached and nurtured by the people who are good at sports, because we have amazing varsity teams. It would be a way to get people who are intimidated by, oh, well, I'm dyspraxic, I'm terrible at sport, but I still enjoy it. I used to play a lot of football, but I haven't at uni because, I'm not good enough. So it's something that I think, if we had more of these kind of one-off sign-up things, no commitment, that would just get a few more people enjoying our sports.
Great. Dimitri, is there anything you'd like to add, or are you ready for the next question?
Yeah, well, I'm afraid the extent of my involvement at sports at UCL was playing table tennis for a month 2 years ago. So there's not too much I can add to that conversation, but I would just like to say that yes, I think I think it was what Arjun mentioned earlier about having all committee members being trained better in all the different areas that presidents and treasurers and welfare officers is a good idea.
Well, maybe you could speak to the next question, which is how would you propose establishing a better connection between the Bloomsbury campus and the new UCL East? They're separated by a long train journey right now. It's on the other side of London, so obviously that should be a priority in terms of activities and societies. Maybe that's a good way to bridge the gap. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely not easy, having two campuses separated by such a large distance. But I mean, I think you can definitely encourage clubs and societies to maybe alternate which campus they do events on to be more accessible to both people, who are mainly on each campus, and you can probably, you could get like shuttles set up by the union to carry people between the campuses, and just generally try not to alienate either campus by saying, oh, we're used to the Bloomsbury campus, so let's just ignore the new one because we don't know what that is.
Mary, do you have any ideas on the connection between Bloomsbury clubs and UCL East clubs?
Yeah, no, I agree with Dimitri. It's when your campus spans most of London, that's a very big problem. I think having lots of support and funding from the union in terms of travel costs is really important. And also, just really encouraging people on Bloomsbury campus to utilize the facilities out at UCL East, really promoting the facilities there and really putting them forward as usable facilities as much as it is a very long way away. Like Seth said, we do have access to grants and funds which we can, as societies and clubs, use for things like travelling and setting up events at UCL East that are more accessible to the student body over there. It's a really tough problem to tackle.
Asher, any thoughts?
A little bit to add is we know that of course it's separated by long distance, so it's something like Imperial College. There's one campus in South Kensington and then the other in White City, which is in Zone 3. Hopefully the new line would bring us closer in the way. The Elizabeth line is opening in June, which is nice. So it's a couple of stops on the tube. No one drives in London. We know the traffic jam in London is really, really bad. We don't want to be in the road anyway. But then what I've heard about UCL East being in Stratford and nearby the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park as well. So it might be a good opportunity to expand our sports ground. I mean, Seth would probably said something about it, about our new sports ground and our new sports ground within the Queen Elizabeth Olympic ground that we're trying to acquire as the union itself. It's a very nice campus. I passed through it quite a few times. It looks decent enough on the train, but it's a long way. Because I only see it because I travel up to Essex and I go by Stratford and see, there's a nice building, and it's at UCL there. It's quite difficult for people the main campuses, of course. Most people would be in Bloomsbury rather than based in Stratford. I think there's some labs being in Stratford. That's what I know about UCL East till now. But then there's always some. I think it's also on some postgraduate degrees as well. So that might be a difficulty for people to travel to and from different campuses. But then, as I said, hopefully the new tube line would help shorten the connection time between two campuses, and clubs and societies can utilize the new spaces and more spaces within the UCL East campus to do more activities, as well as sports team that they could use the world-class Olympic grounds that we could acquire.
Yeah, and Seth, you're president of hockey,
Yeah.
not cricket. So, UCL, we don't have a lot of sports facilities. Do you think UCL East is the answer to that problem?
Well, I think so. Currently, unfortunately, when UCL put in the bid for UCL East, they actually didn't have any provisions for acquiring any of the sports grounds when they did it, which I think was a huge oversight. So now we're currently 4 years behind where we should be. So right now, currently the Team UCL and the current activities officer are trying to acquire Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. So that's quite close to where the new UCL East Centre will be. That process, so currently the consultants have reviewed like what they want to do to the building, and I think pretty soon they're going to go to, it'll be the next activities officer's job to get money from UCL to buy that. So say if I was elected, that's what I would do. And we've also in the process of buying another actual sports ground in Rains Park, which is in South London, kind of near Wimbledon. So there is actually stuff currently being done to acquire more sports grounds, but I think those processes are in the process of acquiring them but not currently using them, because that process of like getting the land and then building new stuff on it will take like 5 years. But I think UCL East provides an interesting opportunity because currently actually a lot of sports clubs do use the areas around there anyway. So like this Team UCL leagues, like all the football is done in Hackney football ground, which is right opposite UCL East as well. Obviously hockey and tennis as well, we use the facilities over there. So it's more just when the campus actually opens, encouraging the clubs who already use the facilities there to move more of their activities evenly between both campuses, to encourage students to take part over there, but also obviously encouraging other societies to use the facilities there as well. I think actually, I don't think it'll be as difficult a process as people think it will be, because by virtue of the problem we have with the Bloomsbury campus is that there's simply not enough space to run any of the activities that we want to the degree that we want to. Obviously, because of COVID, we accepted a lot more students than the facilities can handle. So I think we'll see a natural shift between clubs and societies who want to run more frequent events, moving some of their activities to UCL East because it'll be easier to do it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Arjun, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think UCL East, we shouldn't really look at it as a problem, but a really exciting opportunity. We've got this wonderful new space. We're always, all of us, probably are complaining about a lack of space, and now we get this chance to have this huge new environment where we get new rooms that we can probably book. We can, utilize their storage spaces and things like that. And so it's really exciting that clubs and societies will have that opportunity. I know there's the concern of a disconnect between the two campuses, but as Seth mentioned, like a lot of people are already making those journeys. A lot of clubs and societies are already doing that, and I think having more students over there, it's just going to encourage that kind of involvement in those kind of clubs and societies as well. I also think like it's a problem that's already been tackled by a lot of students. I know there are some students that already study at Here East over in Stratford anyway, and they've already learned to make that journey work and work that all into their schedule. So I think there's a lot of experience there that we can already use and feed back on, and I think we should just be really excited that we have these new grounds and really utilize them in the best way that we can.
Mirabel, do you share Arjun's excitement about UCL East?
I'm actually quite excited, and actually as I'm registered as a disabled student, I have actually been contacted about how to make it more accessible. There was a questionnaire I filled out last year, and they were looking at whether people would be interested in a shuttle service, particularly for disabled students. So like, I am on the autistic spectrum, I'm high functioning, so most people would be like, what? You're autistic? Like, that doesn't make sense. But I do find sometimes when I'm anxious or tired that something like the tube can be really overwhelming. So that was something that I filled in my feedback for that. And I think that the key to making us being able to use that space is make sure we get our storage spaces as well, because I'm trying to run bigger and bigger classes for Art Society. We've got 1,000 members now. Elven Hall's like one of the biggest places that we run our life drawing classes in, but we can only get 70 people out of 1,000 members. So if we did have bigger spaces, that would be great, but we need to have space to store our stuff, because it's very difficult transporting easels or sports equipment or whatever else you need to run your event across London. Like, we do it for urban sketching and that kind of thing, but I don't know, most of my committee are girls who don't lift weights, so we struggle a bit. But yeah, no, I'm really excited about UCL East, and I think most of us are scattered around London and view London as our campus anyway, that it's not such a huge mindset shift to look at going away from Bloomsbury.
Great. And Thomas, do you have any thoughts to wrap up this question?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've all noticed that UCL East is an opportunity that we can actually take advantage of, and it's not just a problem that we should see it as. And that, as we've mentioned, even the horse riding club, they also use Lee Valley facilities. And if you just give them a base there, if you give them some space there, then they'd be very inclined to use that space, I think. The only issue I'd see is the time commitment. We're all students, we've all got busy lives, and we've only got that much time. And so I think what could help would probably be if the SU could help with arranging faster travel arrangements, so perhaps a travel card on the Elizabeth line or something like that, then people would actually be able to afford that time, because then that lowers the cost for them. And time is a limited resource that we are all limited by. It doesn't matter how rich you are, you only have 24 hours a day. And so I think that's something we should really address.
Great, thank you guys. So let's move on to the next question, and we'll start with you, Asha. How would you improve the safety of events at UCL to protect people from spikings and other forms of sexual misconduct?
So, as we all know, I mean, in the beginning of the year, spiking is a huge problem in our student bar. Some problems, not a huge problem, but a huge problem within London. We've got cases of spiking in drinks, just people pouring drinks in girls, pouring medicine in girls' drinks, and just make them really bad. I mean, this is a very major issue to address. I mean, the SU has responded in a way that they do back searches and body searches on specific nights, such as a karaoke night and sports nights, where where most people do go into these bars. And I think within my society as well, so I run Coffee Society, I run Mahjong Society. The worst cases what I would describe is people throwing mahjong tiles at each other, like when they're angry. So, I mean, the risk assessment, which I mean, everyone should know because everyone is a committee itself. We write the risk assessment form before the beginning of year, so that we ensure that we could know that what's going to happen if these things going to happen, like someone slipped, someone had a food poisoning, or someone had a food allergy, what would you respond to? So I think that can be enhanced in a sense. So again, we write a very brief form, but then again, we don't know what activities we're running for every year. So we kind of have a very general plan of what's going to happen, these unforeseen circumstances, I'd say. But then I think that again, more training. Of course, we have training like on these kind of stuff, like safety of our members is important. You have to ensure the safety. You have to ensure that you have the name list of people that are going to events. Especially this year when we're doing in the beginning of term, we have to do track and trace things when we're having such a COVID. When we're going through COVID, and I think that can be enhanced in a way where these risk assessments can be reviewed like every half year instead of like a year, so that society committees or even presidents can correct, like if they know that there's going to be some event that's going to happen in the second term, then they could add on to those rather than every president's going to be submitting additional risk assessment over on the events that they're going to host before they host. So I feel like this is going to be one thing, and then the second thing is just basically awareness between members, so that we need to ensure that there is someone watching, there's committee present whenever in bar, in society, in an activity as well, just someone watching, someone knows what's happening, and someone to stop people when they're doing something wrong, basically.
Thanks. So Dimitri, sort of along the same lines of this, do you think that committees know how to properly signpost people who are victims of harassment at their events to the right services at UCL? Do you think people are aware of that, the committee and the members of the societies?
Well, there's definitely in the current committee training documents for president and treasurer, well, I think it's mainly in the president's one, there are definitely guidelines for signposting. And as was mentioned earlier, I definitely think that's something which should be extended to all committee members, just so that there is more awareness. And in terms of the members themselves, I would like to think that that committees are being welcoming enough so that members feel safe to approach them with any issues that they may be having. But yeah, just again, probably just making it really clear to committees and to the members that this should be a safe space, and just making sure all committee members know how to create a safe space and a welcoming space, and hopefully that would encourage the members in turn to feel safe to bring up any potential issues.
Maribel, if you were to be elected Activities Engagement Officer, what specific measures would you take to combat spiking and sexual misconduct?
Well, I mean, obviously, being a woman myself, I don't know a woman who hasn't experienced some form of sexual harassment at some point. So it's something that's very first and foremost in my mind. And I think when I was in first year, I remember the active bystander training was much more championed, and now it's just an online training which most people are unaware of. I think having the in-person workshops again would be really important. I learnt a lot from it, and my department told us it was compulsory. So I think the only way to really tackle it is a community change. Yes, as the leader of your society, you set the tone, you set the culture, but we are all responsible, we are all part of this community. So I would definitely make the active bystander training much more visible, and certainly at a minimum have it as committee training. But I really believe it's something that everyone who joins UCL should be going through, because this is a life skill. We want to be responsible adults and members of our community at large, let alone UCL. We want to be good people. So I found the active bystander training essential as a first year.
Thomas, what are your thoughts on active bystander training?
I think active bystander right now, as it is more of a checkbox exercise above anything else, and it's really disappointing that it is that way. I think training could be very useful and very helpful and have a lot of impact when it's done right, and it's currently not. As Maribel said, I think in-person sessions would be good, but then once again, there is also a very big logistical challenge getting 50,000 people in UCL through that. And so I think what we should perhaps be looking at is that when we do actually host events, when we think that there might be a chance where people are going to conduct themselves inappropriately, then just at the start of the event, it's just a very simple thing to just say, okay, no inappropriate actions, no, you don't touch when you're not asked to, if you're not permitted. It's simple as that. I think just to set expectations right for everybody, just have the entire committee on training, which is a lot simpler than getting everybody on the student body to do, and then set the tone every time so that people would build up this expectation, and when this is repeated time and again and ingrained into people's heads, then we would naturally have a community and a culture that respects people regardless of who they are. And I think it's also important to say that it's not just women who experience harassment. Everybody could, men could experience harassment as well. I think this is very important for everybody to be able to be comfortable to come to somebody and say, okay, I feel like I've been harassed, I feel like there has been inappropriate actions on me. And I guess expanding on Ask for Angela or something like that would be great as well, so that when things do go wrong, that there is a very clear and very discreet way of handling this, so that people who are victims could feel like they could address this and not just report and support, because that is a very, very tedious thing, because I kind of looked into it for some students in my other work, and it requires you to put forward your name, your details, and it's just very daunting to feel like you then be questioned on your experiences and to be challenged on your victimhood. And I think there has to be a better system that doesn't require that kind of, I guess, stepping forward and putting yourself in the spotlight.
Great. Does anyone have any final points on this question? Or?
Yeah, I think so. As we mentioned earlier, the union's already been discussing this quite vocally about. We recently had the Women's Safety in Sports panel, and some of the points that were raised there are things like tackling the culture, especially in male-dominated clubs, so that when members of these clubs might see something going wrong, they can feel like they're comfortable to stand up for it or report it without feeling ostracized by the other members of that club. Also, things like really building a closer, tighter-knit community within all clubs and societies, whether they be sports, arts, or cultural ones, so that when you're around campus and you're seeing things happen, they're not just happening to some stranger, or they're not just happening because of some stranger, they're happening because of someone you know and you recognize. Those kind of things help create more accountability, because you feel more responsibility for your actions if you know there are people you know watching you. And also, as I mentioned earlier, really ensuring that the committee members who are going to be there on the ground seeing these things are receiving the proper training to act on these things appropriately and provide support to the victims who need it the most. But I think, yeah, it is a real problem, and we have a lot further to go, and whoever does get elected for activities officer next year is going to have a real challenge on their hand working to fix this.
Great. So unless anyone else has anything urgent to add.
Yeah, I just got a brief thing to mention.
Go for it.
So I think that's a lot of stuff that I've been working on this year, because when the Girls' Night In stuff was happening the first term, I was like part of the discussions with the union about what we need to change about our spaces and what more we need to do. I think in terms of like the culture shift, one of the main reasons I mentioned earlier about taking a policy to the activity zone, about making those 3 training modules, so active bystander, the online sexual consent module on Moodle, and the tackling sexual violence training, like we can change the policy of the clubs and societies regulations to make that mandatory for not only like everyone in committee, but also to like everyone who wants to like be part of a club or society. So in terms of changing the culture shift, and like actually what I would do to go about doing that is making that compulsory for everyone, because that's one easy way to try and shift the culture and get people talking about this issue.
Great. So on to the next question. You know, the climate crisis and sustainability. You know, we all need to play a part, and especially those in power have a responsibility. You know, clubs and societies, they consume an enormous amount of resources and time. So, what do you think? And let's start with you, Mary. What would you change in clubs and societies to increase, you know, environmental sustainability?
Yeah, so I really don't think there's enough importance put in making sure that your club and society events are sustainable and are aware of kind of the impact they have on the planet. We have lots of training for plenty of other issues, so we've just been through like all of the active bystander training, welfare training that's available for president, exec committee, etc. I don't think there is enough import placed on committee members about the importance of making your events sustainable and making sure you're sourcing sustainable, having sustainable practices. So having some sort of maybe a training module or some sort of something similar to that available to executive committee members of clubs and societies, kind of really driving home the importance of trying to, you know, limiting our impact on the planet, because it's really easy when you have all of these resources and all of these kind of things available to you as a president, like having all of these rooms that you can book and use for hours and hours, and having, you know, being able to spend money on pretty much anything under £200 and then getting a refund for it. I think there's little thought put into that, the impact that those actions can have. So having some sort of training module in place, maybe for, you know, the exec committee, I think is a really obvious and easy thing to implement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dimitri, any thoughts? Has Harry Potter Society considered sustainability?
Yeah, actually, funny that this gets brought up, because earlier in the year we did get a payment request form almost rejected because we hadn't included information about the sustainability of the things we were trying to buy, and it did get approved in the end, but that's something which was never advertised to us. We never, none of the training modules or nothing on the forums on the website really advertised the fact that you need to show that you're doing this sustainably. So as Mary said, definitely a training module, or just signposting more clearly what the expectations are for each club and society is very important.
Thomas, any thoughts on sustainability?
Yeah, I think we definitely need training, but also a very clear policy, as Dimitri said, and also execution, I think, is what I would like to add. I think at the moment it's quite difficult to hunt down sustainability options, not because they don't exist, but they're rather that they are still kind of niche. And I think what the union has been doing is that to bring sustainability into the union, we use cups that are more environmentally friendly. It's been made from reused materials. And I think the union could just help procure some of these things for clubs and societies so that they don't have to go through this themselves. Because if you go down to Sainsbury, you're not necessarily going to find the most sustainable items, right? And if the union is going to do this, and we have so many clubs and societies that are needing the same thing, so we could just do central procurement, and that would make life easier for not only clubs and societies to reduce their workload, but also to make our activities a lot more sustainable and a lot more environmentally friendly. Now, I think that's also just one part of it. The other part would also be to have the environment policy be trained into, and I guess by having this procurement, then we can also facilitate awareness into the other more niche things that we do, so that we can look into more, I guess, costly options for gear, for other consumables that we use as, I guess, things that cannot be centrally procured. And in those cases, we could share these items. And so this could be a society thing where we have, say for example, in hiking, we can have shared hiking gear that's made responsibly with regards to the environment. And this could not only be very useful to the environment, but also lower the cost of participation, which then we can encourage more people to participate because they can use these shared resources that the clubs have. And this would also support the clubs in the long term in a very sustainable way.
Maribel, what do you think about central procurement? Do you think that's a good solution?
Yeah, I mean, something that happens a lot with Art Society is, it's quite fun doing something creative as a well-being exercise for your society. So we get a lot of people asking to collaborate with us because it's more sustainable if they use some of our paint, because we're always buying paint, we've got lots of paint, than for them to invest in some paint and then chuck it after the event. So I'm very aware of this kind of thing because we have a collaboration with Students for Global Health. So we have a whole exhibition which the theme is all about raising awareness on climate change and how it impacts people around the world. And over my time as president, I've noticed we consume so much paper, we consume so many resources, and it has made me deeply uncomfortable the way that people use things so freely and don't really think about what they're doing with it afterwards. So life drawing, you'll go through at least 6 sheets of paper. That may not be recyclable, might not have been recycled paper. It's stuff that should be addressed more formally, I think. And I have to admit, even though I've been here 5 years and people have been talking about this for 5 years, there are still bins which have the separate tops saying they're recyclable. You lift up the top, it's 1 bin bag. This has been happening the whole time I've been at UCL and it hasn't been fixed. So yeah, there's so many things, but yeah, I'm very aware of it.
Seth, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think whatever else is good, but I think so UCL have their 28 days of sustainability every year to the middle of February and the middle of March, and they do actually offer a lot of training, workshops, etc. to any student in order to make them more aware of things they can do to be more sustainable. I think one thing that clubs do within Team UCL really well is that we have a sustainability week every year which overlaps with UCL's 28 days of sustainability to encourage clubs within themselves to discuss how they can be more sustainable and also to go to the UCL events or run their own events to talk about how to be more sustainable. So I think one thing that I would want to do is kind of stretch that over to arts and societies, because I don't think they have as much engagement with what UCL already offers, and kind of encouraging club leaders to actively take part in those events and discuss about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really important points made. I think the union can do a lot more to help our clubs and societies with their sustainability. It's often quite hard, especially if you're doing something quite niche. Your impact can't be huge if you're not doing something that's actively helping. But we don't have necessarily those facilities to seek out and find opportunities to help or volunteer and stuff. I think something that has also been not mentioned today is part of the role of activity and engagement is we're also in charge of UCL's volunteering service. And I found in my first 2 years pre-COVID, I volunteered with Healthy Planet UCL, which is one of our volunteering opportunities where we'd go into schools and we'd discuss with school children about climate change and air pollution, how it can affect their health. And I found through volunteering services at UCL that I was making a huge impact for myself and for my contribution to my own sustainability. And I think that should be advertised more, and we really have a lot of students that want to help, but they don't know that these facilities are available, and they don't know that they can give their time to do these kind of things. I think really pushing for volunteering or collabing the volunteering service with clubs and societies so they can seek out these opportunities and help people more actively would be something that would be really important to do.
Asher, any final thoughts?
Yes, the first point is very good points from everyone here, and I do agree with the bins. Yes, I just saw one, which is absolutely not really optimistic about it, because if UCL is promoting these stuff, then why are we having like recycling, non-recycling bins in one bin bag? But then I think UCL also took other approach. So I don't think so. The first thing about catering from Sodexo, everything's vegan and vegetarian now. If they're star parties, anything from Sodexo catering would be vegan and vegetarian. The second thing is, of course, Student Union has been in cafes promoting Club Zero cups, which is a very renewable way of not wasting paper cups and so. And I think for clubs and societies wise, of course, Veganuary, which we all know in January, Food Society collaborated with a couple of societies to do Veganuary social. We had a really nice dinner in a restaurant in Shoreditch, which we did raise awareness about like people going into the sustainable way of not getting too much meat, the kind of consuming too much meat as well. And I feel like, and there's also the market shop within UCL Student Union where we could sell our old items for new buyers. So it's kind of not wasting anything. Just throw them away, and then you get them. You could get a second-hand buyer, and you get some money back, which is quite a good way to renew things as well. So I think UCL has taken this approach, which is good. But then there needs to be more. But I mean, I agree with the policies and training itself. Clubs and societies aren't really trained, or as committee itself, we don't really know much about like how to keep our societies sustained, how to keep our activities sustained as well. So I believe that those points are really good as well.
Great, some very interesting points from everybody. So now we're going to wrap up, but before we do that, let's hear just a sentence or two, 10 seconds from everyone about why you think our audience should vote for you. So let's start with Seth.
Yeah. Hi, yes, again, I'm Seth, and I think that throughout my time and experience within activities at UCL, I've had it up close and personal of all the problems that students face when getting involved in activities and the things that we need to overcome. And I feel like throughout all my experiences here, I'm the best equipped to go about facing them.
Great. Audrey?
I think the person that I am today is only because of clubs and societies, and I want to give every student the opportunity to have that same experience and to really find their passions, find their things that they love, and really grow into their own person. I think that as someone who's had their hands in the sports, the arts, and the societies, I really understand what the different societies need to run effectively, and I think that's why I'd make a really good activities engagement officer for you guys.
Asher?
After being here for many years, I believe everyone would agree, social life is one of the core values being in a student's university life for students. So as activities and engagement officer, I want to provide a very energetic and a very distinctive year as we walk out of COVID. We're going to ensure that there's going to be in-person much more in-person elements for students to enjoy, while trying to keep keep the clubs and societies open for inclusiveness, for everyone to join, and without barriers as well. And I believe that with my experience and my motivation and my insight within UCL and the student union itself, I will be the best candidate for activities and engagement officer.
Mary?
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm really willing and ready to properly open up communication between the union, societies, clubs, and the actual people who are in these societies and clubs, people who are joining UCL for the first time, and listening to what the people really actually want to see and make actionable change. Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Dimitri?
I just really want to make sure that all students can have the opportunities to find the spaces that they will feel that they belong in, and I think that all my experiences as a part of various committees and interacting with the Students' Union will make me a good candidate for activities officer.
I've had a very good time here, and it's a shame that not everyone has enjoyed it to the same extent I have, and I want to make sure that everyone will be able to do that. And I'm here to listen, I'm here to respond, and I'd like to have everyone find what they love, do what they love.
I would mainly just like to connect and integrate our community better, and through my time here I've met so many wonderful people, and I enjoy giving back, and I'm passionate to do more in this role.
All right. Well, thank you very much to all the candidates for coming today and for exploring these issues and explaining them to the voters. Yeah, we've gone through some really big topics. It shows how important this election is. So best of luck to all of you. And now it's really important that our audience votes. The voting is already open. It's been open since Monday, and it will close on Friday. So make sure you get out there and choose the candidate that you think is going to represent you best next year. And stay tuned for some coverage from Rasheen and Gabby. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Gabrielle. I'm editor-in-chief of Pi Media.
I'm Rasheen, editor-in-chief of Cheese Grater magazine.
And this is Hustings Breakdown, where we break down the debate that just took place.
So now we're going to analyze the discussion that just took place between the 7 candidates contesting for the activities and engagement position. Just to give you guys a little bit of context, the activities and engagement officer is responsible for ensuring that your non-academic engagements, that is, in society participation and career advancement, is the best that it can possibly be. They work closely with society officers, arts officers, and sports officers. And it was wonderful to observe the full turnout compared to the last time.
Right? I don't know, I felt like they were all like best friends.
Yeah.
It felt like I don't know, sitting in a bar with like a bunch of friends.
I know.
And like just talking about like...
And I love the diversity.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone was from a different degree, from a different society, different position, and I just love to see the different perspectives. And everyone sort of like bouncing off of each other. It felt like there was a sense of camaraderie instead of competition.
For sure.
In the air.
It was very like experience-led as well. I felt like everybody could draw something from the very unique experience to bring in something new.
And everyone brought something unique to the table. Yeah,
exactly.
Of course.
And brought up so many important issues that I think, you know, I've heard before and I've spoken to people before. I mean, all these issues brought up, I mean, they are familiar and they are something that need to be tackled. So I think it was just great to hear.
Yeah, and all these issues are issues that we report on as the two publications at UCL.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think are kind of like the main ideas that stood out?
So the 2 main ideas that stood out to me, one was the inclusivity, accessibility, and safety of all the spaces and the different societies on campus, as well as the really interesting discussion on UCL East and whether it's a problem or an opportunity. And I like to hear the positive version of it.
Yeah, I haven't heard I guess I haven't heard any positive kind of like...
Right, because everyone's like, oh, it's such a problem, it's so far
Exactly,
away.
it's such a train ride,
I mean, we've written an article on how it's such a problem.
It was great for some people to just be like, actually guys, this is a positive, let's just use the space.
But for those of you who don't know, just a little background on UCL East. UCL is building a 2nd campus in the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, all the way in Stratford, and that will be called UCL East. It will feature 50 new cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary undergraduate and postgraduate degrees, cutting-edge facilities, residential spaces, and a bunch of other new, like, cool public engagement spaces. And the long journey that everyone was discussing, so you can get there through routes. One is a 7-pound fast train from the St. Pancras station to Stratford International, and second is a 45-minute tube journey. None of it sound very attractive to me.
They made it sound attractive though.
Yeah.
You know? I was sitting there thinking, I would take that train.
Right? Because the way they were like, oh, it's such an opportunity for like storage spaces and other like performance spaces. So I was like, yeah, I'll probably go there for to watch a performance.
I mean, that was like one of the main issues that I think was mentioned, you know, like the lack of space here on central London campus. You know.
But then that really makes I feel like for me personally that really made me question whether it's a lack of space or a lack of funding.
Yeah.
Or whether it's
maybe it's both.
Yeah. Well, because I feel like UCL, we are put in a difficult situation as a campus that's in the middle of the city. It's hard to expand because we have to accommodate for the whole city. Yeah. But it feels like the student population is expanding faster than the campus itself.
Oh, for sure.
And maybe that's why a lot of the problems that cropped up during the discussion, usually in on campus generally, are a result of that.
No, for sure. Yeah, but I thought, you know.
So maybe UCL East is a good idea because, well, then we're expanding. Even though it's a bit far away, I mean, I think we'll get used to it.
No, but they definitely made it sound like an opportunity rather than an obstacle.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I think it was Dimitri who brought up the shuttle service idea, which is really interesting. But then I thought, well, won't the shuttle be slower than the tube and the train?
Yeah, exactly.
And then won't that be more tedious? But then someone brought up the idea of how it would be more accessible for disabled people because crowded spaces on those trains would make them uncomfortable.
So I think just UCL East, the way that it's being constructed, the way that they're incorporating all these different perspectives is really interesting.
I mean, definitely, like, whoever gets elected for this position, I think that's definitely going to be something big that they have to work on.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that, you know, candidates had some really, really great ideas on how to do that. And of course, like, they'll develop more skills as they get into the position. But
no, definitely.
It's definitely probably going to be one of the biggest things to work on.
Yeah.
Because when I think of UCL East Campus, I think mainly of, like, academia. I didn't even...
I thought of, like, research labs and, like, massive, like, halls for students.
Yeah,
and that's
I haven't really thought, like, how it would really affect
the society life. I know,
yeah,
because imagine, like, even as publications we run, what if, like, students on, like, UCL East Campus want to participate in our publications? How would we?
Exactly.
That is a real challenge.
No, exactly. I think
we'll
it's very
find out.
interesting. Yeah, because now you brought it up, and I'm thinking, like, how do you kind of include everyone in a society while you're on two different, like, sides?
And I think, like, an option for that would be doing it all online. But I really enjoy the in-person aspect of meeting all, like, the writers and building that sort of relationship with them and giving them edits in person.
Yeah. But I think definitely, like, that's something that next year is going to be crucial for that, right?
Yeah, that's going to be a massive challenge for whoever's elected. And I think you should really read their manifestos and who has the strongest point for UCL East. But in terms of inclusivity and accessibility of society spaces, were there any policies that stood out to you?
Well, I think what I was really happy that some candidates mentioned sexual harassment and casual misogyny that happens within sports societies and things like that. I think candidates definitely brought up some very, very deep-seated issues that I was listening to, and, you know, I was thinking about them for a long time. So I was really happy to hear people think about them too.
Something that really stood out to me was the idea about the second Freshers Fair in Term 2. I feel like that would be really interesting because participation, I mean, especially as, like, heads of two societies at UCL, at least for us, participation really falls at the beginning of Term 2 because that's when everyone has deadlines, everyone's sort of in the slump. So having another Freshers Fair would really reignite that spirit, that unity as a student community that sometimes I think we often lack.
Yeah, because I feel like Term 2 is when everyone's really tired and everyone's sick of everything.
Everyone's done making new friends.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, I just want to stay in my room.
Whereas, like, Freshers Fair, you know, it's like something that you, like, kind of go to at the very beginning when you're, like, the most motivated. You're like, yes, I'm ready to change the world. I will join something.
And you join, like, 20 societies and you go to, like, 2 events.
Exactly. But having that in Term 2, I think that's such a great idea.
Exactly. And I think another thing that stood out to me was the different aspects of inclusivity. Like, everyone had a different definition of it. One person mentioned inclusivity in terms of skill level, how when they were trying to join, like, a sports society and they weren't that skilled, they felt sort of a barrier. Someone mentioned gender and how when the committee is male dominated, they often feel like they can't participate as much or get to that leadership position. Someone mentioned money. Someone mentioned the postgraduate level. Someone mentioned the size of the society and how smaller societies have lower participation than others, and how can we increase accessibility to that, etc. So,
I mean, I definitely would like sports societies because when I was a fresher, I joined a sports society because I thought it would be very, very exciting. But from my personal experience, I felt quite excluded.
I'm so scared to go to a sports society event. Like,
but I was like positive. I was like, sports societies are, you know, the kind of societies that will really, like, include you.
Yeah.
Whereas I was sitting there, I think it was Phineas, I was sitting there thinking, like, I feel so excluded. There's so many people around me, but I just feel so excluded. So definitely, like...
No, I enjoyed the emphasis on sports societies. I feel like there is often a barrier in terms of student participation in them, and it's very selective in terms of, like, how athletic you may be, or, like, whether you've done the sport before, etc. So I feel like it is important. Maybe it's more of, like, a communication issue than an actual, like, training issue. That, like, maybe societies, if they advertise better about being inclusive to, like, people of all skill levels, it would, like, people would participate more.
I mean, I definitely like that postgrads were brought up a lot. Because I've spoken to a few postgraduate students who feel kind of excluded and not part of a community, you know. And I think that's something that society should definitely work on, and whoever gets elected for the position should definitely put more emphasis on postgrad students, because I think they definitely feel lonely, at least from like the students that I've spoken to.
No, personally, I think postgraduates were not talked about enough. I feel like, I mean, especially from all the societies that we participate in, and even in my society, there isn't that much postgraduate involvement. Even though there could be, they're older, they're smarter, they have very valuable perspectives on UCL and the student community here. And I think besides like 2 candidates, no one else really discussed them in detail and how their involvement could be increased. And that's, I think that was a key point that was lacking in my point of view. Another thing that I think was lacking was like career advancement opportunities, because when I was looking up the role, that was a key part of their job description, but no one really mentioned how students could like access like societies that are more like academic interest related, how we can improve access to those, because I feel like there's often barriers to those societies as well, especially like if someone wants to go into, I don't know, consulting, then other workshops being conducted, etc. But yeah, is there anything else that you think was missing from the discussion?
Well, I definitely thought, you know, I think the most important thing is that so many issues were brought up, you know, and that's great, you know, because I think the first step in figuring these things out is being aware that these things exist to begin with.
Definitely.
You know? But I felt like there wasn't much kind of action, like it wasn't very action based, as in this is what this is the issue, and this is what exactly the steps that I want to take.
Yeah, there were no like concrete policy proposals being put forward.
Exactly.
And I think especially when we analyze the spiking in sexual conduct, misconduct, discussion that took place, I was really disappointed by the answers personally. I feel like everyone gave really vague answers. They talked about like fostering a better community, giving access to more training, but what kind of training? What are the actual resources that should be implemented? How would you find funding for that kind of training? Who would sit and make those training modules? How would you ensure that all the students take it?
Yeah, how do you motivate students to take them? You know,
exactly,
I mean,
exactly.
You know, how do you make sure that the training reaches everyone and as many people as possible?
Exactly.
And, you know, like of course we want to make sure that our community advances as much as possible, you know, but we are a big we are a big community, you know, and how do you work around that, you know, like how do you make sure that these things are implemented actually? And I think that's what was missing a lot, you know, like they identified these issues, but there weren't any concrete examples or steps, like policy steps that they could take.
But on a more positive note, everyone's passion for the position and for bettering student life was admirable. And I think no matter who's elected, they would do an amazing job.
Yeah, no, definitely. I kind of think like they all would do an amazing job, like together.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
Again, if we bring up like the whole friends dynamic, like they felt like, because we laughed like multiple times, right?
And I feel like everyone has the unique quality that if they all work together, change is inevitable.
Oh, right? Like, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I want all of them in one position. Like, can we make sure?
And the dynamic was so lovely. I was like, wow, I want to be friends with them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I couldn't stop staring at Maribel's eyelashes. They were so pink and lovely.
Beautiful.
And she would just like sit there, and I'm just staring at the eyelashes. It was great. It was great.
No, definitely. It really didn't feel like anyone was a competition, but like overall friends, we're all here for the same thing. And we want to do more.
Yeah. So now we're gonna take it back to Alfie.
And the next position that is going to be contested is Education Officer. So again, please don't forget to tune in another like 5 minutes.
Please vote.
And please vote. We can't wait to see your votes.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. See you in another hour.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for tuning in. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Theatre studio. I'm Alfie Pannell, Editor-in-Chief of the Cheese Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society and the Cheese Grater have come together to put on today's sessions, so thank you to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Also, make sure to tune into the Cheese Grater and Pi's commentary after each session, in which they'll break down the candidates' promises and performances for voters and offer their journalistic insight into the topics at hand. Now, over the next hour or so, you're going to hear the two candidates who want to be your next education officer make their case for why they should be elected. These candidates have put themselves forward to make good things happen at UCL, and during vote week, you get to choose who does it. Hopefully, these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates want to be. So, here's how it's going to work. We've got 6 main questions to cover, and each candidate will kick off the discussion on one of the questions. Then, once the ball is rolling, we'll invite the other candidate to respond to what they've heard. And we're going to keep this informal, and we want to give everyone the space to get their point across. But if you haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So, to the candidates, let's just try to keep this discussion positive and remember that we're all here for the benefits of the students at UCL. Before we kick off with the questions, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up in a minute or so why they should get your vote. So, let's start off with Tim.
So, hello everybody, my name is Tim Fung and I am a third year biomedical scientists student. I am currently running for the education officer position because I believe that the education at UCL, as it stands right now, is inadequate. And there were 3 main things that I want to address within the education, and that is assessments, attainment gap in BAME, and also understanding the compensation that students will get from strikes. These are the 3 main policies that I will be looking out for and be championing as I run for this position. I guess for me, in terms of my background experience, I do have a dissertation in which I've actually interviewed staff members about teaching and understood their insights into the successes and problems that have arisen from the past 3 years of teaching, whether that's online, whether that's in person, whether that is the hybrid year that we are currently in. I have the knowledge of teachers' insights, and that will prove me well as I apply for this role. So yeah.
Thanks, Tim. Will?
So I'm a postgrad at UCL, and I've also got 3 reasons why I think you should vote for me. Number 1 is that I know education. So I'm currently studying education at postgrad level at the Institute of Education, which is the number 1 rated institution for education in the world. I'm a qualified teacher. I've taught for a number of years. And I've also done 4 educational inquiries into education as well. I have other experience in the world of work. I've got a decade's worth of experience in management. I've been a manager of sales. I've been a manager of marketing. I have been a manager of fundraising, events, customer service. I've collaborated with councils, with business improvement districts. I've spoken to MPs, all of this to create change. And I've raised millions of dollars for different charities as well. And the final reason is that I think I've got the easiest to implement policy. UCL is currently charging members of the public and students hundreds and thousands of pounds for short courses. Other universities like University of York give these out for free, and I know, as from being a course creator myself, that extra people on an online course is a negligible cost. These will make sure that when you come out of uni, you're going to be really competitive in the world of work, but also as a grad, and I'm a career changer myself, it means that you'll always be prepared and qualified leaving UCL.
Great, thanks Will. And Hamza Ahmed, who couldn't join us today, has sent in a video introduction. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, my name's Hamza and I'm running to be next year's education officer. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you guys here today because of previous commitments, but I hope that in this video message you can understand where I'm coming from and the key manifesto points of mine. So the reason why I'm running to become education officer is I've seen the the good sides and the bad sides of a UCL education over the past 3 years. In my first year, I experienced the full in-person experience. In my second year, it was completely online, and in my third year, there was a blend. So I've seen the good and bad, and I hope that with this experience, I can bring about change in our education for the next year. In terms of my key manifesto points, something that I'm hoping to push for is tuition-free compensation, because I believe that we deserve some sort of compensation when it comes to what we gained last year in terms of an education. It wasn't amazing, and we do deserve some compensation for that. I'm also pushing for a strong extenuating circumstances policy next year. I believe that the self-certifying EC process this year was very successful, and it should be continued, especially with the very uncertain times that we live in due to the geopolitical situation, as well as coming out of the pandemic. I also hope to focus on the BAME awarding gap. As a person of ethnic minority background, of South Asian background, this is something which is very dear to me, ensuring that everybody has equal opportunities and the ability to succeed on a level playing field. So yeah, I hope to hear from you guys soon. If you want to contact me with any questions, any queries, just hit up my Insta page, Hamza for Education Officer. And yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Hamza, for sending that in, and thank you, Tim and Will, for your introduction. There are 2 other candidates, but they didn't send in a video, but you can check out their manifesto on the Student Union website. And so now we're going to dive into the questions. We have a lot of big issues to dive into, so we should get started. But just to let our viewers know that if you're watching on YouTube, because this is recorded, we're going to put each of the questions into chapters so they're more easy to find. So let's go to Tim for the first question, which is, what will you do to make sure that student voices are at the center of big educational decisions at UCL, such as the reintroduction of in-person activity?
Okay, it's a very good question. So the first thing that I would implement is making sure that we have a platform where student and staff can actually interact. And we have the platform now of Unity, which in its inception drastically failed because the anonymization of names just led to a lot of online harassment towards the teachers, and the communication that was actually brought forth between the students and the staff wasn't very successful. By removing that anonymity so far from Unity, that has certainly helped, but discussions about the teaching that is taking place has to be even more, there has to be more discussion in place. And how we do that, it starts by having more collaboration with a much more improved platform. Now, whether that is divulging more lecturer time to actually talking to the students, or whether we brief students in understanding what is being taught and how they are being taught, that I think is going to be one of the main things that I will try and introduce if I come into position as the education officer.
And are you worried that the removal of anonymization might mean that people aren't as honest in their criticism or in their feedback, that they might be worried about a lashback?
Well, that certainly could be an issue, but then that is an issue that we should overcome. We shouldn't fear that being a potential issue, because that's what we have to do. That's our role if we get into this position, right? We have to find ways to solve students feeling uncertain, students feeling unnerved about asking a lecturer even a simple question as to, I don't understand this, what do I do? Students should not feel that way, and that is something I will try and tackle if I get the position, yeah.
Great, and Will, what would you do to bring students into these kinds of big decisions on how they're taught?
I think Tim's right in, there should be some sort of platform where students can sort of give ideas and perhaps vote on them. I really enjoyed when the government introduced the petitions website where, it's staged, so if certain people, if a certain amount of people sign a petition, then there's a response. If there's even more, then there's like a discussion at a certain level. And I think something like that can work well at UCL. I think I disagree with Tim on anonymity. I think it really depends on the issue. I think, certain things, you don't need to have an anonymous response. But I also know that when giving feedback to other teachers, because as I said, I'm a secondary school teacher, we give feedback to each other all the time. It can be that some people are reluctant to actually say something that is constructive criticism because they're worried about social implications. And I think we need to be very wary of that. I think the other thing, though, would be that, if I was education officer, I'd offer an open door policy. I'd always be open to the students and encourage people to do so.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll allow you to answer the next question first. So decolonising our curriculum feels more relevant than ever, and this is something that UCL has claimed to endeavour to do for a few years now. How would you ensure that UCL makes a genuine commitment to decolonisation of the curriculum?
I think decolonising the curriculum can be it's a very sort of broad topic. And I think it can be controversial in some ways. So decolonising the curriculum originally came from South Africa and then Malaysia. The idea being that the South African curriculum wasn't actually designed by South Africans. It was designed by the Brits, and they've inherited it, so it didn't reflect their culture. And Malaysia was the same thing, a British colony, and they felt their education system didn't reflect what they wished to do. And I think people have taken the name decolonisation and they've applied it to the British system, but it doesn't quite fit, I don't think, because we did design the British education system and it does reflect our culture, and it's sort of become something else. And it's taken ideas from various aspects of education, much of which make a lot of sense, such as the idea that if I am teaching a class where there's some Lithuanians, there's some Polish, there's people from East Asia, then you're sort of trying to fit the narrative of content around these particular pupils. And these ideas existed far beyond when decolonising the curriculum started coming about as a movement. And so I think in terms of decolonising the curriculum, it's got lots of good ideas and lots that has a lot of evidence, but the ideas have often stemmed in educational circles, from a long time ago. And I think what we really need to be doing is looking at, are we creating evidence-based teaching practices in our departments? Are all departments following the same sort of teaching practices? Can we do collaborations to see how we can actually improve the quality of education? And that's, I guess, what I would be focusing on more. I think decolonising the curriculum is such a vague term that it can sometimes be unhelpful. And I think we need to be really specific. What do we actually want by that? And there's lots of different voices with lots of different ideas. So I think we need to find out, what do we want from it? Is it about diversity? Is it about showing experiences from around the world? Is it about being less, Eurocentric? Okay, and once we've actually established what we mean by it, then we can start making the steps to implement change.
Okay, Tim.
So I agree with many of the points that you made, actually, in terms of understanding that decolonising the education is, too vague, right? We have to be more specific. I agree with that. And in terms of the progression and how we get there, I much prefer having a target or an end goal in mind. And I think if we can establish what we want to have and what we want our education system to be like at the end, then we can make the necessary steps in between to actually get to that target, right? And so, as you said before, collaboration, whether that's with the staff, within the staff, with the students, across the students, within the higher departments, making sure that everyone is aware of what is changing, how is it changing, and when is it changing. Those are the things which will make decolonising the education, as we've put it here, a much easier process to actually think about, because
it's become a bit of a buzzword, hasn't it?
It's not something that should be thrown around lightly, because it's too vague. it's not something which we can easily just implement, decolonizing education.
What does it mean to you?
To me, restructuring, reshaping, adapting to the students that you have. And UCL being a global institution should be doing that, I think. But it's hard to really digress too far from. I don't think we should digress too far from natural principles that UCL finds itself in, right? So the UCL is a research-based university. The lecturers are top researchers in their field. I get taught by professors, by doctors who are leads in their field. That shouldn't stop. But when we talk about diversifying and decolonizing, we have to ensure that then these lecturers understand who the people they are teaching, like who the cohort that they are teaching, like who they are and what they want to learn, right? And for students especially, having a career path throughout university, has that really been outlined just yet? I'm not so sure, and that may vary between departments, but actually understanding and being aware of the situation at hand in terms of our education is something I sort of see in sort of decolonizing, making sure that everyone knows what's going on.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next question, and we'll start with you this time, Tim. Academic staff still fighting for fair pay and pensions. We had multiple rounds of strikes, and there are more strikes planned for next week. How would you get the student community behind this, or would you not want the student community to be behind the strikes?
So again, the first thing I'll champion is making sure that people are aware of what's behind the strikes. So why are the staff striking? Is there enough pay? Do the staff communicate to the students whether the strikes, what the strikes mean to them? Because it's all well and good for the student union to say, okay, so the staff are striking on this behalf. But do the lecturers actually tell the students, oh, I'm striking because I have this kind of issue? Maybe they don't want to divulge that issue, and that's okay as well, right? When it comes to supporting or not supporting the strikes and making sure the students are aware, you have to make sure that actually each student has their own voice in this. And that's why I think earlier this year we had the referendum with the student union, right? And they voted categorically 60-40 that actually we wanted to support strikes. That is a good step in the right direction, right? Ensuring that the staff at UCL know what the students feel. What would you have to say about that?
Will, as a teacher yourself, what's your thought on this?
Well, I see a lot of parallels with what's happening in higher education to what's happening in the teaching profession at large, and that's that generally a lot of people want to get into it for either altruistic reasons or more in higher education it's about wanting to be in research, etc. And for those reasons, because the people going into these professions aren't as money motivated, you end up getting less pay. But what's happened recently is in both secondary education and higher education, it seems that compared to other jobs, it's become a lot less competitive. And if you look at what creates effective teaching, one of the things with the biggest impact size, according to research, is having a teacher who's knowledgeable. And we're seeing that some of the best in teaching and lecturing are starting to leave the profession because of not only pay, which is, as I said, much lower comparatively to the rest of society than it used to be, but also workload, because often, back office staff get cut in budget cuts, and then all of this sort of admin work goes to lecturers and teachers. And I don't think this makes much sense because, capitalism, it sort of filters. It basically the best way to run a business, for example, is to take the sort of the tasks, the menial tasks off someone with a lot of expertise so they can focus on what they're really good at and specialism. And I feel that if we are burdening our lecturers with all these menial tasks, then they won't be putting as much effort into making sure that you've got a really good lecture to go to in the next week. They won't be as focused on their research. So I personally think that it's an industry-wide problem, but I'd certainly support looking at the root causes, which is not enough pay and cutting other staff, causing extra workload. And I want to review and discuss with different staff, what is your extra workload? Maybe do a little task where they can measure how much they're spending on different tasks and see where we can actually cut their workload, make their conditions better. Because something needs to change.
Back to the question, how would you get the student community to back that?
Oh, I see. I agree with Tim when Tim said every student has their own voice, and I don't think it's necessarily the right way to go about it to say this is what you should think. I think if anything, if you go with that approach and you communicate this is our opinion and you should think this, then you get a natural instinctive reaction from anyone who opposes where it actually entrenches their views. I think what we need to do is we need to actually help be almost like a loudspeaker to explain to students what the issues are. Because obviously, if they're striking, yes, they want more pay, but they might not know the context behind it, the background, the industry-wide problems. They might not know what UCL is doing about it, why they've made these things. So I think it's about communication and making sure the students are really informed so that they can make their own decision. But as the referendum shows, most people are in support, and I also think that they're highlighting a very genuine problem.
Great, thanks, Will. So I'm actually going to go to Tim for the next question because you did mention this in your introduction. So how do you propose the Students' Union tackles the BAME awarding gap?
Okay, so recent progress has been successful. The recent 2019 article from UCL have stated that actually the reduction has gone from, because let's start from beginning. 2014 it was 3.9%. But then suddenly from 2015, 2016, it was 5.9%. Where did that come from? Why has that happened? Well, that was the whole task of the BAME project, right? To the BAME attainment gap, BAME awarding gap attainment project, where they tried to reduce that gap. It's still an issue, primarily because I don't want to say the students behind UCL are what make UCL, right? And unfortunately, they're not all being represented well enough in terms of their background, in terms of where they come from in their background, right? So where they come from in the country, their social values, their language barriers, all of these different things contribute to that awarding gap. And what you find is that even now, BAME students struggle, right? They're averaging roughly about 4% lower than those from a white origin. And the question is about how to tackle it, right? I think many people understand the issue of why BAME exists, in that those from a wealthier background and have a greater language experience of speaking English will have greater attainment. Now, whether that's up to the students to then say, okay, could you give me more support in this? That could be an avenue. Or is it the students' responsibility to actually say to themselves, look, clearly I'm not doing as well as the others. Is that because of an issue that I have, whereas the language barrier, where there's other obstacles in your way, such as monetary values, right? To me, it's unclear as to why certain students, how to phrase this properly without, I think I'll leave by saying certain students kind of stuttering here. I think this is an issue which I still need to investigate myself, and becoming education officer will allow me to have this insight and hopefully provide a solution to this problem.
Thanks, Tim. Will?
Tim said that BAME students are struggling. And I think that's a huge generalization. And I think I take issue here with the very nature of just looking at an average. Because if you look at an average, you'll never get these answers. The Sewell report that the government commissioned, one of their recommendations, one of the most interesting thing in the report was that we should stop using the term BAME. BAME is essentially non-white. It's not about disadvantaged groups necessarily. White Irish travellers, one of the worst in terms of educational outcomes, but not included in that group. And yet other groups who are historically very good in terms of education, educational outcomes are included. So if you look at UK secondary schools, for example, Black Africans do actually quite well. Indians do better than white people. So do East Asians. East Asians tend to have the top educational outcomes. And you also get differences within the black community. So Black Caribbeans are 3 times more likely to be excluded in schools than Black Africans. And the reason why there are all these differences within that huge generalizing BAME category is because they all have cultural differences. They've all got their unique contexts. And I don't think it's very helpful to look at it at such a global level. I think we need to look at it at a granular level if we ever want to do change. So in my manifesto I said that I did want to look at this, but it needed to be data driven. Tim was saying that, you know, there are issues that aren't necessarily UCL's fault in terms of, you know, a student comes here and they might have a different grasp of language and that might disadvantage them. I think the really important thing here is UCL doing anything that makes this gap worse? Okay, like, is there any process? I mean, obviously there's issues around potential for overt racism, but that aside, you know, is there something that is particularly hard for some cultures? Are there any easy fixes? And I think we need data to track these different groups at different levels if we're actually going to find out what the different things are that contribute towards this gap.
Okay. But you point out rightfully that the BAME is a generalization,
yeah,
and it is just used for non-white people. And I think there are certain issues in the data collection, but there is an awarding gap. So it is non-white students, but non-white students tend to perform worse because of, you know, poorer opportunities and inequality in the education system. So what would you do at UCL to help non-white students? Or do you think they don't need it?
No, what I was saying is that we need to look at any groups that could potentially be disadvantaged and have a look to see if is there a way that, you know, if we find out why they're disadvantaged, then we can start looking at solutions. Okay? What I'm saying is we need to look at it at a more granular level. I think Tim was saying earlier, we need to have goals and then work towards them. But I think what we need more granular goals. We need to look at each different group and see, okay, what's the worst affected group, okay, and then pick that low-hanging fruit, try and improve that, and do it in just a slightly different method that I think it's just too general, too vague. We need to find out what's wrong, and then we can fix it and have sort of little goals, little successes, and we're never going to really get it to be exactly equal. It's always going to be above or below. I don't think that should be the goal. The goal should be that we continually monitor it, we find the issues, and when it's something that we know that we can alter, that we change that specifically.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. I'll let you answer this one first.
Okay.
So how effective are academic reps at UCL, and would you, or how would you, support them to be better?
I must admit, I don't have a strong opinion on this. I haven't gone through academic reps personally, so I'm going to allow Tim to take this one.
Tim?
Okay. So one of my best mates here at UCL is the lead academic rep of our division. And one of the things that you find is that there is communication between the staff and the students, but there is not enough of it. For example, they meet only once a term, right? Clearly, with the evolving situation of the pandemic and how it transpired, right? So once a term is not enough for a meeting between academic reps. So the work they're doing currently is it's not bad, right? But more can be done. And academic reps should be that mediator between those or the students who don't necessarily want to speak to the seniors, and for the staff to speak to this academic rep to say to the students, these are the changes we've enacted, this is what's going to happen.
Out of interest, you say that once a month isn't enough time.
Once a term.
Oh, sorry, once a term.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once a term.
So what would your ideal frequency be of meetings?
Ideal frequency of meetings, probably once a month, as you say.
Yeah.
It's very hard to really schedule anything beyond that, to be honest. You're a teacher yourself, you'd understand that actually there's quite a lot of work to be doing even within a scheduled month, and even some months are busier than others, right? But it's not just about the staff, it's about the students as well. And when you come to university as a student, you expect the staff to have a responsibility of guiding you and generating sufficient student experience and for you to understand and feel comfortable with your education. And once a month is at least, I want to say that it's not the bare minimum, because maybe some staff can talk more than others, which would be great, but at least for academic rep meetings, for this particular scenario, once a month would be the best scenario I can hope for.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds completely reasonable. I think you generally need like a follow-up meeting anyway with these things to see if things have changed, and if it's once a term, it's not particularly often. But yeah, I'm sure you've got more insights into this because of your friend. Do you tend to find that the meetings are sort of like cut short in terms of time, or is it just that something will happen and it can only be raised like 2 months later, 1 month later, and that's where the issues are caused?
So they're scheduled for they're scheduled for an hour, which is already a bit of a problem. But they normally go on to 2 hours, right? So obviously they're scheduled for 1, but they normally go on for 2. And is that enough time? Potentially. But I'm not the academic lead rep. I don't get access to everything that they happen in there, right? I can only say what my friend has been telling me and what really goes on. At least in my division, that is what happens. I cannot speak for the other divisions because I'm not in them.
Yeah.
And 2 hours, depending on the issues, should be sufficient, I believe. If everything is planned out, because it's not as if these people are going to suddenly turn up to the meeting and just discuss what's on the agenda. Right? People will have prepared or have had things that will need to be discussed, and you'd hope that the people who are attending these meetings will have looked into the background of the issues that are being raised in this particular meeting, right? And obviously there can be reviews that take place. I think that's probably one of the biggest things as well, is that for my dissertation I have learned that teaching reviews occur quite often actually, but this doesn't seem like, if I didn't do this dissertation I wouldn't have known, right? I mean, I don't know how much you know generally about student knowledge on teaching practices and stuff, but...
Are you interviewing Alfie now?
No, but I know, it's just a generalisation.
I think we've run the course of this question, to be honest.
We need to wrap up now. So maybe if we could have a concluding statement from each of you, very briefly, a few sentences, and then, we'll move on. Will, do you want to start?
Sure. So I think both Tim and I have suggested that what we really need to solve these big issues that students are passionate about, whether it's decolonisation, whether it's the BME awarding gap, we need a data-driven approach, and that's something I put in my manifesto, that you're not going to solve these issues if it's more of a general push for something vague. We need to drill down into these issues. Make sure it's evidence-based and get everyone on side. And just to reiterate what I said sort of in my introduction, what I'm going to bring to the role is my experience. During the discussions I brought in everything I know from secondary school teaching, from educational debates, and and I think I've got the experience in the educational sphere that I'll be able to converse both with students and lecturers and be that intermediary that we need to collaborate and get things done.
Great. Tim?
Very much the same as Will. I think we have the same goals in mind of improving education. I think the way we go about it will be slightly different. Will is going to be more data-driven, whereas I want to be more student-driven as the education officer. And even though Will has a lot of experience, I think I've got the insights and understanding of what teaching was actually like in the past 3 years and how much it's evolved. Because I've had teaching from before the pandemic, in the pandemic when it was online, and after the pandemic in this year when it was hybrid teaching.
I've also had that.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. It's been a good session. So yeah, we've learned a lot about both of the candidates today, and I hope that the voters feel more informed to make their decision. And don't forget to check out the other candidates' manifestos online. So it's really important that you vote now. Voting is open until Friday, and your vote will decide how your student experience is next year and how UCL looks next year. So don't forget to vote. Thank you for joining, and don't forget to tune in to Rasheen and Gabby for some live coverage of what's just happened. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm Gabrielle, the editor-in-chief of Pi Media.
And I'm Rasheen, editor-in-chief of Grater magazine.
And this is Hustings Breakdown, where we break down the debate that just took place.
So now we're here to analyze the discussion that just took place between the two candidates contesting for the education officer position. And for those of you who don't know, just a little background, education officers are responsible for all things related to teaching, learning and assessments and academic policy. Simply put, they are responsible for your learning quality here at UCL. They work closely with the 1,500 academic reps that we have here and on issues such as study spaces, assessments, fees, whatnot. So that was a very interesting discussion, wasn't it, Gabby?
They both seem really, really qualified. Like I was sitting there thinking like, you know, they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they were really qualified, but at the same time, really nervous.
Yeah, very nervous. I think because they were both so nervous, they maybe didn't necessarily kind of connect.
Yeah.
So it kind of felt like that, but individually they had a lot to say.
Yeah, it was really impressive to hear about their different experiences as like an undergraduate and a postgraduate.
Yeah, for sure.
And I like that juxtaposition.
Oh, definitely.
But at the same time,
what do you think? Okay, so we'll get
started with criticism.
Okay, let's just talk about what just went down in that room.
Yeah.
What do you think are the kind of few things that stuck out to you?
I like how they emphasize the importance of digital platforms and how the ones that we currently have in place, for example, UnitU, aren't probably as effective that we think they are. And I haven't really thought that much about UnitU, honestly. I don't think
I've ever been on that platform.
I don't really use it that much, but it's really, personally, they brought up the whole idea of whether we should have anonymous complaints on it or not.
But that's what they both kind of disagreed on.
Yeah, which is really interesting to like watch how they navigated that disagreement.
Yeah, exactly.
But personally, I would prefer having an anonymous option, but I get why
there are consequences with like anonymity.
Yeah, because at the same time, why would I not be confident in reporting?
No,
I should trust the institution.
Yeah, exactly.
So
no, because I think
tricky one.
I think anonymity is something definitely. I think it generates more honest answers. I mean, earlier in the year, I've designed quite a few anonymous like questionnaires to kind of ask people, like students and things, about like things that they care about. And I think the reason why they gave such honest answers was because it was anonymous. In fact, some people mention that they're only saying this because it's anonymous. And I think anonymity is such a huge thing. That people people find comfort in that, and I think...
No, I agree, and plus I think because there's so much unconscious bias.
Oh, of course.
That like, if someone saw that this person of a specific gender or race or ethnicity group is complaining, there might be some unconscious bias that kicks in. But at the same time, I feel like removing anonymity should be coupled with changing the system.
Yeah.
And that's, again, really difficult to do. The system's massive.
No,
It's been in place for years.
One of the candidates, was thinking that UnitU maybe isn't probably not the best place for expressing these things. But then, I'm not really aware of what kind of other platforms could be used for it. I don't think it was mentioned.
I remember, I think it was Will who mentioned how the government has a petition form website thing, where if a proposal gets enough votes, it can immediately be put to, I guess the Students' Union. And I really like that idea. I feel like that would increase a lot of the student engagement that is lacking currently in student union politics. And I think that connects well with the agendas and manifestos of the union affairs officers, who were trying to figure out how to get students involved in the policy zone meetings and how live streaming them would be great. But before even live streaming it, how can we make people watch these live streams? So having people vote on certain proposals that are put to the Students' Union and to these sabbatical officers would be a great idea. So I really appreciated that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I really liked how one of the candidates mentioned the open door policy. I think that's so important.
Yeah, I feel like because I never see people from the Students' Union around.
Oh, no.
Like because I work with a student media publication, I interact with them a lot. But if I was a regular student, not really involved with student media, I wouldn't see them around. I wouldn't really...
You wouldn't necessarily like reach out to them.
Like...
Because it's like, it's...
I don't even... Do they have an office? I don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But then also like with COVID, everything changed. So like it's really difficult. Like how do you reach them? You know, like
I feel like COVID wasn't discussed here either.
Yeah, no, COVID COVID has been such a huge thing in my experience.
Especially in education,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah, and I think that wasn't mentioned, which I would have liked to
hear more about.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
How do we kind of navigate, like, now that COVID is kind of mellowing out? How do we navigate everything, you know?
And the return to in-person teaching.
Yeah, exactly.
How was the online experience for you? Did you like it? Or did you hate it?
No, it was. I mean, the you know, the answer that I'm supposed to give is that I hated it, which I actually did. But like one of the positives is you know, zooming in bed, which is always nice.
Oh my
which is
God,
always
yes.
nice. Yeah.
Definitely.
No, but generally 90% it's like a no. It's a no
right?
for me.
Yeah. No,
It's a
I'm
no
very
for me.
excited because I think next year onwards it's 100% in-person teaching.
Oh, okay.
So I'm extremely excited about that.
Oh wow! Yeah. Well, you know, it's a great time to leave when everything's everyone's going into 100% in-person teaching. I'm leaving. Okay.
Well, on to better things.
Yeah, on to better things.
Another thing that came up was decolonizing the curriculum.
Yes.
And although the definition of it was discussed a lot, I did not hear any concrete policy proposals.
Yeah.
I did not hear any genuine commitments being made, especially when it's been a key issue among students and staff, and especially considering UCL's history with eugenics, which they've had for years. They've been looking into eugenics since 2018. And a key initiative that was propelled by this inquiry was decolonize the curriculum. And I feel like while they emphasized how the definition is vague, to me personally, and like from all the research that Grater's done, we've sort of mapped out what it means. So I mean, from our understanding, many students and faculty have identified a lack of diversity in academic curriculums in terms of the content being taught and the speakers being brought in. But they've also mentioned that it's decolonizing the curriculum is more than just changing the reading list of a module. It's actually changing the teaching practices, and I think someone also mentioned evidence-based learning, which was really interesting. And I think that ties in really well with the BAME awarding gap that we have. That first of all, we don't study BAME scholars as much, and even if we do, I mean, I've noticed in many modules that like there's a separate week where we study BAME authors, and we're like, oh, non-Western perspectives, and that's where all their readings are. And then the rest of it is just European authors.
I see.
That might be just my experience. But yeah, I think it would have been really interesting to hear their thoughts on how this colonized curriculum that we have affects staff and students during their education and even after, once they pass out and when they're being given their degrees.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, like, you know, both candidates talked about how the definition is vague, but maybe, you know, that's an opportunity for kind of UCL students to work with them to kind of map down what it is, you know. And I think, you know, this thing you can solve, you know, like you can go from vague definitions to more specified kind of like what does it mean for UCL community, you know?
Yeah, and have UCL's own definition of it.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Exactly.
I think,
which is why the open door policy.
I think because they emphasize the theoretical implications of everything so much, I think that might just hint that if one of them are elected into office, they would propel like initiatives and projects that would involve students and more student input, which is what we need in education. I mean, that would be amazing. But yeah, what's your opinion on the whole strikes discussion that happened?
I kind of block out strikes when I hear the word. No, but I definitely think one of the things that was mentioned was how there needs to be a communication with the student community on what the teachers are actually fighting for, which I think is a very right thing to do, because I think not many students know exactly what the teachers are fighting for. I think many know that, you know, strikes are happening, but not everybody knows why they're doing it.
Definitely. You know? Read Grater's piece on it.
But yeah, that was definitely something that but again, how do you implement that? And I think that was something that wasn't mentioned. How do you communicate that information? Do you use digital platforms? What do you use? Do you use open door policy?
Because I feel like students' education is the collateral damage in this fight between the management and the staff. So how can students be supported during this time? And I remember the fund that is established because a lot of their manifestos have called for refunds or financial compensations of all these teaching hours that have been lost. But at the same time, they do have to realize that the funding for these financial compensations comes from the salaries that have been withheld from the staff who are striking, which again raises all these ethical questions about whether then students should even ask for compensation if it's coming from the salaries of their professors. So I think there's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, I think what was discussed was definitely valuable, but I think a lot wasn't.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's something that
could be really felt.
Yeah, in the room. Exactly. And I think maybe because it was just the two of them, if there was more kind of
no, definitely.
Because I think two more actually showed up, and one
sent in a video, and I think there's 2 more candidates, if I'm not wrong.
I think education is just such a big term, there's so much to discuss.
No, I agree. I was genuinely really excited for this discussion.
There was just a snippet, this debate, just a small snippet.
But I think on a positive note, I think both of them seem really passionate about education. And about investigating what's really wrong with education. I think they refrain from making any conclusive statements. So maybe, we're calling it vague, but maybe they were just refraining from giving their personal opinions. And they were like, oh, we should actually research this more, talk to more students.
Exactly.
And then create like an informed perspective.
Which is a great thing,
which is also really, I really appreciate that.
I'd much rather have somebody kind of keep on researching and keep on being curious.
Have a representative that does that, definitely.
And because having conclusive kind of, opinions on something sometimes can kind of just prevent change. And I think being open is something that they were, and I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think they were just slightly nervous.
Slightly nervous, but all worked out in the end. So.
So now it's again back to Alfie in the Bloomsbury studio for the next round of questions for the Equity and Inclusion Officer position.
You'll see us here again if you tune in.
In another hour. And don't forget to vote. Please keep voting. And we'll see you very soon.
Great. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Theatre studio. I'm Alfie Panel from the Cheese Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society and the Cheese Grater have all come together to put on today's sessions, so thank you to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Over the next hour or so, you're going to hear from the four candidates, or four of the candidates, I should say, who want to be your next equity officer. You can also find information on all the candidates running for this position on the Students' Union website. So these candidates have put themselves forward to make good things happen at UCL, and during this week, Vote Week, you'll choose who gets to do it. Hopefully, these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates want to be. So here's how it's going to work. We've got 5 main questions to cover, and each candidate will kick off the discussion on one of the questions. Then, once the ball is rolling, we'll invite the other candidates to respond to what they've heard. We're going to keep this informal, and we want to give everybody the space to get their point across. And if they haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So to the candidates, let's try to keep the discussion positive, and remember that we're all here for the benefit of the students at UCL. Before we kick off, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up why they should get your vote. They'll have a minute to make their case. So first up, let's have Mustafa.
Hi, so I'm Mustafa. I use he, him pronouns, and I am running today because I am frankly angry and disappointed, as much as many of the students this year, frankly. So I'm running specifically for equity to channel much of the disappointment that marginalized and minority students have felt. At UCL specifically, I'm running for tackling the BME awarding gap, to rejoin Stonewall, and to bring down the learning barriers that disabled and neurodivergent students that have. And I'm also running on a leftist slate, which you can find more on my manifesto.
Thank you. Shay?
Hi, I'm Shay, she, her pronouns. So throughout my time within UCL, I've been heavily involved within Arts UCL, and I'm currently the Arts Officer. As much fun as I've had during that time, I have noticed areas that need to be improved for those who feel othered in order to make it a safer space. So my manifesto is sort of around the idea of implementing sustainable small actions to create a safer space with sort of my knowledge of working within the union already, but also working as a arts producer, which focuses on the queer and POC experience. I'd like to take those skills and basically apply them within the union, because I'm very much someone who believes in collective success. So if I've been able to access these opportunities, other people who feel marginalised should also be able to, and sort of visibility is really important for me, and representation, hence me running for this role.
Lovely, thanks. Darius?
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Darius Gervinskas. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a master's student in human rights, and I'm running for trans visibility and safety on campus for anti-racism efforts at UCL and disability rights. And I'm sure we'll get time to get into more detail. Yeah.
Great.
Hi everyone, I'm Arifa. Amini, and my pronouns is her, she, and I'm a current equity and inclusion officer. So the reason I'm rerunning that 1 year is not enough for being a sabbatical officer and reach all your goal. And this year my main goal is inclusive mental health, to improve the mental health and make it more inclusive, improve report and support that I already am working on that how we can make it clear, simple, and outcome based. And my next policy is for creating more space for disabled students, that as we can see that disabled students are very invisible in campus. There are no spaces for social and study, and increase more child-friendly study space, because I'm a mom and I understand that how not having a space for student with caring responsibility is difficult. And also for improving student mental health and create a inclusive environment. I am focusing celebrate all religious, all culture events and festive that has happened this year. Lots of events happen, and everyone witnessed that a lot of event. I organized Lunar New Year, Art International Winter Art Festival, and Nowruz is coming soon in a couple of weeks. That it is Central Asian event, and that's what I want to create. UCL an inclusive and vibrant environment for all students.
Thanks,
that is what I...
We'll get more into depth into the issues in a bit, but thank you everyone for your introductions. And we're going to start off with you, Mustafa, for the first question. What do you think the biggest barrier is to the inclusion of marginalized voices at UCL, and what would you do in your role to tackle that?
I think probably marginalized voices is a bit too broad. Well, I would say that if I were to think about marginalized voices, I would think about perhaps gender, disability, and we'll think about gender, disability, and racialized students, and the sort of the intersections, obviously, that all these sort of lived conditions really affect their lived experience. So. I think one of the biggest barriers probably is that UCL, or at least a lot of the things that students feel are not really being channeled. So, for example, I'm sure we get to talk about the BME awarding gap. So a lot of things are not also very clear. So, for instance, if you look at how UCL sort of frames the gap, there is no mention of like racism or race. It's just kind of like a gap that is just there, and like, oh, it's just unexplained, and we don't know how that happened. And also, like a big barrier to that as well is sort of the lack of intervention that is put. Like there are no accurate and sort of and good intervention frameworks that UCL has to channel these voices. And so we can think about, I would say it's really hard to answer, I guess, from sort of like really broad, but we can obviously think about the specifics as we go on.
Shay, do you want to speak about that?
Yeah. As you said, it's a big question. Yeah, I think first and foremost, it's intersectionality. Like, I don't think you can group marginalised communities. You certainly cannot, because of the many intersections, which is sort of what I spoke about in my manifesto, where I think from a union POV as well, even sort of, so loads of students have contact within the union with clubs and societies, and I feel like there needs to be more of a focus on intersectionality being at the forefront of sort of the president's, treasurer's welfare, because if they're not aware of how it can affect, how it can create barriers and prevent, be like more inaccessible, then yeah.
Okay. Darius?
I think I agree with most points from both of you, but I'd say maybe one of the biggest barriers, in my opinion, would be the culture. I think there is a lot of kind of guidance and information on how to be inclusive and what to do to be inclusive, and that's of course extends to gender, sexuality, ethnicity, race, disability, all of that. But I don't think it is being actually implemented or practiced, and we see that on paper everywhere. You can search up all of these terms on UCL's website, and you see this is what we need to do, this is what we will do. But actually go into a classroom and I'm still being misgendered by a tutor because they don't follow through with the policies that they want to implement or the practice, right? So I think culture, consensus building amongst the student body, staff as well, some of the tangible things I would really want to see change. So in regards to trans and non-binary students, the inclusion of pronouns in classrooms on UCL's website, email signatures. In 2021, for the first time ever, we saw a Canadian court ruling in a court case that misgendering was a human rights violation. And we need to keep up with the developments around gender and sexuality. In regards to race and ethnicity, really championing anti-racism efforts. Stop speaking about it, right? Bring people of color to the table, let them speak and listen to what they have to say, right? When we look at the political sciences department alone, for example, which is my department, 5% of readings assigned to students were written by men of color, 5%. 2% of readings were written by women of color. That's a total of 7%, and that's, to my knowledge, both black and non-black people of color, right? So the numbers are there. So let's identify what progress has been made and keep on pushing, right? Disability rights, like there is no visibility for disabled people or neurodivergent students at UCL. One of the things I would really love to achieve is include an accessibility toolbar to UCL's website, so that would help browse through UCL's website and contents. It would make it way more accessible to people, you know, with autism, neurodivergency, disabilities. So these are just like some of the things that there's a lot more.
Arifa, do you maybe want to speak to some of the things you've done this year and that you plan to do if you get re-elected?
Yeah, in terms of focusing the uni award gap, that is one of my focus as well. That throughout of the year, I was focusing that where is the gap and how the gap happen, and I was like exploring the why there has been more award gap, and I was invited in the panel with Dr. Beverly Tatum, and we discussed that where's the why there is gap, and the gap is in fact it's not appear in university, it appears when the students start primary school, and it is getting bigger and bigger. When they come, they carry the gap with them throughout of their life in the university, and when they arrive in university, then there's a struggle. All the department, everyone struggle that how we can solve the gap, because the gap is not appear here. It come with student, and as you said, it is have a cultural aspect, it have religion aspect, it have immigrations aspect. A lot of refugees come here and from very poor background, they are not able to achieve that that can achieve. They cannot go to the tuitions, and my focus is now I understand that how we can eliminate the gap is that focus to assessment and change the assessment. And when the gap is appear, when students struggle choose the modules, and some modules are 100% exam. When there's 100% exam, students struggle to with the modules, and they either fail or they cannot get a good grade. And the problem is the assessment. And also when some core modules or like compulsory, they haven't got choice to get it, they have to get it. But there should be extra more support, and learning support should be aid in that a module that the student doesn't struggle. That is why now we are, as a group in a UCL, we are working in a student study support group. In a student study support group, we are planning that how we can support students throughout of their studies to see and navigate where is students going, and which subject students are struggling, and how we can support those subjects. And if a student really struggle, the panel that created now that we discussed that we have to have a panel to bring students in the panel and ask the challenges. Some of the students have mental health, but they are not applying for mental health support because of the cultural barriers, because of cultural aspect. In this panel, we will want to give full support to students to get mental health support if they struggle with dissertation or any module, entrapped or get extenuations. This is how I'm focusing. I want to focus to change the assessment and provide more learning supports.
Thanks, Arifa. Would anyone else like to weigh in on closing the BAME gap, for want of a better word?
So I'm an anti-racism rep in my department, and so one of the things that sort of come out of that is I've been sort of involved in various sort of initiatives to try to sort of close the gap. Well, what we've realized is that it's not really it's symptomatic, not just of a academic. Which is kind of a frustration that a lot of students, especially students of color, feel, is that they feel it's just just academic, and that's, well, actually the gap is, as a lot of people point out is actually symptomatic of much wider issues that UCL or students of color actually feel. So for example, one of my teachers actually she did an investigation and found that, well, a lot of the reasons why students of color don't feel included, don't feel sort of welcome in the department. Well, multiple reasons. Well, first of all, there is a sort of lack of BAME staff representation, which is absolutely ridiculous in some departments such as mine, and also a lot of students actually struggle to, for example, get to campus because they live in more like they can't afford to live in nicer places of London. So, for example, one of the policies that I think could be helpful is to have a locker in the in some of places on campus where people can leave some of their stuff, not have to go back, so you can participate more and engage in campus. And also, one of the things that I have also been involved in this year is sort of looking at how to sort of systematically, perhaps thinking about supporting BAME students. So one of the things that came out of it is actually a tutoring scheme, which is also that is really difficult because the idea is to sort of pair staff and students of color and to have sort of connections across departments to support them academically. But it's obviously also challenging because one of the really difficult things about tackling things like awarding gap is a lot of the work is actually put on students of color. It's like the labor and that's also something that I've seen across EDI is that also like for trans non-binary students, a lot of the work for their own to improve their own conditions is put on them to improve, rather than to actually dedicate funding and a lot of initiatives from the management. So,
thanks, Mustafa. Yeah.
I was just going to add on top of that just a couple of things. So yeah, I think representation, again, that's a very big thing for me, just because a lot of the sort of person that I grew into whilst at my time at UCL was someone that I didn't think I could be, because I didn't see someone like myself in spaces, which, just so with my degree, for example, I remember I was sitting there this year being like, I wonder why I'm so disengaged. And then I was like, oh my God, I've literally never been taught by a person of colour in my degree. I'm third year now. And I was like, and of course, it's those things where it's like a collection of things that people don't realise that it's the small things. Like for someone, to some degree, it's sort of like ignorance, where obviously if you're in predominantly white spaces and you're white, you're not going to notice that. But like for me, I didn't even really notice it. And then I was like, oh, this is a reason that's preventing me from excelling in that way. So I think, representation is very important. I was also reading an article which sort of spoke about the idea that, it's with most things to do with like highlighting marginalised communities, but just listening to what they want. Because I think a lot of the time it's like students, in this scenario, students of colour are having to fight for this, when in reality people should be coming to them being like, we want to hear what you want to say, and then we'll take it from there. Like, you implement these actions and we'll implement these actions.
Can I also add something?
Go ahead.
Just a few points, because I think it's so important what you say, like especially about visibility role models. Like, how can you thrive somewhere if you don't feel like you belong, because you don't see yourself represented? Because in lectures, perhaps tutors or students don't bring up examples of people like yourself who are thriving in their careers or whatever, right? And then we see that a lot of what we learn is very whitewashed, is very heteronormative, and very ableist and all of that, right? Like, this is so important. And another point that you brought up, Mustafa, I really liked about labor that students from marginalized communities have to carry, not only to learn or study, but also educate other people, right? And also battle with mental health challenges that arise from this, right? So if we, even thinking about the students' union, when we have part-time positions, should not those students be paid for their work, right? They are bringing their experiences as trans people, as people of color, as women, as disabled people, who are fighting discrimination, it's a lot of hard work, emotional, psychological, all types of work. They should be paid for that work as well, right? So how can we recognize the work that students put in order to fight for their survival in the university? And the last point is actually, I kind of mentioned this, but I was speaking to a tutor recently, and they said that they were hired actually because they were from a particular social background, which was amazing because a lot of students, for example, want to write dissertations on, I don't know, colonialism, racism, etc., but their dissertations get whitewashed because there are no tutors who have knowledge or expertise in those fields, right? And again, bringing in staff with that knowledge, paying them, and making conditions equitable for them to join the university in the first place.
You guys have all made some really great, interesting points. And the next topic is sort of related in terms of the role that liberation officers and networks have at UCL. And that's one of the jobs of the Equity and Inclusion Officer, is to work with those networks and to support them. So starting with you, Shay, how would you support liberation officers in their campaigning and advocacy work next year?
So I think I'm very much, I love working with people, essentially. And so I think it's just like, clear communication is something that's really important to me. So it's just sort of sitting down with them, going through what they actually want to achieve, and then the ways that I can support them and also integrate my ideas with them. Because I think that's where things, so I like mentioned in my manifesto, like I want to create clear programs for like Black History Month, Women's History Month, Disability History Month, LGBTQI plus History Month, because, and so the way that I think I'd achieve that is by working with the liberations officers as a group, because they all intersect at different places, and so there's no need for them to not be working together. So yeah, I'd basically make sure that there's very much a team spirit around it, because we're all collectively working for the same thing. We're all working to create safer spaces for people that are similar to us, and for people to not experience the things that we've experienced. But also I think within there, I would really like to work with those officers to also, I think there's a lot, I think when people look at equity and inclusion and issues regarding that, is kind of what you said, like we have loads of emotional trauma from dealing with these various things, but also I want to celebrate things. Like I worked with this amazing artist in summer, and she created this beautiful piece called Disabled Joy, and it was just like her pole dancing. She has a disability, and it's her pole dancing, and it's just like highlighting that there are so many beautiful things that can come out of these identities that we've been told to oppress and hide. So I would really like to work with them to sort of highlight, all the joyous things around the networks and being involved with the networks.
Darius, would you like to address sort of supporting liberation officers and networks?
I mean, to be honest, I pretty much agree with most of the things that you say, so I don't have like too much to add. I think making space for them to advocate for what they think is important as a member of a particular community, bringing student voices to the forefront of decision making, right? So as someone from, let's say, as a white person, I'm not going to put myself and say I'm going to, lead the work of anti-racism. If people want me to represent them because of ABCD reasons, maybe because they don't feel safe, maybe because of yes, but these people need to be at the forefront of decision making. They need to decide what they need to thrive in a university, and that is the same for all liberation officers. Additional applying an intersectional approach as well, so understanding that like people's needs will be different and intersecting depending on their identities, right? So a white trans person will experience different will have a different experience than, for example, a trans person of color, right? So taking that into account and offering also additional support, also understanding that some of part-time officers perhaps may not have certain experiences. So thinking about how can we fill that gap, how can we support them to make sure that we help them realize their goals? Can I connect them to someone else that might have that experience to support them? Can I support them? If that part-time officer is disabled, what can I do to support them so they can be the best leader they can be, right?
Arifa, do you want to comment on what you've heard? Is it easier said than done? I mean, you have experience in this network.
Yeah, my experience is completely different. Like as an equity officer, like you have like 3 roles you are trusty, you have your own agenda too, but you have like your it's like your kids, you know, you just look after them so much because and you are like playing a mom role, a parent role, and they are like you, okay, and you're full of attention should be there for them, and not in terms of only making sure that their goal achieved, because you're there to make sure that goal achieved, but and make sure that to how can you empower them as well. And I had this experience working with organizing Black History Month with BME officers, that we had a very excellent BME History Month with LGBTQ officer recently in terms of responding Stonewall issues that we collaboratively work very, very well. Right after the UCL left Stonewall, we came together to write a statement, and then we follow up our statement. Then we planned that how our next step we can take to talk with UMC, talk with provost, talk with all people in UCL. That this is how step by step I work with Angel, the LGBTQ officer. She's brilliant, and the one thing that in the end I with speaking with the provost, that I suggest that Angel should manage and chair the open meeting, and by doing that I just want to give the power, give the confidence to Angel. However, I could do that, but I just instead choose Angel to represent the LGBTQ network and also empower her as well. This is empowering as well, it's very important, and make sure that all their manifestos. And now this month with working with all women's officers, the women's officers not have to do everything because they're part of MAFSO officers and they're not paid, and make sure that don't put lots of pressure on them. They have their studies and they have their own commitments that they have like kind of long manifesto to achieve, but I make sure that I do it for them with support of student the union staff. That's the most important thing I'm focusing. So yeah, and also like make sure that emotionally, like just little message asking them how are you, how's their week. This is kind of like building a relationship with them is also very important.
Thanks, Arifa. Do you have anything to add, Mustafa?
Well, I would like to just speak, I guess, since Stonewall, I think, has been brought up. Well, I think it should be really on the front of sort of the equity officer responsibilities for next year is actually tackling Stonewall, and working with liberation officers would certainly be a very important priority. But also, yeah, well, I guess empowerment is really easy to sort of say, but you need to I think as we have seen with Stonewall protests, mobilization is a very important thing. So it's absolutely ridiculous that such an undemocratic decision can be made at such an institution, but also that it was ridiculous how the timing of that, and there was no consultation from any of the EDI boards, from it's just really few voices who have been able to make their voices heard and pull out of a scheme that essentially the result of that is made a lot of trans and non-binary students feel increasingly unwelcome and unsafe. And I think that is a really important thing to work with for liberation officers.
Can I just add one thing?
So you've addressed our next question, which was how do you plan on effectively engaging students in decision making at UCL, and obviously Stonewall is kind of the big topic at the moment. So if the other candidates want to address that question as well.
Can I just add?
Yeah, go ahead.
I acknowledge that all the students felt uncomfortable, including me, and we were being disappointed for the result. But in terms of, I disagree with Mustafa that ADI hadn't got voice, but I was in the ADI meeting that almost everyone in the ADI meeting, they voted to not leave Stonewall, and disputed that everyone almost, there was just a couple of people that are going to leave, but most of the people, including me, and they voted to not leave Stonewall, and we raised our voice. But an academic board, this decision taken, but still we were not happy that the emails between provost and the other EDI team was not like happy, and not, it was, everyone was like showing their concern and showing their disappointed feeling. And indeed, it's not was not good decision, but it doesn't mean that our non-binary or LGBTQ network or our transgender students are not safe. I just try to make sure, speak with provost so many times, that we have to make sure that students are safe, not discriminated, not harassed. That is why in our meeting we asked provost to release a statement. In the statement, provost clearly said that there's no tolerance for harassment or any discriminations against transgender students or non-binary, and they also provide funding to support non-binary and
Can I respond to that, please?
I think we just hear from the other candidates on just responding to this question of effectively engaging students. What do you think, Darius?
I actually wanted to elaborate on the point that's been brought up
Yeah.
about the Stonewall decision. I think it's a perfect example of how students are not being listened to in decision making, right? And we all know that. And a lot of trans and non-binary and queer students definitely feel very upset by this decision. And yes, we do need to keep the efforts to get UCL to rejoin the scheme, but at the same time, there need to be many other efforts going on in the background, because we need to remember we are here regardless of the decision to join or not join Stonewall, right? And we need support and certain changes implemented right now as we are here. And that is why we need to, yes, rejoining, and then bathrooms, pronouns, awareness, training, all of that needs to keep going and going, even stronger because of that decision. I don't think that rejoining Stonewall will fix transphobia at UCL. It really won't. And I'm speaking as a non-binary student, And also, I'm aware UCL, something you worked on, and not to criticize that work because I think it's important and a lot of trans non-binary students might find it helpful. But I know that UCL has been working on an initiative to create a map for gender-neutral bathrooms. And probably that's great for some people, but I really won't be searching up a map every time I need to use a bathroom. And what I will do is I will leave UCL and go to a nearby cafe, or not use the bathroom and wait a few hours and go home to use the bathroom, right? So that is why we need to listen to the voices of people affected by the problem so they can propose a suitable solution that is not performative.
Absolutely. Shay, do you want to weigh in?
I just completely agree, basically. And again, it's just that idea of, Stonewall is a massive thing, and I was, very distraught and unhappy, and it was, a big thing. But it's also, there's so many things, and there's so many things that can be implemented. So it's like pronouns, more gender neutral bathrooms, it's just like that. Why is that not a thing? That makes no sense. And again, it's sort of, I didn't know about this scheme, and again, I understand the reasoning behind it, but it's that idea of, okay, so now they have to make a conscious effort to find a place that they could be safe in, why are we just not creating a space which should just be accessible for all? So I just think, again, it's like it's been you touched upon it. It's about the idea of like intersecting identities, and so like I'm not going to be able to speak on how it is to be XYZ. So it's just actually engaging students who do. We basically just need to actually foster an environment where the students, because we can be like, oh, we want to engage all these students. We need to foster an environment first to make them comfortable to approach us, to then hear their views and what they want, and then make the decisions with them and support those decisions, because these things don't come out of thin air. Like there's a reason that things need to change, and I think Stonewall was just a very big highlight of like, wow, they've really just not understood the assignment of their student body right now. Yeah.
I would also just like to respond to Arifa's point. Well, actually, it's making me genuinely question if you have actually, genuinely listened to any trans non-binary person, since you say that you say that they feel completely safe on campus, which is as Stonewall demonstrations have we've seen from them that it's actually not the case. Well, let's actually be clear about why UCL pulled off Stonewall. Well, it is just transphobia. There is absolutely, Stonewall has been framed as anti-free speech, totally false allegations. And moreover, also your point on that voices have been heard, that's also completely not true. ADI voices have not been heard. They have been maybe raised, but they have absolutely not been listened to by the provost. The decision to leave Stonewall demonstrated that EDI, the majority of EDI networks, the majority of students have felt that Stonewall was necessary to be put there. What that was not listened to. So if anything, that demonstrates that we need to work extensively on the issue, and it's highly problematic what has happened, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And also, it also demonstrates that the promises that the provost made need to be really followed up carefully. So the provost promised, I think, a gender reassignment fund, which that need to be followed up. But most of all, we must keep our fight to rejoin Stonewall. It's not an issue of, obviously it will not fix everything, nor was it ever its aim. But leaving Stonewall as a sort of aim would be to kind of acknowledge a loss, or to accept that defeat. And I think none of whoever gets to be the equity officer should not accept that, and should work extensively to fight back against that.
Okay, thanks, Mustafa.
Yeah, to respond, Mustafa, that's why I, in my manifesto as well, rejoining the Stonewall is the ultimate goal. And I agree that I received lots of email from students that they are feeling uncomfortable. That's why, like, I putting lots of pressure on ADI team and provost, that students are uncomfortable. Why we have to listen to them. I'm agree that in the ADI voice was not heard in academic board. That is clearly not fair. And but I'm not saying that we just like kind of for a small fund or small support we're gonna just being calm down and not keep fighting for transgender or non-binary students' right. That is how I keep doing it. I keep in my manifesto I mentioned that rejoin the Stonewall, and by the time that we rejoining the Stonewall, obviously it is like very complex issue, but make sure that students get support and supported, and in terms of, like Darius mentioned about gender neutral toilets, and that's what I'm working as well, that make sure that the map is clear and accessible for all the students. However, there is some gender neutral toilets in the campus, but not all in the old building. That's why I'm focusing to have all buildings that we have gender neutral toilet. I'm working on that actively, and I wanted to make accessible for everyone, not only for for gender neutral toilet for disabled students. There are some disabilities that they have a specific needs when they are spend the time to study in the student center. And I want to work to all the toilets are accessible for everyone, and we have to understand the cultural sensitivity for other students with culture and religious. Some students complain was that like we are not using that toilet because we have like specific cultural or specific religious aspect. So that is why I'm working so hard to make sure that all the toilets or gender neutral toilet and also accessible to meet everyone's need.
Okay, so let's move on to the theme of Black History Month, Pride Month and other sort of awareness months. Starting with you, Darius, how would you sort of implement awareness during these months and engage students really? Because it seems like improved visibility of marginalized groups and their struggles is something that's a priority for all of you. So these are surely good opportunities to achieve that, but how exactly would you go about that?
I think first of all, they are definitely very good opportunities because, they increase visibility. Of course, with visibility that we have the issue of safety and everything, but there's a lot of opportunities that students could get involved with this. It's something that's quite easy to organize, to mobilize students, engaging societies, for example, to give them a chance to put up events, right? We have, for example, Amnesty International Society, of which I am a member of. False advertising, I shouldn't have done that. But for example, or other societies, that could create events, to do with human rights or Black History Month or LGBT+. Engaging the Disabled Students Network, giving them a chance to create that. And being a person that perhaps holds it together, help them organize and provide support that they need to do that.
Shay, do you have a vision?
Yes. So it's like my little producer brain because a lot of it is programming. So first of all, sort of these awareness months are obviously excellent, but like that is the bare minimum. So like throughout the time anyway, it's about making sure that we have, for example, like anti-racist training, accessible audio and visual, especially in a post-pandemic, still in a pandemic world. We had to switch to like loads of digital content, so making sure that that's accessible with like audio descriptions, subtitles, all that stuff. But with months in specifically, I think, it's engaging with societies because that's going to get you the most student engagement. So as arts officer, I produced Arts UCL celebrates Black History Month, and it was a really fun event in the North Cloisters. And yeah, basically like had a lineup of students who had been involved within the arts. So we had like Jazz Society performing a set list, which jazz comes from Black people, and so it was about that idea of celebration. We had spoken word, we had art work submitted by Black students, and so it's just about reaching out to them, like basically, reaching out in the sense of arts, sports, and community-based stuff, essentially, because that's how you're going to get people interested, that's how you're going to get people engaged, and that's how you're also going to be able to share and celebrate and uplift and highlight the things that you need to. So with Black History Month, it would be a very similar thing to I would want to set up an event, an Arts UCL event, but also more casual things like do you know what I mean, an open mic, which is just for women and non-binary people, gender non-conforming people. But yeah, and so similar things with the other months where it's like linking together clubs and societies to come up with content and events, and then that's just gonna, like basically program that.
Yeah, well, I think celebrations are great. I think that that's definitely also inviting speakers. I think it would be nice. But above all, also we should look at also policy. So, like, it would be absolutely ridiculous to celebrate LGBTQ month while UCL just casually perpetuates transphobia on campus the same month. That becomes absolutely meaningless. And so we also see that with sort of disability. So like I'm the departmental rep in my department, and
when I was approaching the head of teaching about putting more transcripts, making the lectures more accessible for neurodivergent students who always say that the lecture and educational content is just not available to them. I was just told, oh, that's not an issue that represents all students, and we should perhaps focus on other stuff, which I thought was completely ridiculous. And I think that as we've seen, that's a common thing across. So that we should always also focus on the materiality, and we cannot just say, we're just going to celebrate diversity, we'll just celebrate this, but the actual things that perpetuate these injustices are just present on campus. That's, I think that would be, I think that it's been, it's very sort of ironic in a way.
Arifa, you happy for us to move on to the next question? We only have 5 minutes left. Starting with you.
One thing I just want to say that we all celebrate about what we want to achieve. This is what is important. But yeah, of course, like celebration of Black History Month is very, very important. But what is my focus is we have to, when we want to raise awareness, we have to do something in the core. So that is what I want to focusing to in terms of like in my main title of report and support, focus to include the learning about racism in the modules, that everyone as a compulsory module, like everyone needs to learn about racism and the history of the racism. And most of the peoples that they don't experience the racism, they don't understand the other person perspective, where the other person came from, how much struggle they had. Like I come from refugee background, I'm from Afghanistan, my first language is not English, and I compete completely with someone's grown up here and went to school, which I hadn't got the chance of going to school during the Taliban. And for me, that understanding my situation would be very important, because how much I should go and I keep saying about myself that I have struggled so much. Listen to me and understand my situation, and like sometimes the refugees, the ethnic minorities, all the people that faced from and experienced racism is so heavy, and it should be learned. It should be like, some people just simply say that I don't experience and I don't understand racism. So and that's should be included in the module and as a core module to learn about racism. That's what I wanted to change at UCL.
Thanks, Arifa. And for the next question, so the active bystander training program, I see that's kind of been quite a big topic in a few of our sessions today. It's unfortunately we only have a few minutes left because we have a lot of sessions to get through, and the SU's only booked this space for 2 more hours, lovely as it is. So if we could keep the answers super brief, but starting with you, Arifa, how effective is the active bystander training program, and what changes would you propose if any?
Active bystander training was very effective. Well, we were able to train like over 9,000 student jobs to understand about the active bystander, and then understand like about the racism and about the and how they can, you know, separate the word in their community, and it should be increased, and we should keep doing it and keep having more program in this area. And another thing is like I want to add is like in terms of like report and support, the system of report and support is like not all students knows about that. Like in a survey, we understand like half of the students didn't know that there is a system available, and that is why like I'm trying to have a event, like regular event virtual or in person to talk about the report and support system, and students need to know about it, like create a communication line with the students and actively promote report and support. To make sure that students knows about that.
Darius?
I would want to say that it's probably very difficult to determine the effectiveness of it, or if any other kind of one single initiative. I think when we think about inclusion and diversity, accessibility, not diversity, diversity is a buzzword, inclusion, right? When we think about inclusion, we never know and never will for sure know what, we achieved with a certain single event. It doesn't work like that. I would like to believe that it has a positive effect, but I see it as a process rather than a single event. Training is definitely necessary and important. It needs to continue. And what else can we do? Right, like that's how I would put it.
And what would you propose to change briefly? Or
continue the efforts, extend training to staff and students, organize events we talked about, implement certain policy changes, accountability, increase accountability for people who do not follow certain behaviors, for example. We didn't talk about accountability much here, although we talked about it a little bit when we addressed implicitly when we talked about Stonewall. Yeah.
Great. Shay?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like, I also hate the word diversity. I think it's a buzzword, and inclusivity is much more important to talk about, which is why, yeah, I think with that program, it's more like sort of adding to it or increasing. I think there is an issue with the SU and information, like the communication to the students of like where to go for help. So I think that's a great program, but I think it's about like adding that program, continuing that program, adding other various workshops and training, because it's about changing, it's the process of changing the culture. Like, no one's going to complete a set of training and then be like this flawless human being. So it's just about like continuously working on something to change culture.
Finally?
Well, yeah, I actually was an active bystander program facilitator. So I think, even though I think it's very important and it does change some parts of the culture, I think also changing the funding also, or like contributing the funding to not just say, oh, we just have an active bystander program that's going to fix the problem. Well, you have the training, but there are a lot of systemic issues that students still feel, and they're not unwelcome, and that should be also very much highlighted. So active bystander program for staff also, I think, that is is not really acknowledged, that a lot of that we have problems with staff and microaggressions, and that is something that should be highlighted, I think, more. So while that is really important, I think that shouldn't be the only thing we have.
Great. Well, thank you to all the candidates for your time, and thank you to the viewers for tuning in. I hope you found it as interesting as I did. A lot of big issues discussed today, and hopefully will inform you when you vote this week. Voting is open and it will close on Friday, so don't forget to vote so that you can decide how your SU will be run next year and how your student experience will be. And don't forget to tune in to our live coverage following this about what's happened and what it means for you. Thank you very much. Good luck, guys. Good job.
Welcome back to the Hustings Breakdown. I'm Rasheen, the editor-in-chief of Grater magazine.
And I'm Gabrielle, the editor-in-chief of Pi Media. And this is where we discuss basically what just happened in the room.
And now we're going to analyze the discussion that just took place between the 4 candidates contesting the equity and inclusion position. Just a little background, as always, the Equity and Inclusion Officer is responsible for ensuring that every student at UCL feels included, no matter their race, gender, sexual orientation, and so on. They focus on the key issues of the BAME awarding gap, equity and inclusion within society activities and the Students' Union, as well as student support and well-being. So, Gabrielle, what was the overall vibe of the meeting?
You were there with me too. Yeah. I think all of them are incredible visionaries. I think that's
definitely
that's the one thing
that really stood out.
Yeah, all of them. See, like I feel like all of them stood out so much in their own very unique way.
No, definitely.
Yeah, I was just listening and I was like, yeah, like yeah.
And it felt like, honestly, like while I was watching it, it felt like a really safe space.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a really important quality to have as an equity and inclusion officer.
Definitely. It definitely felt really vibrant. I don't know, the whole debate.
Oh, yeah. Because everyone was wearing almost like everyone was wearing bright colors.
Yes, oh my god, yeah, that was a big thing, yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
And I think because they were all so passionate, it got a little heated in the middle. Yeah. But that just attests to, again, how passionate they are. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, like it felt like it had to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, because if it didn't happen, it would be like, you know.
Yeah.
No, but like
what do you
mean? It's good that it happened, and you know, it was a great discussion. But yeah, like I don't know, what do you think? Kind of like the main themes. Because we always do this, you know, like what are the main themes? I think there's so much to cover, you know, I think that's the thing.
I think
you know.
The discussions were incredibly interesting. I think the main theme that stuck out was the barriers to marginalized voices at UCL and how they exist in not only the Students' Union spaces and societies, but as well as in education, in the culture, in just the everyday life, and also the little debate in Stonewall, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Did you relate to any of the barriers that were discussed in the little question time today?
Again, there were so many things mentioned, but I think what really stood out to me is that they had clear goals, which I think is the most important thing, you know, when you run for these positions. You know, I think it's one thing to identify a problem, and there's another thing to know the problem and know how to kind of go around it, have the ambition to kind of really kind of tackle it, you know. And it's great. I think one of the candidates mentioned working with societies, you know, and this is how, you know, I mean it's true. Like this is how you get students to engage the most, you know, through societies, you know. And I think again, all of them were such visionaries. So it felt like there's a problem, and this is how I want to tackle it.
No, I agree, and I think because they're all so diverse, I feel like each one of them highlighted a different sort of barrier.
Yeah.
To marginalized groups, for example, Mustafa highlighted the lack of accountability that UCL has towards the marginalized groups. Shay highlighted intersectionality and how we can increase that among societies and the Students' Union. Darius highlighted the lack of implementation of the existing policies. Instead of just creating new policies, we should first focus on implementing the ones that already exist for these marginalized groups. And Arifa highlighted how mental health support and culture play an important role in a successful educational experience at UCL. And I really liked hearing all these different aspects because I never really think too much about like equity and inclusion. The first thing that comes to my mind is just society spaces. Yeah. But they highlighted all these other aspects of university life that also have barriers to certain groups, which just highlights how passionate they are about their causes.
Exactly. I mean, the one thing that
and how unique they are.
And the one thing that one of the candidates mentioned was, you know, celebrating diversity, which I think we don't do enough. You know, I think it was beautiful to hear because, you know, yes, we have awareness months, but we should be, you know, we should be celebrating these things like every day, every week, you know, through events and things like that, you know. And I think that's such a huge thing. We should enjoy like the diverse community we have here at UCL, you know, and that's a big thing. What do you think? Like, because I was sitting there thinking it's beautiful. Like,
no, I agree, and that really made me appreciate the point about increasing collaboration between the different networks we have at UCL and the societies, because I feel like that would really help consolidate the intersectional vision that we all have and that we would all like to see here. Because I did relate to Shay when she said that, oh, a lot of her lectures are white. And because we don't have representation in academia, because of which is why we need to decolonize the curriculum to some extent, right? You don't really see people up there of your own race, so then you don't really dream that big. And yeah, I just really like their point about representation, and I feel like starting in societies is the right first step towards that.
No, definitely. I mean, when you have like people on the top kind of believing in you, and you kind of
and you see people like yourself,
you see yourself in them. You know, you kind of, that's when you have ambition for yourself too, and that's so important. And I think all of the candidates highlighted that, how important it is to kind of put students from different backgrounds really at the forefront, you know, to kind of make sure that everybody has the seat at the table and they kind of demand for things that they want, you know, because, you know, who knows better what, you know, these diverse communities need than the actual people who are part of them.
Definitely. And just discussing Stonewall briefly, even though it's a heated topic, I'm just going to give a little background for those of you who don't know. In December 2021, UCL was the first British university to officially leave Stonewall, which is an LGBTQ plus rights charity. One of the many reasons cited was academic freedom, yet UCL faced considerable backlash from students, which is why you saw such heated debate about it. But although there was so much debate, personally, I didn't really see any concrete measures being proposed for the way forward. And I think some really great points were brought up, I think, by Darius, who said that yes, just like rejoining Stonewall's not gonna fix transphobia.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all these little measures that we also need to implement alongside and change the culture. That's really gonna make a difference.
Yeah, but that's what's so great about it, you know, because it's about the little victories. I think Darius was mentioning it.
Yeah.
It's about the little things that you do that kind of become the big things, you know.
Definitely.
You know, and then those behind the scenes things, they are so important, you know.
And every step, no matter how small, is a step in the right direction. And
exactly. I feel like sometimes it's kind of easy to forget about the small steps. You think,
exactly.
Know, or the smallest, like even the smallest steps are kind of big ones. You know?
Exactly, like, you know, like including my pronouns in my email never occurred to me. Just seems like such a small thing, but it could go such a long way.
Exactly. Because even like one of the candidates mentioned how these big policies, they don't reach, like,
exactly,
they don't really reach the bottom, you know.
Exactly. So like, can we really critique management when they have these policies in place? It's just that they're not being implemented.
Exactly. Maybe they are implemented incorrectly. Maybe there needs to be a better way to do it. You know.
Definitely, and which is why we need to elect one of these people up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Who are so aware of these policies.
Yeah, exactly.
And so passionate about them.
Yeah, exactly. But now we have to go back to Alfie, live at the Bloomsbury studio.
For the next round of questions for the Postgraduate Officer. So stay tuned for the next hour to see us again. And don't forget to vote.
For joining us.
Oh yeah, and thank you so much.
Yeah, great. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was good.
Okay.
I hope we didn't say anything controversial.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Studio Theatre. I'm Alfie Pannell of the Cheese Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society and Cheese Grater have come together today to put on these sessions. So thank you to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Now, over the next hour or so, you're going to hear from the 3 candidates who want to be your next postgraduate officer. You can also find information on all the candidates running for this position on the Students' Union website. These candidates have put themselves forward to make good things happen at UCL, and during Vote Week, you'll choose who gets to do it. Hopefully, these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates will be. So, here's how it's going to work. We've got 5 main questions to cover. Each candidate will have the chance to kick off the discussion on each of the questions, and then once the ball's rolling, everyone will have a chance to either respond or bring up new points related to that question. It's going to be relatively informal, and we want to give everyone the space to get their point across. But if they haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So to the candidates, let's try to keep this discussion positive and remember that we're all here for the benefits of the students at UCL. So before we kick off with the questions, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up why they deserve your vote. So starting with Sahela.
Hi guys, my name is Sahela Adam. I'm currently running for Postgraduate Officer. You should vote for me because I want to develop the current infrastructure and fight for postgraduate students having an actual voice and say in the postgraduate body. Yep.
Great. Victoria?
Hi everyone, I'm Vicky and I'm the current postgrad officer, and I'm rerunning because I've learned so much during this year as a postgrad officer, but also as a faculty rep and as just a rep during my 7 years at UCL, and I'd like to improve the experience of all students, especially postgrads, both PGR and PGT, in a variety of ways. And I also think that as a second-year SAB, I could support the whole SAB team to come together and make more changes, because we can't just do it alone, so we have to work together as a team, and I think that my experience could support the whole team.
Next we have Ten.
Hello guys, my name is Tenmose Lango. I'm a postgraduate student in research in electronics engineering, and I'm running for the position of postgrad officer. The reason I'm standing for this position is I used to live in a student hall with many other UCL postgrad students, and being in research and the struggles that I go through and all the students go through has made me put forward to this position. So I will work towards more into networking and socializing and bringing more funding and research grants for students, especially postgrad students and doctoral students.
Okay, great. And I think now we have a video that's been sent in from Nausha, a candidate who's not here.
Hi. My name is Nasha Farha, and I'm running to be your next postgraduate officer. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize for my inability to attend the live conversation due to a medical appointment. However, I would like to assure all the postgraduate students that I am always here for all of you through it all. If I get elected, I will support all the PG students through more part-time and PGT job opportunities during your studies, and offering tailored support towards post-studies job application, networking opportunities in the industry, as well as attaining success in the job market. I will lobby UCL to scrap off application fees and fix tuition fees for postgraduate students. I will also make sure UCL offers sufficient financial support, bursaries, and funding to all the PG students. It is also important to ensure the academic and well-being support that are available for postgraduate students at UCL. Therefore, I will look into the transitional mentor and study buddy scheme, faster EC process and longer extensions, continued access to digital resources, as well as mental health support relevant to all the postgraduate students. I will also ensure that postgraduate students have access to inclusive participation and engagement in the form of committee positions and roles in clubs and societies, networking opportunities, and regular social events where postgraduate students will be able to interact with one another and make more friends. If I get elected, my foremost priority will be to prioritize all of your voice and take collective action in favor of the postgraduate students. If you believe that I am capable of being your next postgraduate officer, please vote for me.
Great, thank you everybody. Now on to the questions, and just to let our viewers on YouTube know that we're going to put the questions as chapters so that you can find the things that you're interested in quickly. So let's start off with Suhaila. How would you help to develop a thriving postgraduate community at UCL?
Well, this question actually goes into the main issue postgraduate students face. As much as we make up 54% of the body, we feel very detached from the experience in and of itself. So what I bring to the table is inclusivity and diversity in all kinds of programs. For example, I want to lead alumni events, and these alumni cafes will basically serve as a platform for students, future postgraduate students to meet up with for postgraduate students to meet up in these little cafes with alumni and not only get to network but build their careers. My slogan is Vote Suhaila, Vote Development, and an essential part of development is sustainability. So this element of sustainability is providing support to UCL students even prior to them coming into UCL. So providing accessible information on CVs, on applications, how to go about using Portico for the first time. And this is a pressing issue that I really would love to tackle in my position as a future postgraduate officer. Yeah.
Great, Vicky?
Thank you. So this year I've run weekly postgrad events. They varied from wine and cheese, tea and cakes, breakfast and coffee, board games night, pop quiz, all of these. And I think it really helped involve postgrads in networking, because for the past year we haven't had much of that. Like, everyone was at home and it was during COVID. And I think what we should also do is involve postgrads more in societies. So I would bring in a postgrad role at the same time as we are electing the first year rep roles. So when postgrad comes, even if you're a taught postgrad student, you come in September, in October you could run in elections and you could be part of the societies and the committee of the society, which is kind of a really great part of it. And I would also run weekly or bi-weekly lunches with the reps, so that the postgrads can come together and we can divide it up between PG taught and PGR and get reps to volunteer to host it each week. But it would be an amazing opportunity just to get together, because what I've noticed is that there isn't that much support available for mental health issues especially. So there are obviously these varied roads, but there is nowhere to go if you need just a friendly chat rather than specific support. And yeah, so I really hope that we can do some of these, but I think the networking event is a great idea too, with alumni.
Mm-hmm.
So I would start with networking more within, bringing in more industry experts, bringing in more UCL alumni from who are not only part of the industries but also academia. Since I'm in research, I get to see a lot of students who passed out, who are still in PhD and who go on to postdoc from who work in different universities and different research institutions, who are still, who are though part of UCL alumni base but still feel detached to come back to UCL. So one of my first agenda would be to bring in more alumni support in terms, not just in terms of research, but also in terms of organizing more workshops from UCL alumni to bring in them, and also seminars, because recently what I personally faced is not just me but also the students who I live with faced is seminars and workshops are just part of departmental, belongs to one department, and students from other departments mostly are not allowed to take part in that, by which you don't form a sense, so you don't lose, you lose more contacts and networking, you lose more networking. So that's one thing which I will be addressing.
Great, thank you. And I've just been told that we actually forgot to play one of the videos from one of the candidates, so we're going to cut quickly to watch their introduction video. The candidate is Fan Yin Meng. Sorry about that.
Hi everyone, I'm Fan Yin Meng from School of Pharmacy. I'm a candidate for the Postgraduate Officer. I have been participating in a student-teacher exchange event every year over the past 3 years, which enriched my experience relating to this position. So I consider myself a good match for this position, and I believe I can do the good job. I would like to help to ensure the online teaching timetable is clear, and I would like to host question and answer events about PhD applications, paper publishing, and lab research. And I also would like to provide information about PGTAs and scholarship. I will be an efficient problem solver, and I will keep an open and critical mindset. This is my phone number, and if you have any questions, feel free to connect with me. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry about that interruption, and thank you to Fan Yin for sending in the video. So the next question, we'll start with Vicky. How could UCL better support postgraduate students after graduation? What would you make happen if you were elected?
So we already offer 2 years career support, but that's not quite enough, and I think it should be more built in when we are still here. But after we graduate, it's really important to focus on our alumni networks and to make sure that we are a whole community so that it doesn't end straight away. I would love if we could give society memberships to postgrads so that they can still come back and be part of the whole UCL community. But also research opportunities, conferences, they should still be open to them, and they should be representing UCL, and UCL should be funding these opportunities for them.
Great.
So in my opinion, bringing in more industry experts from not just UCL but also other industries also help. But specifically to bring in more UCL's students would be, one way would be to constantly conduct workshops on a yearly basis, bringing in more seminars, because that's when some things which should be made not mandatory, but which are periodical and open to UCL alumni members, and alumni membership should include not just postgrads but also undergrads, part-time postgrads. So one of the reasons why we feel left out is because we're more focused on in the one-year program, so a lot of things are left out, so that's why.
Great. Do you have anything to add, Sahila?
Yeah, of course. Part of what I mentioned earlier in terms of inclusivity and diversity, I do feel like the events that the office has previously held are not very open to a lot of people. So what I want to do, I want to change these events and make it actually faculty themed. So for example, having the pharmacy department, medicine department, law department have different, lead these faculty themed events. And I think that's really important because that's going to help postgraduate students or doctoral and research students after their UCL experience to actually come back in and socialize or network with other students and find opportunities. I believe that we all deserve an equal opportunity and equal grounding on such matters, especially career oriented topics. So events that are very inclusive and diverse, not just in the people but in the kind of faculties we're going to be integrating into these events. So yeah.
Great. So now for the next question. Let's go to 10. How would you approach working with UCL's senior management team to ensure the most possible student influence on UCL's decision making?
So working as far, is it the faculty or?
Yeah, so senior management, so administration members rather than faculty.
Yes. So one thing that I learned from being a student for the past 6 months is you always have to fight for what you stand for. So no matter whether the senior management feels what my opinions are wrong, I will probably fight or push as much as I can to, of course, not hurt anyone's feelings or not go above the law, but just fight till till my last breath, something like that.
Sahila?
So I think a big responsibility, and actually the most important responsibility as a postgraduate officer, is hearing the students out. So what I want to do is I want to start opening up bi-weekly drop-in sessions where I designate a certain number of hours, probably on an online platform for all students to actually approach me and let me know if there's anything that's going on. And I feel like that's a really important factor. And prior to me nominating myself for this position, I did some research. I did ask some students what their biggest issue was, and it's a lack of open channels or a lack of their opinion really being integrated and brought forward in meetings. So this element of transparency is needed, and these drop-in sessions will definitely change that. Yeah.
Great. Vicky?
Yeah, so I think that this is something that's very important, and it's something that you learn over time. So there are different strategies to communicating with different issues through to the leadership team, and there are things that you can sort out with a paper. There are things that you can sort out by going to a committee and arguing for it. There are things that you can sort out with an email or just with a one-to-one chat with one of the members of the senior leadership team. But it's always really important, like Thea said, that you have to be yourself and make sure that you represent the students as best as you can. You can't shy away from being honest and harsh if it's necessary, and making sure that they do what they promise to do and following up on it. And also, I think it's really important to involve students, definitely. So I think it would be great if we could run more polls, especially in all the newsletters. We can easily put in a poll and ask students for all these little opinions, which I've been doing a lot of forms to send to students in the newsletters where they can put in their comments and make sure that they are represented. But we also have the rep channels. It's just really important to keep these up, and because I think the feedback loop is lost once the reps come to us, and then we take those things forward to the committees, and then it doesn't always come back that well to the reps. And it's really important that they know that their feedback was useful and that it was used, and what the impact was, and how it's going to be implemented. It's just the issue is that with UCL, sometimes things just take a very, very long time. So something that we started in October might only get to a committee in February and then be passed, and then you have to wait another week before it actually gets implemented or put in the regulations. And before then, you can't really tell students what happened. You can say this is what happened, but you can't have any proof for it, or they can't go to anywhere where they can see it.
Thanks, Vicky. So the next question, and we'll start with you, Sahela. Obviously, postgraduate students pay enormous tuition fees for their degree. Yeah. Do you think they get value for money?
So I think this question also touches on a key thing that I want to propose for, which is international student fees. International students pay a huge amount of fees, and it's disproportional to the amount of fees a home student would pay. So if we're talking about value for money, it depends on what lens we're looking at it through. So starting from the international student fees perspective, I think value for money can be achieved by actually negotiating these fees to come down and some form of professionality. And this also ties into why international students pay so much money and what that money is being used for. Like I said, part of my agenda is this idea of development and sustainability. There's a need for transparency in terms of what UCL is using our funds for as a student body. And another key factor in essentially integrating and making the UCL a good place for postgraduate students to just, feel part of the process is also dealing with education. So one of my key proponents in my manifesto is returning to face-to-face classes. So should I say thanks to COVID? But thanks to COVID, right now hybrid teaching has become a big thing. And I do believe that we should continue hybrid teaching, and that would enhance value for money in a sense that students are given more control over how they'd like to learn. And there's a lot of positive responses in terms of students being able to catch up with class a lot better, able to structure their time around these hybrid classes. And it does give students a lot more flexibility. So increasing value for money is this hybrid approach. And lastly, also touching on strikes affecting students in terms of learning, I would push for the UCL management to create a policy whereby students are able to access content on these missed classes, therefore giving students more control over their education experience and enhancing this value for money perspective. Yeah.
You mentioned negotiating lower fees for international students, but how would you pressure UCL at the negotiating table? Do you think they would?
I think there's more transparency that's needed in terms of why, like what is the rationale of students or international students paying such a huge amount of money. So I think just starting from a top-down approach and really breaking down like why these or why that amount is there. That's where I would start.
Mm-hmm. And Vicky, do you think postgraduates get value for money?
Can I just add to that?
100%.
Really right. Like there is an approach that you can use, which is basically the iceberg one, where you're not focusing on what you want, but how it can help in both groups. So you like drill down to the bottom of the problem and make sure that they understand why it's good for this group, but it's also supporting of this group, because we all want students to be happy and to have the best experience that they can have. And UCL management would want that too. And if this is the only way, then we can do that. But obviously, I agree. So like currently we are pushing for a learning fund to be set up so that students can access a refund due to the industrial action and the lost learning due to the industrial action. And so we've been pushing for it. That's why I sent out the survey around it to make sure that everyone puts in their opinions. But also, I think we should not forget the PGRs who are funded but are not get paid that much as other universities do. So that's why I'm pushing the doctoral school to benchmark the pay for PGTAs with King's, because if PGRs are here, why can't they have the same pay as Imperial or King's, all these big names? They deserve it. They are doing the same amount of work or even more. They need it. And there are we have a lot of HR issues still, and some students, PGTA, is not getting their contracts on time, which is unacceptable. People are relying on this pay. They need to get this, and this is not just the value of their education, this is also their life, and this is something that we need to push for because they really need it. And I also don't think that application fees should be this high. So they should definitely be scrapped, or at least make it more of a UCAS system, or refunded if you actually come to UCL, which is what I'm pushing for in the admissions committee as well. So I'm really hoping that that will not be a thing anymore. And I agree with face-to-face teaching. It is a better value, because a lot of times when we are only having lectures, pre-recorded lectures, they are not synchronous. They are pre-recorded from 2 years ago, and that's not what students are paying for. Why would you pay extra money for a lecturer to play the same video they recorded 2 years ago, and it's not really relevant anymore? That's not fair. And also the childcare opportunities at UCL, like there are a lot of students with caring responsibilities. They don't have a space to drop their child off. They can't study anywhere with their child. There is no childcare policy at the moment. So we are increasing that from next year onwards. We took it to committees, and we're really hoping that we'll have more child-friendly study spaces. There is a childcare policy that's being accepted currently, and I hope that this will give more value to just being on campus. But I agree that we have to keep up the flexibilities of the hybrid teaching, so that everything should still be recorded and everything should be accessible, because who knows who will get ill and when, and we need this flexibility because we now show the students that it is possible. Before we were saying it's important, they said it's not possible. Now we know it's possible. There are no excuses anymore.
Great, thanks Vicky. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, so in my opinion,
high fees for international students is something fixed by UCL, is not just UCL and other colleges in UK. I agree with their standard of fee, but the grants available for students also should be increased to support them. The universities fix high fees because they want to limit the number of students coming in, and also increase the caliber of students. But being in an elite university like UCL, and if you want to do a PhD, and if you're not able to do a PhD only because you are not funded, is something completely unfair, because you're a research student and you want and you want to research in sciences or be in any field, but then one thing that stops you is funding is something completely unfair, because almost all other students other than UK are funded by default if you're in PhDs. So grants available in UCL are very, very less compared to most universities, not just in UK, in other universities around the world as well. So bringing in grants include working more with charities or working more with industries, or bringing in more alumni together. That would actually increase funding for students. So I think that's the main area where UCL lacks. So that's what I will work towards.
Great. And you touched on this a bit, Vicky, about eliminating the application fee. And that's actually our next question. So let's start with Suhaila. Do you believe in eliminating the application fee, and how would you work to do that if you do?
Sorry, do I believe in?
Eliminating the application fee for postgraduate programs.
Of course, I do believe that everybody, like I said, deserves equal opportunity, and fees obviously are a huge hindrance towards this. And also just touching on the content that students would need prior to joining UCL, like I said, development and sustainability do go hand in hand. They do need these resources, and of course application fees go hand in hand with knowing how to go about your application, knowing how to get onto Portico, knowing how to manage your whole Portico account. And a lot of students do go through this, but UCL doesn't have that content in terms of supporting students prior to them coming in. So yeah, all of those policies do go hand in hand, and it obviously is a priority, and it is something I will deal with once I'm in the PGO office.
Thanks. Vicky, do you want to add anything to what you've already said, or are you content?
Yeah, so I think it's just, there are so many opportunities that we can do with this. Like, I know the excuse of this is, we don't want people to apply without actually thinking it through, but that's not really a good excuse, because we are limiting the people who are from a difficult background, and that's just not fair. And I think if we can do this if the application process for the undergrads can be different, then why can't we do the same for postgrads? I really don't understand. And yeah, I mean, this is something that we've been working on, and it just hasn't come up because they don't start working on admissions until later in the term. So now we're already in the working group, and I'm sending this policy. So obviously I support to scrap application fees, and also to just make them completely disappear, really.
Yeah. In turn, you say that high tuition fees are a good way to keep courses competitive. Do you think it's the same situation for application fees or not?
Regarding application fee, I think application fee is higher, but there should be an application fee, but it should not be to £50 or £75, much low, because people still work in the application process. From UCL's point of view, people still work towards processing the application. There is man-work involved. So I believe in having an application fee, but it should not be so high that that one cannot afford it or something.
And do you think the money paying those people should be coming from the application fees, or?
I'm sorry, the money that people fee?
Yeah, you're saying that the money from the application fees goes towards this sort of administration.
Yes.
But do you not think that maybe the funding for the administration should come from other sources?
Yes, I do believe so. It's the same goes in different perspective as well, because we pay even if I apply for visas, people still work towards the visa application, but still we pay visa application fee. Why do we pay it? Because we pay for the service. So if there is no application fee, then there would be thousands and thousands of applications more coming in, so which would put an additional workload on the people who is actually in the admissions committee. So there should be some application fee, but not in a way that it's so high that it's unaffordable by the student who is up.
Great. So that's it for the questions. So we're going to move into some closing statements where the candidates will have a chance to make their final case, starting with Suhaila.
So you should vote for me because I am all about sustainability and development. Now, voting Suhaila means voting for development. That means inclusivity, diversity in all experiences, and actually giving the postgraduate, taught students, doctorate students a voice. Not only that, My policies are very realistic and very achievable. And I also want to take you all through this process with me of prior application, during your UCL experience, and once you're an alumni. And I believe I can 150% give you that voice and actually push all your thoughts, all your ideas towards making the 54% of the postgraduate body actually feel like we are the 54%. Yeah.
Great. Vicky?
Well, I think you should vote for me because I will get things done, and I think I've proven this year that I did get a lot of things done, and in comparison to others and in general as well. And I believe that the experience will help everyone, and it's just an advantage that if we eliminate that, it would just cause difficulties. So I think if you enjoyed this year, or if you think that we've started building a community and you trust that I can push through the policies that are in progress now, please vote for me.
And last but not least, then.
Hello guys. So I think as I've stated, I will work towards more into networking, socializing, and working towards more funding opportunities for research and all postgrad students. So that's it.
Great. Well, thank you guys for coming today and for helping to inform the voters. This has been a very interesting session for me, and I'm sure it has been for our audience. And to our audience, don't forget to vote. Voting's open Monday to Friday. It's open right now. So there are other candidates to consider as well, and these candidates have plenty more information available online. So please consult that, and don't forget to tune in to our coverage from the Cheese Grater and Pi Media right now. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabrielle from Pi Media.
And I'm Rasheen from Cheese Grater magazine.
And this is Hustings Breakdown, where we basically break down the debate that just happened in the room.
We're here to analyze the discussion between the three candidates contesting for the postgraduate officer position. This year, just a little background, the postgraduate officer is responsible for supporting the postgraduate community at UCL, which includes supporting their research, learning, as well as well-being. So that was an interesting, but I think relatively brief discussion compared to the rest of them.
it was brief, but it was like succinct and like a good way, you know?
I mean, I think that's the genius of postgrads.
No, exactly.
Right?
They know how to shorten things down, you know? It's like my tutor's always like, Gabby, cut down. The sentences, they need to be cut down.
That's why they're
They
TAs.
know, they just know. Yeah, but I think I think the mood was definitely like hard to read at first.
Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't tell if they were nervous or just
Yeah.
like mysterious.
Yeah. But then as like they spoke, I feel like they got more confident with their ideas, and I
Yeah.
think the ideas just flew. It was.
I
great.
think as the session went on, they became more confident.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so the main themes. What are the main themes?
The main
Roisin?
themes are, I think, in my opinion, community building and network building. And there were some discussions about like value for money, because as you grow up, money becomes a real thing.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah, postgrad students have it hard. But yeah, I think the one thing that I said it to you just now before we rolled, how one of the candidates brought up different circumstances for like postgraduate students. I think implementing like childcare policy and things like that. So all postgrad students are addressed, and so they get the value for the money. It doesn't matter if you're a mother or a father or whatever. You have the support, and UCL is here for you to support that. I think that was great.
Yeah, that was really unique. I think that wasn't something that was brought up even in the education officer discussions or the equity and inclusion discussions, which it should have been.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this is a neglected topic.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they brought it up, and now that we're talking about it.
Because sometimes, it's really easy to kind of generalize the student population.
Yeah, definitely.
And I love the fact that this thing was brought up. Because these different circumstances exist, and different students have different struggles, and UCL should be addressing all of them. And I think that's what was so great about the things that were brought up.
No, it was really interesting to hear that postgraduates have like weekly social events.
Yeah.
Like imagine all the undergrads having weekly social events.
Yeah.
They're like 20,000 of us.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be insane.
Yeah, but I think another thing that was brought up is, postgraduate pay. And
yeah,
how
for
postgrad
teaching
student,
assistants.
Yeah, exactly.
It was really surprising to hear that UCL pays lower than all the other University of London universities.
Oh,
UL.
wow.
Yeah. Because they mentioned King's, they mentioned LSE.
Yeah.
And, well, that's frankly a bit disappointing.
Yeah, definitely.
Because our quality is just as good, if not better.
No, definitely.
So, and I think that ties in well with, I think that ties in well with strikes and why they're happening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if anything, this discussion was definitely like succinct, and so many things got brought up, but I think maybe, because I've spoken to some postgrad students before, and how some postgrads feel excluded from like societies, and I think that was brought up before with some other candidates brought it up, how societies are mainly joined by undergrads. A lot of postgrad students don't even join societies because they just there are not a lot of postgrad reps and things like that.
And they probably feel like there's like an age difference, and then an age
exactly,
barrier
and that gap
almost.
is kind of scary.
Yeah.
So I think maybe more kind of action was kind of missing from the conversation. How that could be kind of addressed. What do you think?
I agree, because I feel like as an undergraduate student, whenever I speak to a postgraduate student, I always learn so much, and I always think, oh, I wish I could meet more of them.
Exactly.
And them joining societies would be a great way to do that, because I mean, honestly, they have so much to teach us, because they've been through this experience before. They've been through the experience of finding a job, applying for masters. That's literally everything we need help with. We could even have support networks between undergraduates and postgraduates.
Definitely.
And that could help increase their involvement, but also give us guidance.
Yeah. But I mean, also if you think about it, postgraduate students, when they start, they don't live in halls. They don't live in student halls, right? So it's because we as undergrads, we had our experience with student halls, and I feel like postgrads get excluded from a lot of, the social, the kind of fun situations, and that definitely needs to be addressed more. But yeah, I think, but also another thing that was brought up, and we spoke about it before, it was one of the candidates mentioned that more kind of more industries need to be kind of, because postgrads, they don't, well, who knows, I'm not a postgrad student, but definitely connecting students with postgrad students with alumni, and from like people who are out there, working in these amazing industries, and I think that was such an important thing that was brought up as well. How can UCL work with charities and like industries outside UCL to kind of make sure that postgrads are connected with the
I feel like that was an issue that really united the three candidates. That was something that all of them were really rallying for, how to build a stronger network in terms of job opportunities and also like better academic experiences and with faculty.
And funding was definitely like one of the biggest things that was brought up, right, by all of the candidates. How, and I think one of the candidates brought up how UCL should be working with external charities to increase funding for postgraduate students, which is a great idea. I mean, again, all of the candidates, they were so brief but so informative at the same time.
I agree, and plus, like, we just had the equity and inclusion discussion, and if you look at the postgraduate issue with an intersectional perspective, like if students are struggling to afford masters and PhD programs, imagine students of color. They would have even greater barriers.
Exactly.
Imagine students from like a working class background who really like academia. How do they?
Yeah, exactly.
And
also mental health. Mental health support.
Exactly.
For postgraduate students. That's a big thing too. But yeah.
Well, does that make you excited to be a postgraduate?
Well, no? I'm not going to study postgrad, so that's me. But yeah, thank you so much, guys, for joining, and we're gonna go back to Alfie
for the last discussion of the day.
For
the welfare and community position.
Thank you so much.
So tune in very soon. We'll be right back for the last segment of the day.
Bye bye.
Hello and welcome. This is the 2022 Question the Candidates event, live from the Bloomsbury Theatre studio. I'm Alfie Panel of the Cheese Grater magazine, and I'll be chairing today's session. Pi Media, Film and TV Society and the Cheese Grater have come together to put on today's sessions, so thank you to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Now, over the next hour or so, you're going to hear from the 5 candidates who want to be your next Welfare and Community Officer. And you can also find information on the candidates running for this position on the Students' Union website. These candidates have put themselves forward to make good things happen at UCL. And during this week, Vote Week, you'll choose who gets to do it. Now, hopefully these question time style events will give you a real insight into what kind of officer these candidates want to be. So here's how it's going to work. We've got 6 main questions to cover, and each candidate will have the chance to kick off the discussion on at least one of the questions. Then once the ball's rolling, we'll invite the other candidates to respond to what they've heard and also comment. We're going to keep it informal, and we want to give everyone the space to get their point across. And if they haven't got a point to make, we're not going to force it. So to the candidates, let's try to keep this discussion positive and remember that we're all here for the good of UCL students. So before we kick off with the questions, I'm going to ask each candidate to introduce themselves and sum up in a minute why they deserve your vote. So let's start it off with Daria.
Hello, I'm Daria. I'm a second year UCL student, and I am running for this position because of mainly 2 things. First of all, throughout my experience at UCL, I'm a SORA student. I have needed ECs multiple times. I've went through all of the hoops of kind of UCL, different UCL systems, and I know how alienating they can seem at times. So drawing on that personal experience, and also drawing on my experience as a student organizer, and since I've been involved in Rejoin Stonewall campaigns and UCL Vote Yes campaigns, and also I've had multiple representative roles, the most recent of them being the Women's Rep for LGBTQ Network. I know what are the needs of the most marginalized communities at UCL, and I feel that as your Welfare and Community Officer, I can truly work to make this place more caring.
Thanks, Daria. Ziad?
I'm Ziad Maqdadi. I'm a finalist at CEAS studying history, politics, and economics. The problem at UCL is that welfare for our students is always put at the end. I promise to put welfare first. You know, I can go on and on about my personal experiences at UCL, but this role at the end of the day is about listening and listening and listening. I know how to listen to our voices from the CEAS department, which I'm from the societies that I'm a part of, and the communities that I'm involved in. I believe from all the listening that I've done that no detriment or reasonable adjustment policy for all students affected by any war is crucial to UCL. I also believe in having napping pods and a revived UCL sleep strategy to better support our students. These are just some of my promises, these are just some of my beliefs from what I have heard from our student community. Thank you.
Thanks, Ziad. Mohammed?
So my name is Mohammed Umair Mahmoud. I'm a 3rd year student. I'm doing information management for business. I would say that my journey started in high school. I used to weigh around 130 kgs, and I'm not embarrassed to say that as a fat kid, I was bullied a lot. I was always, left out of sports, left out of different events because obviously I couldn't perform at my best, and people kind of were mean at the time. So I know how you feel when you're cornered and when you think that there's no one out there for you. So I'm going to try my best to, accommodate you as much as possible. I know when you're going through depression or when you have anxiety, you don't want to fill those long forms that ask you whether your parents have depression or not, or whether you've contacted NHS or not. So I want to make this process as easy as possible so that you can get the right well-being care at the right time. And please vote for me because I know how you feel. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mohammed. Chen Chen?
Hi, I'm Chen Chen, and I'm a last year student studying education studies.
There are two main reasons why I want to run for this role. Firstly, I really love UCL and I would love to stay one more year here. The second reason is that I want to make your UCL and your university experience better than the one that I had. I had some really amazing time in my first year, but unfortunately, pandemic kicked in really fast. And then I have to go back home all the way to China, and then it wasn't a very pleasant experience. During that time back home online, there was like no support. I was trying to reach out, but I don't know who to go for. And there's like a very complex like help searching process. Therefore, I hope like I can run for this position and then I can make this entire service better. And there are three key terms. The first one is I hope it can be more approachable. So I will be active on social media, and I'm welfare banana if you can find me online. And then so like I can give you faster response and immediate reply. And secondly, I want to make the entire welfare service more inclusive, by which I mean every year like there are so many students that enroll to UCL, but only less than 1/10 of the students actually participate in voting or decision making. So I hope the rest of the team can also feel like they're part of the community. And the last thing, I hope everyone's experience can be really fun-filled. So I will try to introduce a lot of student discounts, student events. I know a lot of people love the animal session, so I will try to bring them more back on in. And yeah, that's basically it. And as you can tell, I'm a very wholesome and fun person. So hopefully you'll like to talk to me.
Great. Sophia?
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm a second-year history student, and I'm running for the position of Welfare and Community Officer because I feel that UCL has got so much potential and there are so many amazing systems in place, but the way that they are kind of executed is just so inconvenient. It's so messy, it's so loud, it's not clear and it's not focused. And being Wellbeing and Community Officer, that is your main priority, is to try and get students help when they need it as soon as possible, and to just make them feel like it's not a scary process, because it's not. Everybody goes through times of crisis, everybody goes through times where things are just not going as well as you think they are, and that's absolutely fine. I think we've kind of built up this idea, especially at a university like UCL that is so high performing, that you can't fail and that you can't have a moment to sort of reassess and reevaluate how you feel about things. And you know, as some of my fellow candidates have said about, you know, ECs and getting your work done on time is such a huge pressure, and oftentimes that's just not possible. So if I get elected for this role, I'm really going to try and just sort of cut out some of that noise when it comes to approaching wellbeing services and even making them more visible. I think I was the only person that maybe knew about welfare services because I did the induction videos when I first joined UCL. I'm pretty sure no one else did those, but that's the only reason I knew about it. So I'd really love to kind of make it a lot more approachable. And a second, just really top priority that I would love to have is to get UCL to rejoin Stonewall. I think that is an absolute no-brainer. It needs to happen now. There is the excuses given by UCL to back out of Stonewall were just ridiculous. They didn't make any sense and are really harmful for LGBTQ plus students. So that needs to change now.
Great, thank you, Sophia. Thank you, everybody. Let's dive into the questions now, starting with Daria. We know many students at UCL struggle with their mental health. How would you improve access and awareness of the support available to them?
So starting with SSW, Student Support and Wellbeing Services, I think what I've been made aware of while using the services myself is how badly overwhelmed they are. So as your welfare and community officer, I would definitely just take it up with every possible authority in this university to make more money flow into the service, because there is so many people who are really helpful for students, but they don't have enough resources and they don't have enough time, and it can turn out to be very dismissive. I would also fight for more, first of all, cultural sensitivity and anti-racism and trans awareness training for the staff who work in SSW, because that has been an issue as well so far, that this training, especially in terms of trans issues, is not in place. And when students struggling with their gender identity contact the services, they are either met with ignorance or they are met with dismissal, which is just a feeling that nobody should ever experience in this institution. Yeah, and on top of that, I think that the processes of applying for academic mitigations such as ECs and such as SORAs should be made way more available and way less adversarial. So in the moment where I'm from Poland, my family was affected by the conflict that just broke out, and when I was applying for ECs because I was incapable of doing my university work, it just felt so alienating to be interrogated about how much, to what extent am I experiencing the distress that I am experiencing in this kind of evidence-based adversarial system. And I think that there should be a more caring, more personal approach to providing, to applying for ECs and SORA adjustments in terms of distress, because that has been, that's just something that I think students experiencing crisis really struggle with explaining the crisis, and I don't think that students should be forced to do that. So these are my points that I would like to execute as your community and welfare officer.
Thank you, Daria. Now to Ziad, how would you improve access and awareness?
So I would do so in two ways. The first one, as Daria mentioned, our process right now for the ECs are absolutely abysmal. It has been supportive for COVID, but I believe that there's a much greater disease than COVID, something that has lasted for centuries, and that is war. Well, I promise, what I have not seen in any manifestos for any roles is a no detriment policy or a reasonable adjustment policy for all students affected by any war. And we shouldn't have students like Daria struggling to explain herself and say why she's going through a war and kind of urge for a policy that doesn't exist. There should already be policies in place for those students. When we put welfare first, we put students first. And when we put student welfare first, we put our communities first, and we can thrive in a community that is already supported and included in every aspect of UCL. We shouldn't be in a situation where you're stressed out about school because a war broke out in your country. Another way that I plan on bringing mental health support back to UCL is the student service that we had in the student center. This used to be a really accessible, really friendly community space in the student center where students would feel distressed, students would feel lost. They would go there, have their answers, their questions answered right away, whether that's about international taxes, whether that's about help with ECs, whatever it may be, mental health as well. COVID happened, and that community space went fully online, rightfully so. Now we're back to face-to-face, and that space is still online. What about those students that need a safe space to go and ask their questions and vent and find someone to help them when they're lost? We need to open that up back to face-to-face. Students should not have to wait 2 weeks to get an appointment just to go and speak to those people that were there to be your first resort. So those are just some of the points that I have in mind to bring back this mental health support in UCL.
Thank you. Mohammed, would you like to add anything or respond to what they've said?
I would say that yes, the problem with the ECs is even the self-certified ECs we have right now. So I've heard that even the self-certified ECs can be rejected. So then there's no point of, if you're not asking any evidence for why we are applying an EC, so there shouldn't be grounds for rejecting it. But I've heard there have been some cases where students filed some self-certified ECs and they were rejected. So these self-certified ECs were introduced for us during the COVID period for like unforeseen circumstances, and we could use them whenever we want to. But with them being, you know, rejected like without prior notice, that this could, you know, lead to further deterioration of a person's mental health. So yeah, I would like to reform that policy, and I think like we should be clear in our policies, because I just came to know about it a few days ago that these self-certified ECs are also kind of rejectable. Number two, I would say that yeah, I agree that there are crises going around in the world. Let's say Afghan crisis, then we come to the very recent ones, Ukrainian crisis, and the Palestine crisis has been going on for a while now. So all of these students really need the university's support, and I don't think the university has done enough to support them, because every back in my country in Pakistan, we say that the school, the university is the other home. So if the students don't feel like home in their universities, then, you know, the university is not doing what they should be doing. They're not making them feel homely, then the university is not playing their part. And obviously most of us, or not most of us, but a big chunk of the students are international students, and they're paying very high fee for, you know, the best their experience to be as best as possible. And by not providing them the right welfare facilities, the university is not doing the right thing, and I intend to do as much as possible for these students who have crisis back in their home countries, and obviously make these EC forms a lot more easier. And just as I was saying in my introduction, the forms when you have to fill for getting the right well-being service provided to you, they are very long and they are very, you know, frustrating. A person who is depressed, a person who is going through anxiety, he does not want to tell you that whether their parents have anxiety or not, or whether their parents were depressed or not. Because I've seen studies, and there is a chance that maybe your parents have depression, that's why you had depression. But at the moment, the person really needs your help. So there should be a service that kind of in emergency you can contact them without filling all these long forms. And yeah, being an international student, I would say that I feel like there is less representation of international students in the union, and I've been here for 3 years now, and I don't think like there are proper international students that have been in a sabbatical officer role before me. So if I get elected, I would be one of the international students who are going to be representing the other international students at such a level. And so I think the other international students would feel more comfortable coming and talking to me rather than a home student. The reason is just that they will think that I have been through the same process, I have been through the same you can say obstacles, hurdles that they're going through, and obviously I passed them, so I could help them more apart from a home student. So yeah, I wanna do all of these things. Yeah.
Thanks, Mohammed. Chen, the candidates so far have spoken about adjustments and sort of adapting to an existing mental health crisis. Do you want to maybe speak to what you think are the causes behind this mental health crisis, and maybe what you could do in your job to ameliorate that cause?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I've actually been thinking about it a lot. Actually, me personally, I have suffered from eating disorder for 5 years. And in my first year particularly, when I first came here, it's very hard for me to adjust, especially because I'm also an international student and I'm not very used to the diet, or like I have jet lag issues. So I always act very normal during the daytime, but when I go back home at night, I just can't help myself from eating, and afterwards, like, I will puke them out. It's not a very pleasant process. And I felt a lot of the students, like they first came here, even though we're adults, but we just turned adults, and I felt we're still in the phase that we need help and support. We need people to guide us. But I felt at UCL, even though I love it, it's so amazing, but I felt I don't really feel the sense of belonging, especially like we all been assigned to particular departments, and all the friends we make are our course mates, or if we are like lucky enough, we go to societies and we have friends there. But besides that, like we don't really bond with other people. We don't really feel like we belong to a campus. It's more like I come to school and I go back home. So I feel during this process, I'm like very not supported, and I don't know who to talk to the issues that I have. Thus, I feel many students, they suffer from like similar or other mental health, either because like they're new here and they're still in a transition period. This term I learned a word which is called, oh no, I just forgot the term. It would be very bad if my professor saw this. Oh, emerging adulthood, which means like we're in this transition phase and we haven't properly become an adult, but we're at this age and we're starting to do the obligation of this age. So I felt even though we're adult, we still need a lot of support. Also, besides that, I think the other reason is like the lack of the overall community. And yeah, and I have like 2 really brilliant little tips that I can share. The first one is I feel we can design some courses. There are so many like so knowledgeable professors here, but they only teach one specific course, and that's such a waste of the resources. I feel they should start courses, like some university, they have love course to teach students how to like get into a relationship in a proper and healthy way. And those courses are like so intriguing, so many people go for those. And I feel we can have courses that teach students like how to treat mental health, what is mental health problems, and like how to get access to those. Even though I know like it might be hard to carry out throughout the term, but we can have it during induction week or freshers months. And another small tip is inspired by my friend's boyfriend. He literally record himself every time when he used the toilet. He will record his experience. I feel we can do the same thing. We can have QR codes at different part of the uni, and they can scan it to say like how well they felt. And if a particular space, let's say IOE, like everyone's like reaching low marks, then we would like intervene and maybe provide specific help to the area there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sophia, would you like to add anything or respond?
Yeah, I think in terms of causes, I mean, obviously, as Shen was saying, like we are in this big transitional period right now, and I think something that's just not talked about enough, or this is just in my experience personally, is that I came to UCL and I chose history while I was in year 13 because I liked history. I had no idea where I wanted to go with it. I didn't know if I wanted to do an internship. I literally had no idea. And especially this year, everyone is applying for internships and everyone's like, oh my God, I need a job, I need this, I need that. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I literally haven't even thought about any of this. I'm just thinking, oh yeah, maybe I'll apply for welfare and community officer. That's a really nice thing that I could do. That's like 1 year ahead in my life. And I'm very much, obviously, academically inclined because I got into UCL, but I have got so many other things that make me whole and that make me a person, and I think those are really neglected when you go to a university like UCL because it's so focused on getting a first, doing the best you can. I mean, there are people on the group chats that will get a 70, which is a first, and then be really angry that they didn't get a 90, and it's like, you've still got a first, you know? Like, why are we feeling so anxious to always do better? There's always something better that we could do, and everyone is just always rushing and rushing and rushing. And I think that is why everyone is feeling so awful. I mean, everyone's saying, oh gosh, yeah, with COVID. Yeah, of course it's COVID, but there are so many other things in our lives that are just badgering us, and they don't leave us any space to breathe. And I think, like as some of my other candidates were saying, the self-certified ECs getting rejected is awful. That's not the purpose of a self-certified EC. It's for when you need it, for when you know you need it, for when you can just do it, and that will help you to do the best that you can in your assessment and the best that you can in your grades. That's not up for a discussion. It's there because it's self-certified. And I think one of the ways that we can maybe try and just make this a little bit better is, I don't know, not necessarily maybe putting it in the induction things, because I think a lot of times people just, as I was saying earlier, like people just really skip over the induction things. But when you meet with your personal tutor every term, or you might meet with your personal tutor more regularly, they need to have training and systems in place where they know how to advise you and where they know how to recommend you to get to these services every single term. So it's always reinforced, so you're always reassured that you've got help there and that someone is there for you, and that there are systems in place that can help you. It just is a no-brainer. It makes things so much easier, it makes things so much more visible and less of a taboo if more people are talking about it.
Great. Well, thanks, Sophia. Now we're going to come to you, Ziad. Ginger made an interesting point about how a lot of students are in this period of emerging adulthood, but also, you know, you'll be representing a constituency of quite a wide age range. So do you think right now that the welfare support available to other student groups, such as student parents, student caretakers, do you think that that's sufficient? And if not, what would you change if you were to be the officer?
So we're thinking a lot about the welfare aspect of the role. There's also the community aspect, and with that aspect comes the community spaces. I think with my conversations with people from the diverse student population that we have, I've spoken to student parents. One of their main concerns is study spaces that are friendly to their children. You know, a lot of postgraduate students, a lot of mature students don't feel like UCL is a space that is welcoming for them to study because they have other responsibilities. If they take their child in student center, they're going to get a lot of nasty looks. So community spaces for our mature students are really, really important. Something that is also really important is sleeping pods, and I stress this because a few years back, 73% of students in a survey with the Student Union said that they needed a dedicated space for sleeping. And better sleep, healthier sleep I should say, promotes physical well-being and mental well-being. But the reality is we have to ask ourselves, why are students falling asleep in school in the first place? Why are we so burnt out? Whether it's our mature students, our undergraduate students, whoever they are, I can assure you that everybody is burnt out. We could address the structural reasoning for that, and we could try to change that, but frankly, that is beyond the chronological horizon of this role. Changing the workload of every single course is a bit too ambitious, I would say, and I am someone who is ambitious. So I would say that dedicated community spaces where we can sleep would benefit everyone, and again, it's about listening to what the students want. 73% of students, that applies to everybody. Those statistics are not discriminatory for student parents or undergraduate students. That applies to everyone, and that is part of this role, is listening and listening and listening.
Great. Does anyone else want to speak about this topic? Have anything to add or respond to Ziad?
Yeah, I'd like to just, sorry.
No, go ahead, Mom.
It's all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Ah, okay. So sure. No, just one thing that I kind of wanted to follow up on, especially for like students with caring responsibilities, because it seems that like UCL has an access problem, and we very well know that. Like students from diverse backgrounds, whether be it home students or be it students like from international background, and especially when it comes to class and economic status, are badly discriminated against. There is a specific kind of like type of students, that a student that is favored and that can do well within the spaces of UCL, and this seems to be of course like a wider problem of the way that neoliberal university works and the way that it harms literally everyone involved in it. But one thing, especially for students with caring responsibilities and other students who come from kind of like adversarial, like marginalized backgrounds more, is, for example, UCL has this partnership with Causeway Education, where they offer like scholarship and mentoring to students who come from like, to students who are backgrounds, to students who are migrants, to students with caring responsibilities, like to kind of help them out and accommodate to this university. And there's 12 of them a year. So I feel like, of course, like there is huge pressure, and there is huge kind of there is a huge focus on kind of achievement, excelling, kind of being better, being prestigious. But I think that this university and universities in general have a duty of care and expanding those kind of like channeled scholarship programs would be an immense help. And it would like, it always, most of the times it breaks down to money. It breaks down to like the access issues break down to money issues. And I feel that like campaigning for better scholarship supports and mentoring supports would be important.
Thanks, Terry. And Mohammed?
Yeah, I was saying about the point for students with caring responsibility or student parents. I think like nursing homes at the campus could be a good solve for this issue. So I know caring to hire carer is very, very expensive, but if university could somehow have some budget to set up a small nursing home where the students while they are in their lectures or while they are working in the student center or maybe in the library, they could just leave their child or children over there, and this should be provided free. Obviously, I'm not saying that you need to feed the children or everything, but that could be provided by the students. But there's the carers should be provided as a free facility to these students while they are at the university. So the children could be left at those caring centers. Yeah, that's about.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the community in terms of the teacher and the professors. I realize they're also like a very important part. Basically, they're the reason why we're here. In my first year, when I first experienced strike, like back in China, there is like no such thing as a strike. So it's a very new thing for me. But it was in my first year, and we were like, woohoo, vacation. So we all just like go to different city to travel. And when I'm back here this year, when I experienced strike again, at the beginning, I was a bit annoyed because it's already like the end of my postgraduate experience, and like I'm still losing a big part of it. But then the next time when I saw my professor and they said they're preparing for another strike, at the beginning I was like really not happy because I'm in the process of trying to finish my dissertation. But then when I saw my professor like looking at my eyes and saying like they decide to cut 1/3 of his pension, I really like felt the suffering like he has, and I really felt very bad for like not supporting him when I was in my first year. I really felt bad for like traveling, but also, I realized like it's very important for us to build this connection with our professors, because I study education and I remember one of my favorite educationalists, I don't know what's the word for that, but there was a saying like the knowledge you learn, it's not about only the knowledge itself, but it's also about who teaches it. And every teacher, they have different approach and they can inspire the students. I know a lot of us here, we want to continue carry on study, but carry on study for higher education is not just about upgrading your diploma. It's also about like choosing a field that you're really interested in investing in, both like time and money and like the other things you could do, like working or accompanying your family. So I felt like not only do we need to take care of the students, but we also need to like care about like all the lecturers, professors, and all the other people who are working to support us, so like we can build this mutual relationship. And if they're in a happy state, and obviously students will also be more supported.
Great. Sophia, do you have anything to add?
I think everyone's made really great points on that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll start with you then for the next question, which is, how effective a tool is report and support for reporting harassment at UCL, and how would you improve it if you were to be elected?
Well, I think harassment at UCL is something that obviously needs to be tackled. But again, I think this is just a visibility issue. I think everything with well-being is a visibility issue. Like UCL has got potential. We've got systems in place. It's just getting that access to be easier and getting that access to be clearer. And I know I keep repeating myself, but really that is the key to making these things better, is make it more visible, cut out all of the extra nonsense that doesn't need to be there initially. Of course we need lots of details, and of course you need lots of information, but when you are in that situation, when you have been a victim of whatever it is that's happened to you, that you feel the need to report it, the last thing you want to be doing is filling in a 20-page form about what's happened to you. And it's difficult to even come to terms with it and even talk to someone about it, like your parents or a friend or someone that you confide in. it's difficult to even speak up about it, let alone have to advocate for yourself as well. That's not something that should be happening. You should feel loved and you should feel supported and you should feel like the university is proud to have you there and the university is ashamed of what's happened. And that is just really not communicated well to students by the lack of visibility and by the lack of clarity when it comes to accessing these services. So I think just the main thing that I would do immediately as soon if I got the role is just to really assess whether this is necessary, whether you really need all of these long, arduous processes, and create safe spaces where you can anonymously call and just be like, this has happened to me, who do I ask for help? And to have someone on the end of the line to be like, I'm so sorry that's happened to you, I'm going to tell you everything you need to do, here's a step-by-step guide of what to do, and if you ever feel like you need to talk, just call again, and then students can have the opportunity to feel if they still want to pursue that and to report it, because a lot of times people find that process too arduous and then they just never report it and then things never change.
So are you suggesting a service that will come before report and support where you call if you face any sort of harassment and then they would refer you to report and support, or a different service?
I think, yes, I mean, being referred to report and support is great, but I think report and support just in general, to make that process easier, maybe make a step before all of the information that you need to give and all of that stuff, is just have someone, not only that person who's sort of on the end of the line being like, here's what you can do, I'm really sorry that's happened to you, but the first steps of reporting it. I mean, it's a trauma to be harassed. I feel like putting that initial form out there and putting that initial report out there is a huge step, and it needs to be easy. It needs to have bullet point questions that you can just answer and then send off the form, and then the deeper questions can be asked, and when you've had time to process and time to understand how you feel about it.
Okay. Ziad, what do you think about report support?
So I think you've made some really good points. However, I do think that this comes down to this report, this track and report, or report and support. It's a case of a solution for something that's already happened, and these things will happen. That's the grim reality. They will happen. But our job as sabbatical officers, as students, as a university, is to create a community where these things are minimized to almost zero. These things will happen. We want it to reach zero. But we need to make sure that we are in a community that minimizes these things. And UCL, let's give them some credit, because they have done some things the last few years. For example, they've recently developed their own tackling sexual violence training, which has been offered to club and society committees. And I stress, offered. It hasn't been compulsory yet. It would be great to make this a requirement for all presidents, all welfare officers, every member of the committee. And I would go a step further and say that that society should not be able to continue, should not be able to function, should not be able to run until every single member has done that training. Why is it an optional thing? Everybody should have to do it. It's a no-brainer for UCL, and this is exactly what I have been talking about. Welfare first, not after. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to go next. I think the problem starts with people don't know what harassment is. So I'm again advocating for the international students. Like, for example, I'm from a third world country. The things that are considered over here as harassment, I don't think, like when I was back in my country, I didn't know that these things I'm getting harassed. And I think the major problem is, as Sophia said, that people are not even aware of these services, but they need to be first made aware of that this is harassment and you should report it. They should be given the confidence to report it, and they should be told that there will be no one's going to be coming after you if you report this harassment. And similarly, what is harassment? So anything, all of the guidelines that make someone harassing someone should be told to people, should be told to students who are joining. Let's say, as the words used by Chen, she said, emerging adults. So these emerging adults may not know that they were harassed at that point, or they were harassed by, I don't know, maybe from a professor, maybe from a PA, maybe from another student. So at first we need to make this clear that how this is harassment, or this comes under harassment, and you should report it, and then you should give the confidence to those students that no one is going to go after you, or no one's going to be coming after you if you report this, or they should be encouraged to even report it anonymously, so that they feel confident while reporting these crimes.
Daria, what are your thoughts on report and support?
Oh, I have a lot of thoughts on report and support. Because in my during my involvement in student organizing, especially working with LGBTQ students, we've been so many times we are told by the members of staff or like people who handle this kinds of issues within the student union that like, oh, just report it. Just report it for report and support. Just report any kind of... This university is not transphobic. You can report anything for report and support, and it's going to be handled. Well, for example, anonymous, like if you report something anonymously to report and support, it's not being followed. It's not being followed through because there is no way for the services to keep in touch with you because of just the way that they are arranged. And I think this is like, I don't know, first of all, you know, why would people report the traumatic events that happen to them just for the, I don't know, satisfaction of having it monitored? This is kind of like the way that the system is porous and is kind of inadequate. And this is just one of many examples. I feel like, I feel like the way that report and support system is kind of marketed to students as this kind of like one solution that you can always use whenever something happens to you. It's kind of just really the bare minimum. For example, I don't know, we have very few resources offered on campus for survivors of whatever kind of traumatic situations that can happen to them on campus. We have had multiple cases that have been reported by Grater, that have been reported by other student press of cases of sexual harassment in residences, cases of sexual harassment within clubs and societies, especially sports clubs, being kind of like swept under the rug with very little actual accountability from both the student union, who are kind of like, you know, responsible for handling people in charge of sports club and societies, from people in charge of UCL residences. And I think we have a culture of sweeping things under the rug at UCL, and I think it needs to be changed, because you cannot build student welfare. You cannot claim to support student welfare if you are willing to kind of let cases of homophobia, transphobia, cases of sexual harassment, just, you know, letting them slide.
I'd just like to revisit your point, Zia, where you say that harassment is inevitable. Maybe that's true, but let's get to the root causes of why there is harassment. You know, we can look at report and support, but surely no one should have to use report and support in the first place. So what specific measures would you take to reduce harassment in the community in the first place?
So I think I've alluded to this already, trying to build a community that focuses on welfare first, not after. So like Daria said, UCL has a reputation for sweeping things under the rug and providing band-aid solutions, things that happen, solutions that are for after the cause. And to dissect why harassment happens in the first place, it's a big question. It's the community that we build, and as a community we have to build our values. Our values should be rigorous, our values should be solid, our values should be inclusive. We shouldn't be in a place where we even question if harassment is inevitable or not. It shouldn't happen. It should not happen. I think if we create a community that cares about one another, that isn't divided on other issues, that doesn't have to worry about so many other things, then they can focus on their studies, and then if the right systems of support are in place, then you can start focusing on your community. When there's so many factors influencing you, you end up creating a divisive community, one that doesn't promote welfare with one another, and frankly, we shouldn't have to ask these big questions.
Right, so moving on to the next question. Chen Chen. How would you bring students from different faculties, departments, and now campuses with the new UCL East campus together into a single community?
Wow. That's actually a really hard one, because UCL is also known as the global university. And when I was in my first year, I've been told that at least 41% of the students on campus, which is out of almost 50,000 students, are actually international students. So we have like a very diverse student community from different culture. And of course, we offered a variety of courses. But I think it's almost impossible to bond everyone together, because obviously we can't have everyone at the same time. But I think we can organize more events that are actually built to be suitable for everyone. Take my personal experience as an example. When I was in my first year, I was elected as hall rep. At the beginning, I was not very confident whether I can do this role well, because I'm not local. I don't speak English as my first language. I'm worried I cannot communicate with students properly or actually help them out. But then I realized it's more about the willingness to do that besides the techniques or anything. So eventually, instead of throwing on a Halloween party, which I never celebrate, I decided to introduce Spring Festival, which is my home culture, but I adjust according to the student situation here, because there's a lot of students here are vegetarian or vegan, so I decided to order food that are suitable for their needs, and I also made this entire event very suitable for everyone. So I have culture teaching part and everything. So I think it's not about how to, because we already have a lot of events on campus already, but it's more about the real willingness and how we approach and make students really feel this event is also suitable for them. Honestly, I've always really wanted to join more and learn more about the Black culture. I know there we have a Black History Month every month, which I think is very amazing. I still remember their design in my first year, and I joined Pan-Afric in my first year. I think the culture is absolutely beautiful, and I feel we need to have more of those things going on, and we need to make them more like I said, more approachable and more inclusive. So when you buy tickets, you feel oh, I'm actually able to join even if I'm not part of the culture. And lastly, we can make it more fun-filled, because me personally, sometimes I'm a bit worried I might say something wrong because I don't fully understand the culture. But I feel we can kind of moderate the events to make it feel I can phrase myself and everyone knows everyone is here on good terms, and if we say something wrong and other people are willing to teach and help, instead of oh, maybe next time you probably don't join this kind of events.
Thanks, Chen Chen. Would you like to add anything about fostering a sense of community, Sophia?
Yeah, I think one thing that I would really love to do if I got elected for this role is to kind of almost rally the troops. So I feel all of the societies at UCL are so diverse and they're so amazing and they offer so much, but they rarely work together. I think it would be amazing if we actually got some of these kind of societies to work together on events, because UCL does put on a lot of events. But for example, as Shinsha was saying, you can make things more inclusive by consulting other societies and kind of approaching them and being hi, would it be possible to get you on board with this event? We're creating this thing and we would really like to make it as accessible as possible, as inclusive as possible, and then to kind of have those societies working together. And we have lots of kind of community, fostered a big community within the UCL sports societies, but I think there's not really anything that binds other societies the little ones, and I think that as welfare and community officer, in order to make things better for students at UCL, you need to be consulting the students at UCL. You need to be really asking them what they want, because they're the ones that are actually at the university, they're the ones that are going through the motions, they're the ones that need you know, the support that you can give them. And it's all really good and well to have all these ideas in your head and to have everything on your manifesto that you want to change, but that might not relate to any of this kind of problems that the students are suffering from. And I think the more that we can bind those societies together and the more that we can get student voice involved, the better and the bigger the community that we can foster and the more included we can make people feel.
Great. Would anyone else like to chip in? If not, we can move to our final question, as we only have a few minutes left. We'll start with Mohammed.
Yeah.
Which is, what impact do you think the climate crisis has on students' mental health, and how would you address that?
Yeah, I have a really hard stance on sustainability, so I have no posters printed this kind of leadership race. So I have zero. You will see zero posters of my campaign on the campus, because I think that obviously, even if it was, some people told me that it's just one ream of paper like this much, that's not going to be that hard to, you know, so that's going to be not that hard on the environment, and you can do bigger things once you are elected, and you can do take a bigger stance for the environment. But yeah, I started off with my campaign. I said no posters, we're not going to do anything that's going to harm the environment. And secondly, I would say that yes, it does affect people's mental health, and knowing that your planet is dying, I would use the word, everyone's, you know, the people who are aware, or the people who takes this as their responsibility to save their planet, so they are aware of this. So for example, I would be encouraging people to use some banks that I know, they have a really hard stance on sustainability, and when you're spending money through those bank accounts, they kind of tell you about your carbon footprint, and then you can work towards balancing out your carbon footprint by donating to the right services or to the right people who are working for the environment. So let's say there's a very big initiative taken by the Pakistani government. They have this billion tree initiative that's going on, that's been acknowledged by United Nations as well. That's the biggest tree drive in the whole world. They're planting 1 billion trees. So I would try to, you know, have these small sessions, try to arrange these small sessions where people could, you know, just maybe plant a small tree, plant or anything like that, where they could, you know, just connect with earth. And secondly, I don't think the baskets that we have all around UCL, they tell people that yes, this is going to be recycled and this is not going to be recycled. But I think we should have like banners or messages over there that try not to buy stuff that's going to be that's not going to be recycled. So, you know, buy recycled stuff. And I really like, you know, the Students' Union has taken this initiative. They are trying to be as green as possible, but there are ways that we can be more greener. And one of the initiatives that I've heard is, you know, changing the banking system for the union. And yeah, I think like policies like that could help improve students' mental health as well, because once they know that their union, their voice is taking a step towards sustainability, a step towards making the environment better, then I think obviously it affects their mental health and they will feel good about it. And yeah, it would be good.
Ziad, you want to speak? Yeah, so UCL's stance on on the climate crisis has been largely performative thus far. They joined the COP26 agreement, promising to become carbon neutral by a certain date. However, there hasn't been much done since that pledge. And the reason for that is because climate crisis and the way that it affects our mental health in UCL's eyes is that's going to be a problem for tomorrow. It's not a problem for now. And that's exactly why I've been saying this whole time, is that student welfare has always been put at the end. It should be put first. I mean, climate crisis, they might think that it's going to affect tomorrow, but you're going to have to put in a policy in place tomorrow. So why are you going to wait until then, until it's too late? It's everything. It's it's ECs, it's the issue with Stonewall. It's why are we putting policies in place afterwards? It should happen first. And just one thing about the flyers, I am biased because I have flyers around. The campaign rules do dictate that every flyer that we put must be recycled. That is partly maybe UCL being performative in their things, but I know that we need to follow those rules if we truly believe in sustainability. Thank you.
Absolutely. So Ziad has very rightly pointed about UCL's performativity, and that is some in kind of like supporting those causes that are important for students, and that is something that is so evident in so many sectors, whether be it actual actions and changes in terms of sustainability, whether be it supporting actual policies that are pro-Palestine or pro-LGBTQ. It's all words, it's all beautiful statements that are so strongly worded and nicely framed on our websites, but it's not actually anything that could anything on the institutional level that could actually change. So one of the things that UCL still does is that it cooperates with on an institutional level. Some of its corporate partners are companies that are involved in incredibly unsustainable practices, and I think that like whatever student union does to encourage sustainable behaviors among students, so be it like take your own cup, or I don't know, use reusable straws, that's important and that's lovely. But if the student union is not radical in its stance, telling UCL as an institution, stop working with oil producers, stop working with arms manufacturers, if we are not strong and firm in the stance, like standing up to the institutions of which we are the part of, that's all kind of, that's all kind of very minimal, and the change that it can bring about is not really fit for the kind of changing times and trying times that we are living in.
Great, thank you, Daria. Does anyone else have anything to add really briefly?
Yeah, I think just as a final point that yes, there are some huge problems with UCL as an institution, but I think that's quite a lot and quite overwhelming for a lot of people to kind of worry about, and that has a bad effect on our mental health, obviously, because we think, oh my gosh, there's no point in me doing this tiny little thing because nothing's ever going to change if UCL is like, being performative and supplying oil companies with money and all of this nonsense. I think that's another reason why it's really important to like foster this sense of community with other societies, because like, for example, Urban Farming Society, we could kind of get a little mental health initiative going where if you just feel like living in central London, if you want to just kind of put your hands in the dirt and kind of watch something grow and watch some good come out of your actions. I think starting from grassroots, starting from the kind of base level can really, really have a huge impact in the long term, and I think that's really important.
Thanks. Chinchin, any final thoughts?
I actually have some different opinions.
Okay.
I think, I felt sustainability is a really good thing. Like, we all want to go towards it, but like, if we overemphasize or give specific definition to what sustainability is, and if you're not like actually meeting the standards, can cause extra mental stress, because you will be self-blamed or you'll be blamed by other people by not being sustainable enough. My friend is the current sustainability officer, but she will never like push us to do things like she do, or because she is a very sustainable person. I feel like we should create a more encouraging environment rather than like a blaming environment. So like I really like the water machines. Every time when I fill up my bottle, it will show like, oh, you contribute a number and you have been saving these cups, even though it's just like a tiny beanie things. But I feel like I'm contributing, and I feel we should bring those smaller things on and to make everybody feel like they can be sustainable, even though they're not that type of person or their life in general is not about sustainability. But with everyone putting smaller efforts, I believe like in general it will make a bigger difference.
Okay, great. That's all we have time for today, and that's our final session of the day. Thank you for watching this broadcast, and thank you to all the candidates for coming. It's been a pleasure, and it's been really interesting to hear your thoughts on the most pressing issues facing UCL. Now, to the audience, to the voters, don't take lightly the fact that you can vote, that you can choose who leads your students' union next year, and don't take lightly the fact that even if you're leaving, you still have a voice to decide how things are going to be run. Voting is open. It opened on Monday and it will close on Friday, so don't forget to vote, and thank you for tuning in. Now we have a final broadcast from Pi Media and the Cheese Grater. Thank you.
We're not.
Sorry, can you count?
Can we get a countdown, please?
Hi everyone, I'm Gabrielle, an editor-in-chief of Pi Media.
And I'm Rasheen, editor-in-chief of Cheese Grater magazine.
And this is your hustings breakdown, where we basically run down what just happened in the room.
This is the last one of the day. This was 5 candidates contesting for the welfare and community position. The welfare and community officer is responsible for ensuring your well-being, and that ranges from mental health and inclusion to housing and immigration. So, for the last time.
No, I have to mention. So we were sitting in the room, and all the candidates showed up, and every single one of them struggled to put on the microphones.
Yeah, but we felt so fancy. It felt so like
we felt fancy. We have one too, and yeah, it was just really funny.
I think that helped all of them bond.
Yeah,
like that broke the ice.
No, exactly. It was like an invisible icebreaker. I thought it was really great,
and it was really funny.
Yeah, but I think also like the first thing, you know, how everybody started immediately kind of drawing on their own experience. You know, I think that immediately added a more personal and like an incredibly like, you know, like it felt so real and genuine. You know,
Sorry about that.
It made me feel really hopeful for the people who are gonna get these somebody elected from.
No, definitely. I feel like this was the most vulnerable it's been, and that was really inspiring.
Yeah.
To watch.
Okay, so the main themes, Rasheen.
The main themes. Last
one. What are the main themes?
I think mental health services really stood out. Everyone's really passionate about getting
for sure
accessible and simple, streamlined mental health services. I think dedicated community spaces also came up quite a lot. And report and sport was discussed at length, which, if you don't know, is UCL's tool for reporting instances of bullying, harassment, and misconduct.
And I think what was really great is that all the candidates, I think the consensus was that the process needs to be more personal. You know, when you in a personal crisis, the last thing you want to do is go through incredible paperwork, you know, where you have to fill in 20 pages, you know, and you feel like your whole world is falling apart, you know.
Definitely.
And I think that was definitely something you know, all the candidates agree on it. You know, we need a more personal approach. We need somebody to listen. We need, you know, students need to be heard. You know, they need somebody to care for what they're going through, and I think that was great.
What really stood out to me was the suggestion about the anonymous phone call, like how we can anonymously call someone and be like, can you guide me through the procedure? And what are the various options that I may have if I've been a victim of anything?
Yeah, exactly. Because that immediately adds like a more personal approach.
Exactly.
You know?
Like that immediately says, yes, we care.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're here for you, instead of emailing Ask UCL and waiting like 5 working days for a response, and then they might call you, and then that's so scary.
Exactly.
And this just feels
exactly
again streamlined. I feel like that was the big theme of this entire discussion, streamlining all available services. Because I feel like instead of critiquing existing policies, the only loophole that all the candidates found was just poor communication.
Yeah, oh, for sure. No, I definitely think, you know, that's definitely true. I think one of the candidates mentioned, you know, how we have these incredible things in place, you know. There are so many things that we can get from UCL, but we just have poor communication.
Exactly.
And people half the time they don't even know that these services exist or how they can access them, you know. And I think you know, one of the great points that was brought up is, you know, improving that communication. However, I think I kind of, maybe it's just me, but I didn't really see how the candidates felt like how they would implement that, you know, like, is it through social media, like, you know, training, you know.
Also true.
You know, I think that would have been, you know.
Yeah, I think that was something that was missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I did not see many concrete policies being put forward and being proposed to the student body. But nevertheless, I feel like the ideas were really inspiring. I feel like if they write them down, they can turn into policies really easily.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those, you know, like, it's one of those issues that, you know, they brought up these issues, and you can see that you can implement them. You know?
and you can see that they've been personally affected by them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know that they'll follow through. And I think that's one of the reasons why they shared their personal experiences. To literally strip down and be vulnerable and be like, I've been through the same thing, I relate to you, and I'm going to help you.
Yeah. No,
and that was really inspiring.
And it's like those visions were just like so simple as well, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's definitely not something like it's definitely something that can be implemented.
Exactly.
And it would be easy to implement it.
Exactly.
You know? So you know, I was sitting there thinking, you know, I felt hopeful for, you know, people who are gonna get them next year, whoever gets elected.
Definitely.
You know?
And another thing that I really appreciated was the idea about having child-friendly study spaces. Because I feel like often student parents and like postgraduates who may have those kind of responsibilities are often ignored when like elections are going on and manifestos are being rallied around. And I was like, wow, that's a brilliant idea. Like, no one's ever brought that up before. Like, I didn't know people were struggling with it. And I think any one of these guys would do an incredible job.
And also, you know, I think you mentioned it as well, you know, having, you know, self-certified extenuating circumstances kind of go beyond COVID and have, you know, people are being affected by war every day, you know, and it's, you know, kind of having this procedure kind of expand to like other things, not just COVID. I think that's really important, and that was brought up as well. I think that was good.
I feel like really unique policies were brought up, really like niche things were put to the forefront, and it was
so
a pleasant experience to observe it, to watch it, and
it was so really inspiring and relaxing because I you know,
felt like a safe space.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking these things can be implemented, and I believe that they will be.
Yeah,
you know?
And all the experiences that they discussed are so universal that we know that all of us as students can relate to these.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
Yeah.
But
I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't.
To see what
you know, I'm not going to be here, but you know, maybe you can report to me how it's working out next year. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it, guys.
This is it.
Aww.
It was very nice working with
It was lovely working with Cheese Grater.
Our first collaboration.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. We had so much fun discussing all these things, you know.
And don't forget, voting is open Monday to Friday of this week. So please use your right to vote and choose the right candidate, whoever that may be.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you.